for lack of anything better.
Please try to be here 5 minutes before your session. So come. And they all vary. The start times of each day.
You made it.
All right, so Diane, this is behind me. Good. No.
Seriously.
Are you gonna
really?
Good afternoon. We are at the Memorial Blanket, hashtag Memorial Blanket, memorialblanket.org if you want to check out the website. Behind us you see volunteers still putting down blankets from 47 states and the District of Columbia, handmade blankets people never met to know how much they're loved. And I am surrounded. This is like love. Marsha Roscoe, who is deacon of the Lower Susquehanna Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America.
Got it.
Oh,
Wow, that's a mouthful. There you go.
Diane Nyland, who is, for want of better terms, she's the reason that kids experiencing homelessness can actually go to school in this country, because before Diane and her friends, they couldn't. And Reverend Matthew Best, my partner in crime, my brother from another mother, the man who, when I say, you want to do something stupid, he says, yeah, what time do you need me to be there?
Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, then give me the details.
So, Matthew,
Yes.
what are we doing?
Oh my gosh. Number one, we are so excited to be here, first of all, right? I mean, this is just incredible to have all of these blankets out here, and we're getting ready now for the show of our lifetimes, right?
Yeah.
We've got the run down here. We're so excited to get started with the interviews. We've got a great lineup of all sorts of wonderful guests. We've got people who are walking by who are asking, what is this? And so we're talking about all of the blankets. We've got people waving at us. We've got all sorts, and we've got a special guest all the way from the Ukraine, President Zelensky.
Did you come here for us?
just for us.
So, real quick, because we do have a very special guest who's waiting
Yes.
on Zoom for Diane, but I want to talk to Marsha real quick. Marsha, the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America there have been many, many churches involved, many nonprofit organizations that are not affiliated with religion in any way, but really doing the heavy lifting, the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America. And why don't you tell us why you guys got involved?
We got involved because the blanket literally found itself without a home, just like millions of Americans. And so we were honored to be able to step up to the plate. And for our first inaugural event last year in Carlisle, one of our Lutheran churches hosted the Memorial Blanket event. And now we just had the gusto to continue on the spirit as it moved to take this bigger and better and to represent homelessness across the country. We are just honored to be here.
Now, because this is a live podcast, I'm going to look off camera and say, are we saying we'll be right back in a minute, or are we just rolling into it?
We're just rolling into it.
Okay, we're just rolling into it. Now I won't have to ask that again for the rest of the day. The last person we're going to talk to, Diane,
Oh,
my
gosh.
babe of wrath.
Yes.
You wild woman. You have a really special guest to interview. Tell us.
I'm really excited to get to speak with Congressman Bill Foster. He's my congressman, so that makes it special.
Yeah.
But he also is somebody who very much gets poverty and homelessness and wants to do something about it. So I was with him about a month ago, heard how he had a story that was just heartbreaking, and
Do you think he'll share it today?
I'm hoping he will, because I tell you what, I just stood there and went, oh, wow. All
right, so you get it out of him.
Yeah,
All right.
I will beat it up. No,
So Congressman Foster coming right up, right after this.
Still have 1 minute.
You had one more whole minute?
Okay.
Can we
Are
step
we cut
away?
to? Are we cut to?
Are we stuck?
All right, so.
I don't know, but I'd like headphones. That would be great.
Perfect. Okay, and then where's the? We'll figure this all out. Where do we plug them? That's okay. Is that it? Looks good to me. Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
And I want to find. I would like to find something to. I guess that'll stay as long as no one bumps it at all.
Yeah, no wind.
Yeah.
All right. I don't hear anything.
The laptop for now. The way I can test sound.
Yes, Bill, you are. Yeah. Okay. Great. Excellent. Hello there, Bill.
All right, are we live?
All right. Are you in the camera, Lent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out of the way.
Okay. We're first, so we have to get our act together a little bit here.
Go.
Thank you so much. It's so good to see you again, even if it's on Zoom. Oh, okay.
At 7:30 this evening.
It's-
But it's really important that you continue to stay in Congress's face on the issues of homelessness.
Well, certainly, I want to stay in Congress's face, and I thank you for all that you've done to help on the issue of homelessness.
Well, thank you. And the big news besides the Zelensky visit is that we're going to be voting tomorrow on the omnibus. And we were pushing really hard for a number of homeless relevant provisions in the omnibus, and we got part of what we wanted. The trade-off here is always the military spending that frankly the Republicans are pushing for versus the discretionary spending, much of which targets real needs for those who are homeless or otherwise not very well off. So the military ended up getting $858 billion in the budget. And there were a number of provisions addressing homelessness. There was $3.6 billion for homeless assistance grants, which is a 13% increase. So that's something. There's also $6.4 billion to the Community Development Block Grant Formula Program that is very valuable to benefit low and moderate income areas and just increase the total stock of housing. And also there would be another $1.5 billion for the Home Investment Partnerships Program. And so, those are the big things that Congress votes on. And then there's a number of smaller things, targeted assistance towards the local communities that we represent. And I'm very proud of the long list of money that looks like either I already have or will soon be able to deliver to specific programs that benefit the homeless in the communities I represent.
Well, you certainly have been a champion in that regard, and I know that the people that are benefiting by it, they might not know your name, but they really need to know that you are the one that's there for them. And the warm blankets that we have here today are just a symbol of the care that a lot of people across the country are showing. So I'm hoping that we can get some attention there. I hope Congress can look out the window and see the blankets. And I just thank you for your service and your focus on the people that don't matter to the big power people.
Yeah, well, it's always a tough thing about serving at the national level, because if you go and you volunteer, I remember taking my kids to volunteer at Hesed House or other organizations also, and that's something where you can actually see directly the people that you help. But when we sit in Washington, D.C., we're moving around big numbers on a spreadsheet, and it's easy to forget that there are people on the end of those numbers. And so when we're able to deliver really meaningful amounts of money to the organizations that are struggling to meet the need in the communities that I represent and all around the country, those visits there, one of the things that my staff understands is that when I schedule those visits, after trying as hard as we can to fight the good fight to get the amount of money delivered that these organizations will need, or even a fraction of it, that when I go and visit and I'm reminded of the real good they do, is really, it's important to making me continuing to to feel good about my job, and provides real leverage when I negotiate with my wife every year about, Bill, how much longer you're going to do this job, because it's delivering that kind of assistance that's and the way my wife sees me react when I go and visit one of the places we're able to help people.
So I have a big favor. I'm going to be back in the district in January, and trusting that you'll somewhere be in that area. Could we take one of these
I'll
special?
be on an airplane flying back and forth from Washington, like always, probably. But
okay.
I'm there when I can.
Okay, so can we maybe take a blanket, one of the Piggies blankets, over to either Hesed House or DuPage Pads, and deliver it, so you can deliver it to give to a family?
I would be honored to do so.
That would be great. I would love to do that with you.
Now, is that a Zoom backdrop, or is that the real Capitol there?
I think it's the Capitol. It was when I
Okay,
just ran
good for
over
you.
from the tour. Yeah, so we were just over there now. We have probably a couple minutes. So the story you told us last month, December, I guess it was, about your upbringing and how you learned to be a compassionate person. That's a personal story, but it touched me deeply. Is it something that you'd be willing to share?
Okay. This is the history of my father in civil rights.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's, I'm best known around Congress and around the area as being that science guy, because I'm the only PhD scientist in Congress. But, I'm also the son of a civil rights lawyer. When I,
Lost him.
my dad, oops,
Lost
am I
it.
still around? Am I still audible and visible?
Hey guys, we lost it. Right at the best part.
All right. Now, can you hear me now?
What does it say?
Did the
think the
computer
laptop.
go into rest?
I think the computer did. Yeah. Hold on. Where's the power? I think it was a computer issue. I think this,
It's those Russian hackers.
this thing is weird. How do you even turn this thing on? Where's the button? Oh my gosh, this thing is strange. What? Okay.
Jeez, that was the best part of the interview.
He said it has to be plugged in all the time, so something must have come in.
What?
Yeah. So I take it you cannot hear
Okay.
me right now? I can hear
It's still
you.
coming up. Windows, come on. Yes, Windows.
And I have a terrible echo. Drives me crazy.
Okay, something.
Being first sucks. I don't hear
Well, it'll
anything.
be out of this. Yeah, she won't. She won't yet. This is live.
You can just talk.
Oh, okay. All right. Just make sure. Well, in case I just want to make sure I can talk and not be picked up on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you good? What's happening?
Oh, we're just getting the laptop back on. I think the power cord came out or something. So.
Echo. I can't.
Come on. Just waiting for it to come back.
Is he still talking? Is he still talking?
No. I am not talking. I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
I don't think she can hear us, Bill. I think they're
Okay.
just logging back in. We can give it a couple minutes. You don't have
Yep.
to get to your next thing until 12:30 or 1:30.
Yep.
So,
Is this a live podcast or are they going to edit it?
I think, I'm not sure. Oh,
Okay.
it's live.
It's on the Wi-Fi.
Can you hear him? Can someone hear him?
They'll
Yeah,
probably
well-
edit it later, Bill, and
Yeah.
repost.
So if they
I'm
do
not
edit
hearing.
it, and if they can just call her on the phone and have her look attentive, and I'll finish my story and
She
say
doesn't
goodbye.
have- this has to be. This isn't ready for her yet. That's what's going on.
Okay.
This-
His video.
Yeah. It looks like they're currently recording it.
all right.
Yes. So, Max, can the congressman tell his story and then you can edit it in later since you're
Huh?
recording?
She's carrying the show. We're at least we're okay for a minute.
Yeah, but it's been 3 minutes.
Oh, here we go.
This thing's slow to get going again. I think it's coming back.
We can hear you
Hello,
now.
are we back alive here?
Come on.
What I need to do is see how sometimes your screen is popping up as a
It's
primary
back.
one?
It should be back.
I need you to
All right, I just heard recording in progress.
video so that it's always the one that's showing up on the Zoom.
Yeah. Well, the recording light is still on at least on my Zoom session.
All right.
So I think we're.
I don't hear him.
Not sure how to do this.
All right.
Yeah, they're in. You heard something.
Congressman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Finally, I'm sorry. Technology being what it is, we lost. I know your story, and I just think that anybody that hears your story realizes that there are people in Congress who really do care, and we have to put that care into dollars and cents and policies that will help those who are in need of help. And frankly, we have.
Thank you. And if the audio is working now, I'm happy to recount the story that I told you earlier about.
I think you were on. They just got rid of me for some reason. So, just, but
Okay.
yeah. So I don't.
Well, shall I proceed to answer your question, and then
Yes.
if you'll be editing it, you can edit it later, I guess. And
Okay.
so the question that you asked me that triggered the story I recounted was the question that everyone has to answer of what fraction of your life you spend in service to your fellow man. Because this is a fundamental question that everybody has to answer. And for most people, the answer is somewhere between 0% and 100%. And but it's a really important question. And it's a question that I learned a lot from my father from. My father, I'm best known around Congress and around the area as being the only PhD scientist in Congress, but I'm also the son of a civil rights lawyer. My dad was also a scientist who left science to become a civil rights lawyer. And Dad ended up writing a lot of the enforcement language behind the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And he had, he, as I say, was a real scientist. He started, he got a chemistry
I'm off
degree
again.
from Stanford. And during World War II, he designed fire control computers for the Navy. And then most of the way through the war, started getting these reports of how many people
How is my experience? It says.
how many people had been killed by his team each week. And he became very unhappy at using his scientific skills to basically to hurt people. And so he'd grown up in the South and saw a lot of things he did not like about how blacks were treated there. And so he saw civil rights as the moral challenge of his generation. So he left his career in science and became a civil rights lawyer. And Dad spent the whole decade, but there was the famous Brown versus Board of Education, Supreme Court decision that said you should no longer have segregated schools in the South and throughout the United States. But school districts were not complying with that. And so Dad spent a lot of the 10 years after Brown versus Board of Education in 1954 and the Civil Rights Act of 1964. He spent that traveling around the South, trying to help federal judges who were struggling with the issue, school boards, county executives. And so as a result of that 10 years of work, he became sort of an expert. And when the Civil Rights Act finally passed, Congress provided money for school districts, but only on the condition that they adopt a racially non-discriminatory school system. And that's a very complicated issue. And Dad was called upon to write the enforcement language behind the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And so it was the discussion, when your parents pass away, everyone spends, a couple weeks of their lives going through their papers and belongings and trying to understand, what should be done with that. And I was reading the papers that he exchanged with his parents as he was thinking about leaving science and becoming a civil rights lawyer. And so as a result, he came to discussing the same question that I started with, that is simply what fraction of your life you spend in service to your fellow man, and how to do it. And so I have great admiration for everyone who works on the ground, helping homeless people and others in need. But there's also a need for people working in the Capitol building behind you to really to make sure that the money and the resources are delivered to the organizations that do that work on the ground. And that's one of the things that makes me feel most useful about my job at Washington. So I just want to thank you again for staying in Congress's face. And what a beautiful set of blankets. I am going to be coming in to the DC presentation by President Zelensky. And if I can, I will try to stop by to see that beautiful array of quilts.
I'll tell
And
you,
the
it
effort
is
that went
a
into that
stunning
is so important.
It's a stunning display, and I'd love to see you here tonight. So I'll be looking for you, and somebody can just text me, Hillary or somebody, and let me know to look for you. And thank you so much for giving us your story and a perspective on Congress that we need to keep in mind.
Well, thank you all.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey there, Diane Nyland.
Hey there, Pat LaMarche.
Oh, wow. You know, we're just getting started and we're having fun and we're smiling because we're surrounded by love and creativity and art. But this is a serious discussion, isn't it?
It is serious. And the place that we're at, I mean, we couldn't be at a better place to make a statement about the issue of homelessness, which is, probably we could say safely ignored by most of Congress. There's been some, nice bright spots, but it's just, we're here to make a statement. And the statement is people who are without homes need homes, and they need the services to get so that they're not in a homeless situation.
I think that most of America ignores homelessness is the problem. And so Congressman Foster was great. We're going to have Congressman Cleaver a little bit later on, right? There are congressmen that get it. And the ones that don't even realize that they need to get it are the ones who don't hear from you. Right. You, the person listening, viewing right now, you're the one who needs to call your congressman and say, call him now. There are 2 switchboard numbers that we can blurt out next time we're on. Just dial the number, say, I want to leave a message for my congressman, and say, look, there's a blanket outside Congress right now. I want you to go see it. I want you to meet the artists and the artisans who made that blanket. And I want you to say, every one of those blankets represents an individual or a family or a baby. A baby. A baby.
The babies. I mean, people, when I talk to different groups across the country, they just don't get the idea that there are babies experiencing homelessness. And then they don't really like to hear it when I say that when babies experience homelessness, there's a very good chance that unless there's some good things happening to them along the way, that can be a person that turns into an adult who's experiencing homelessness.
Right.
And it's just, it's just such a waste of human life.
And you always remind us of the T word.
Trauma.
Yeah. The trauma that is.
Trauma for babies all the way through to the adults. And, we can't ignore trauma. It's not going to just go away. But we certainly need to get people into housing and get the help that they need to have food, have mental health counseling if that's what they need, or anything that will help reduce the trauma, not add to it.
Right. And it's not any of those things that causes homelessness. It's those things that are impacted by homelessness. Trauma is negatively impacted by homelessness, and starvation is negatively impacted by homelessness, but it's all caused by poverty. And these guys can do something about poverty. And this is the most powerful building in the world. That's why Vladimir Zelensky is coming here today, because this is where the seat of power is. And just like we care about Vladimir Zelensky's families, children, the people who live in Ukraine, we care about the people here too. And we can afford to do both. We can afford to help both.
Our priorities just need to get switched around a whole bunch, because really the needs in this country have grown in the 35 years or so that I've been in this field. It's gotten worse and worse and worse, and it's because the resources have gotten slashed.
Yeah, fewer and fewer.
And so now we find ourselves in the mess that, it was a train wreck that I could see coming years ago, and that's what's happening now.
In 1981, poverty was at 10%. It's now, depending on where you are, 25 to 30%. So we got a couple of things you can do about it. First of all, come see us. If you're anywhere capable of getting near DC,
come see us.
I had to pick this up. Come see us. We'll give you a lovely brochure. And while supplies last, we'll give you some great free books. One of them is written by my friend Diane Nyland. Where'd it go? The Charlie book. Charlie. It's a Charlie in the box. The Charlie book is a great little helper, right?
It's a great little helper because it's 60 ways to help homeless kids. And if you can't come by and get a copy, it's actually, you can get it as a Kindle book through that company, that big company. I can't say his name.
The company that shall not be named.
Yes, yeah. But anyhow, the book is available. It gives you 60 ways to help homeless kids. It's all kinds of things for all kinds of people to do, and it will help. There's some good information in there too, and it will make a difference in the lives of kids.
later today, you are doing a lot of education interviews. There are a lot of people that are going to be coming and joining us either via Zoom or live here on the lawn at the West Lawn of the U.S. Capitol. And you're going to talk to them about homeless liaisons. We're going to talk to homeless liaisons. Tell us what a homeless liaison is.
Well, a homeless liaison is a person who theoretically is appointed in the district, school district, to take care of kids experiencing homelessness.
The Washington, D.C. district?
Every single district across the country.
In the United
and it's
don't
mandated
say.
by law. Can you believe this?
So every district, if you call your local school department, you can say, "Hi, I want to be an ally to the homeless liaison, and I want to know when a kid needs boots. And I want to know when a middle school kid doesn't have sanitary pads. I want to know because I want to make a difference in the life of a kid experiencing homelessness." And you can call your liaison in every district in the country. Just avalanche them with help, assistance, and love because their job is huge. This isn't a liaison a school. It's a liaison a district. A lot of work to do.
It is a lot of work. And sadly, in some cases, the liaisons aren't really into the job as much as they need to be.
We're going to have we don't have much time left in this segment. We'll come back.
Okay.
We'll tell a very
All right.
funny story about when Diane and I went to meet with a homeless liaison who didn't quite get her job properly.
Oh, I can't wait.
All right, well, Diane, this is great. We're going to come right back with some wonderful people from the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America.
Great.
And cut to blanket.
Good afternoon. My name is Deacon Marcia Roscoe from the Lower Susquehanna Synod, a member of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. With me is Bishop Dunlap, also from Lower Susquehanna Synod. And I could not let Amy Ruman, the Director of ELCA Advocacy, and Andrew Fuller leave, who have been partners with us along the way. But first, I'm going to invite Bishop Dunlap to share with us a little bit about why Lutherans care about homelessness.
We care about homelessness because of the gospel. And it says in scriptures that imagine you meet a person who's hungry or naked and you just say to them, "Peace be with you, go get something to eat, go take care of yourself." That we are called to act in that situation, to help people. And we're recognizing that there are people who are homeless throughout our nation, in our cities and in the rural areas of our country. And so we want to find ways to really make a difference in that. And this week we remember, in the week of Christmas, that our Lord and Savior had no place to go when he was born. And so he understands the plight of someone who does not have a home. And so it is important for us to then work toward this. And we started this last year in Carlisle as a small event. It was actually homeless because the city wouldn't let us lay the blankets down, so we used the First Lutheran Church. But this year we've expanded to the entire nation, so blankets have come from all over the nation, really to show our commitment to making a difference in homelessness.
You know, the goal of this whole memorial blanket is to raise awareness and elevate what homelessness really is in this country. And so we invited the ELCA Church Advocacy Office to partner with us, and I invited them to share with us, what have you guys been doing to address homelessness?
Thank you for asking, Marcia. As a denomination, we are deeply concerned with meeting human needs, both domestically and globally. And through our hunger program and our disaster response program, housing is part of both of those. The lack of housing, safe, secure, affordable housing, is what helps to drive hunger for many people, and it is in turn driven by disasters in some cases, where people are left rootless or without a place to go. And so as a church, we have a commitment, first through our social teaching, to address lack of housing and homelessness as a response that comes out of our understanding of the gospel through service as well as through justice. And through service, we know that congregations and ministries around the nation are the backbone of the service providers, without which our problems and our struggles in this country would be much, much worse. But we also know it's not enough. That all the charity and all the service we can provide through the many shelters and housing programs that congregations are involved with and initiating, that we also need to do the work of justice and the work of advocacy. And so we do that through federal public policy here in Washington, D.C. But this policy is informed by the grassroots experience of our congregations and ministries, such as the Lower Susquehanna Synod, where we can amplify our voices together for public policy solutions that can address some of the root causes of this problem. And Andrew Fuller and our staff can tell you more about some of our current efforts.
Sure. So given that housing and lack of housing is one of the main drivers of homelessness, encouraging Congress to sort of talk about why it's so hard to build in America these days, why there's such a shortfall of housing, why our homeless programs are so subsequently underfunded, is a major priority that we can lift up here, and also at the state level as well. Congress just behind us yesterday announced a new budget that would offer a 12% increase to homeless programs, which is a big win. But we also know that that's not enough, and it's currently not going to even address the needs of the 500,000 folks who on a given night are struggling with unsheltered homelessness. So more needs to be done as well. But doing stuff at the federal level in addition to the state and local level are major ways that we can be partners as faith groups building affordable housing to address this in the long run, but also to encourage our fellow partners to be good efforts partners as well.
Oh, that's incredible. One of the things that we are so thankful for is that really this has been an organic grassroots effort. Lutherans from across the country have been excited. A lot of the blankets that are here on the ground have come from Lutherans across the country. But I believe Matthew Best, one of our co-conspirators on this initiative, has a story to share and a blanket with some history.
He's going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I wanted to share about one of our blankets. It's really special, actually. We want to hold it up. You want to help me hold it up here a little bit, so we can really kind of share a little bit. This blanket is especially special. This comes from a church in Philadelphia, from the Reverend Violet Little in the Welcome Church in Philadelphia, and that's a church without a building. Actually, it's a church made up of folks that are living on the streets in Philadelphia. These are folks that are unhoused, and each of these squares, a lot of the squares are made from folks who are unhoused. And this blanket has actually been around for a couple of years, and several of the folks who contributed in making this blanket, several of those folks are no longer with us. And in talking with Pastor Little, she was able to share a little bit of, just some of the stories with me about this, and just how special this blanket was and is, and just, to be able to add this blanket to the many hundreds of blankets here. I mean, just incredible to say, she wanted to add this blanket and its special meaning of, here are people who are experiencing homelessness, and they have made a blanket and they're adding it, and it's going to go to other folks who are experiencing homelessness as well. This is exactly what the bishop was talking about. This isn't just about talking about homelessness. This is people who are doing something. This is what we are able to do, whether it's making a blanket or going onto the Hill and trying to advocate for more funding or whatever it is that we're able to do. This is what these blankets represent.
So I wonder, for those that are listening perhaps and want to find some way to respond, our faith compels us to move into service. What are some other tangible ways that we might be able to address this at either a systemic level or just individual one-to-one? This is open for any of you that might have some ideas.
I think it is really important to think about it as a systemic problem. Too often when we, particularly as pastors, talk about sin, we talk about individual actions. But there are times when we as a community are broken in sinfulness, and it's a systematic thing. And so it is not that one person drive someone out onto the street, but we have an environment in which, for instance, if you earn a minimum wage, there is not a county in this country where you can rent a 2-bedroom apartment. Rural areas, urban areas, it doesn't matter. There is no congressional district, no county where you can get affordable housing on a minimum wage salary. And that's, is that about the wage? Is it about affordability of housing? Is it about availability of housing? It's all of those things. And so I think we collectively need to raise our voice and say this isn't acceptable in a country that prides itself in caring for people.
I would also add that in terms of systemic issues that as people of faith we need to be attentive to in our work on housing and homelessness is the equity issues for communities of color and access to safe and affordable housing that has been compounded over decades of public policy in this nation. So that as we seek policy solutions, we need to look at fixes for bringing greater balance and opportunity for people to have housing, which leads to opportunities for education and employment and healthcare outcomes. It just has a ripple effect across that for communities of color and on tribal lands. The other thing to think about is that this is a bipartisan issue. There is deep concern about access to housing, whether it's in a blue area, a red area, a purple area, and every shade in between. And our legislators and lawmakers at the state and at the federal level are keenly aware of this, but need to hear your stories. And it's the stories of what's happening in your communities to people who've been made homeless or have had a hard time finding housing, what your congregation is doing in response. These are the stories that make a difference when lawmakers hear them, and to make them aware of everyone that they serve and all the needs that they have a responsibility to respond to.
And I think, too, if we have an image in our mind of homeless people, the reality is it's all kinds of people in all kinds of situations. So we had a woman who was college educated. She went through a divorce and she lost her job. She couldn't pay her mortgage, and she ended up sleeping in her car. And then she couldn't get a job because she didn't have an address. I mean, it can cascade on anybody. One healthcare crisis, one financial crisis can drive someone into homelessness.
So one of the things I've learned along the way is how many partners there are in the community that are actively doing this work. So if someone were to say, how do I get involved? How do I find out where the closest homeless coalition is? Where would you point folks to get connected at a local level?
So I think it starts in a variety of ways, and this is where you start off. This is really tough because it's not easy, right?
Well, how did you get started?
There is not a nice, easy network where you just
Correct.
Google it and you find.
Yep.
Right. This is where we're getting into the systemic issues of things. You're like, hey, where can I find this? Oftentimes it's about who do you know? right? And so this is where you go to the folks at the county level, and you start searching, and you start networking with folks. Like there are good folks who work at the county, like Chris Kapp, who is a wonderful coordinator of one of the county coordinators for coordinated entry. This is where you start getting with people who are running emergency shelters. That's a great place to start as well. This is kind of where people make their first entryway into help with homelessness. Different places, there may be things like food pantries. So like in Cumberland County, somewhere like New Hope Ministry would be a great place to make a connection, or Project Share, or Community Cares. I mean, that's just somewhere really local. It's going to depend on where people are across the country. Food pantries, maybe if it's a local church has a food pantry, that's a great place to start. And it's really about asking questions. If you don't know, ask a question. And if other people don't know, just keep asking. 6 degrees of separation. Seriously, just keep asking questions with people. There may be an opportunity if it's Lutherans. This is where, there's at our synodical level, be able to, right? Synod. If the Synod doesn't know, the Synod will be able to say, hey, you know what, we'll find out. Let's see how we can connect you with
Well,
folks.
why don't we share? So Lower Susquehanna Synod is located in central Pennsylvania, but we have a housing equity task force, of which we're a part of. Can you share what the focus is of the task force and how people might get connected?
Yeah, sure. So our housing equity task force has a few goals. Part of that has to do with education. Part of that has to do with advocacy. Part of that has to do with trying to collect resources of what is actually already happening and connecting people around those things that are already happening. That's a lot of what we're trying to do, and connect people with those type of things. A lot of that is really the idea of not trying to recreate the wheel. There's a lot of, as far as our congregations go, there's a lot of energy, and there's a lot of folks who want to do things, but a lot of times our congregations are like little engines that want to do things, and they're not thinking necessarily about coordinating with other congregations. And so we want to try and connect congregations together and say, hey, maybe it makes a lot of sense for you to have a food pantry, and for you to have a food pantry, but maybe you can coordinate efforts together and maybe do something a little bit different.
But is our housing equity task force willing to be a resource beyond congregations?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's about connecting people together, and that's and just to see what makes the most sense as far as what the skills and the talents are, and what the resources are that are available.
Yeah. I think one of the things that you said, Matthew, that I think is really important is when you're involved in this work is to listen. And so today we have an event going on in York, Pennsylvania, and we talked to them about blankets, and they said, we don't need blankets, but we need is personal care kits. So it is better not for us to say, here's what you need, but rather to listen for what people are needing when they're in that crisis moment.
Absolutely. Yeah. So a few of us last night went to a prayer vigil here in DC. You want to share your initial thoughts of, we walked in, and on the altar was a casket. I just found myself verklempt. I mean, just to see that the list of names was 70 deep, and then on the back was another, I think 75 of people that had also died, but they were in transition to getting a house. How did you guys feel about that? It really brought this to me at a deeper heart level last night.
Right. I mean, it really open your eyes to the fact that these are human beings. These are brothers and sisters in Christ that are living on the street. And Amy, you said earlier, this is really a healthcare issue too. I mean, these people need healthcare and they can't get it. And without that healthcare, they're literally dying on the streets here in Washington and other places as well. There'll be over 4,000 people on the street tonight in Washington, D.C., which it is the longest night of the year, so it'll be the most brutally cold night for those people. And to hear their names and to know the people there spoke about them and who they were and their gifts to the community, to hear that we lost them simply because we couldn't find homing or homes for them is just, it is deeply tragic.
Yeah, and I would just add, part of the tragedy had to do with a lot of these folks had vouchers to go into homes, and it was just the slow process. That it's just this slow process, and the other thing that struck me too was the range of age.
Yes.
That it was this long, wide variety of age that we've all talked about here is, homelessness is of course more than just what so many people think about of, it's this person who, maybe it's this old guy with a long beard, and it was people in their 30s all the way to their 70s, and I mean, it's just tragic.
It is.
It's not even tragic. It's beyond that, because tragedy is something that is something that you can't really do something about. This is something that we can do about. This is why we're here. This is why we have the blankets. This is why we're doing advocacy, and this is why we're speaking up, because we can do something, and we want to do this. One of the things that several of the speakers last night said, let's try to make this the last remembrance vigil that we have, and that's, I think, a very fitting way to talk about it.
Yeah. So as we wrap up here, just aware, as the ELCA, we are a church together. We provide a lot of resources. So you talk about the fact that we're called to speak. Our faith compels us to do that. What are some resources that the ELCA provides that we can point people to?
Well, first, we provide opportunities for advocacy, both at the federal level as well as at the state level, where we have 17 offices in different states, and most of them work on housing in some form. We also provide resources, and I'd actually like to invite Andrew to speak about the new World Hunger resource on housing and homelessness.
Sure. So ELCA World Hunger recently produced a new housing resource, which can be applied to anyone of any faith background, if you're of a different persuasion. But it has things like tips on how to do advocacy well in your local community, how to build affordable housing in your local context, and also educational tips if you're totally new to housing advocacy and it's a very confusing subject. Additionally, I guess I would also say that there are a lot of different local connections that you can help make. I'll do a shout out to one of our partners, the National Alliance to End Homelessness, that helps organize a lot of these groups together locally. But yeah, connecting with our state offices and then contacting your members both locally and federally frequently, say do it weekly after a church service or something. The more lawmakers hear about this, the more, and even if they know your name each and every week, the more they know it's an issue they need to care about.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would say the other pieces too is again not treating housing in isolation from healthcare, from education, from access to jobs, and also how we operate as congregations in the community. Our relationships with our schools, for example, you can often find out the number of homeless families and what might be available or needed in your own community that you may not even be aware of in your congregation yet. Or for LGBTQ people, especially young adults who are often have to navigate to find safe housing for them, that they're part of our community. What kind of welcome do we show to different and diverse populations can be part of preventing homelessness before it starts.
Absolutely. Bishop Dunlop, will you share, a growing area of our ministries is providing more resources in the areas of justice. Could you speak briefly about perhaps Pastor Carla Christopher Wilson and the work that we're doing there?
Yeah, justice ministry is an important part of who we are as the people of God. And so we have put a lot more resource in the last several years into looking at issues of justice and particularly people who are marginalized in society, and creating an environment in which the church advocates for them and welcomes them as well. And so I have a member of my staff, Pastor Carla Christopher Wilson, who this is her primary focus for our team, is to really work on these justice issues. And she has put together teams to advocate for these different justice issues, whether it's immigration, whether it's LGBTQIA rights, or homelessness. All of those, we pull them together as a justice ministry focus for our synod, to make sure that we are paying attention to these critical issues.
Yeah, and so a lot of these resources, if you go to lss-elca.org, you can find our justice pages. We have YouTube playlists where we have actually train in 10 videos that teach you how to become more educated and involved in this work. So as we wrap up here, our final 30 seconds here, any closing words from any of you?
For me, this really is an issue of our faith. It is living out our faith in many ways. And so this blanket project is a visual demonstration of our commitment to really working towards justice and fairness, particularly with the issue of housing and homelessness in our areas. And I'm just grateful that synods and churches throughout the Lutheran Church across the entire nation got behind this effort and put thousands of hours into work to create all these blankets that will make a difference in the lives of people. So we're grateful.
Well, I want to thank all of you for being here. Our Lutheran Christian Witness here in the background. This is only a few of the many volunteers that are here. We are glad you are watching. Stay tuned.
Hey, thanks, Marcia, and the lovely Lutherans, I call them, the lovely Lutherans who, when we started the Blanket Project, leapt to our, they can leave behind me if they want, you guys can go. So we have this really cool studio here. By the way, I'm Pat LaMarche. Thanks for joining us. We're at the Memorial Blanket Project on the West Lawn of the U.S. Capitol. I know they're from time to time, they're showing you the shots of these blankets. They're phenomenal. If you're in the area, please come on down and join us. We would love to see you. It's a little chilly. I have put my coat on now. Earlier when I was putting the blankets down, I left myself kind of in just my 2 shirts and my 2 pairs of pants and my 2 pairs of socks because it was pretty warm. But the shadows are growing long. The sun is arcing down over another part of the sky, and it's starting to get cold here. And when it's starting to get cold here, it's starting to get really cold for the people who live outside. And I have a lot of reasons why I want to end homelessness. The most important thing is because it's just ethically the correct thing to do. But another reason I want to end homelessness is because I love the snow. I love it when it snows. I'm from Maine. I love the snow. I cannot enjoy the snow when millions of people live in it. When millions of people lay down and try to cover themselves, even as generous as these blankets are. We all know that if we were outside tonight and it started snowing, we'd want more than a blanket, right? So, yeah, I want to end homelessness so I can enjoy a nice snowstorm. Or when the rain is beating on the glass in your house and it sounds so pretty, right? How can you enjoy that? When you know someone's living in it, when you know they're in their car, and that car is not a brand new 2022 car, it's a 24-year-old car with leaking seals, and so even though you have a car, the rain's coming in, and you're parking in a truck stop parking lot, and you're showering there, or you're subscribing to Planet Fitness or something so you can have a shower, and you're going to work. So I spent the better part of a decade working in homeless shelters, and I kept very good records. We all keep really good records in the homeless business. We're all trying to get the numbers out there so we can make a difference. So my anecdotal experience in the better part of a decade was that 55% of the people living in my shelter had an income, and 30% more were their children. That means that 85% of the people that lived in the shelters I worked in were the working poor and their kids. They make your sandwiches. They stock the shelves at your power retailer. They're us. They're our neighbors. And we got to stop homelessness because it's just wrong. I'm coming back in a little bit. I'm Pat LaMarche. We're going to take a minute, take a look at the blankets, and I'm awful glad you're here. Please stay with the show. We have a great lineup.
Rain. Wind. Wind is horrible, especially when it's cold and the wind blows, but rain's pretty bad too because you're walking around with wet feet.
The dampness in your bones.
Oh yeah, and get to our age, we feel every little ache.
I was staying under a bridge, and that's when I got up the next morning. I felt the pain in my foot. They had a nurse there, and he said, "You got frostbite." So they took me to the Good Samaritan. That's where they amputated him.
My wife and I separated, and I went to living in my car in a truck stop.
I'm guilty of having the same idea of what homeless people were like as probably most people do who are not. It seems that a lot of younger people don't think it's ever going to happen. I don't think I ever thought that I would be in this situation. When we lay down for the night, we sleep on mats on the floor of a church.
When you get to our age, sleeping on a concrete floor, it's not comfortable.
I think it bothers me the most like in the middle of the night when I get up. Sometimes, I mean, it's excruciating to me.
Well, I can't live like this the rest of my life. I'm gonna have to get in someplace. I can do it about 5 nights and start to mine it in my shoulder. So I stay in a motel down there.
Many of them work as hard as they can, using their strengths to just get by day after day.
Right now, I'm flying a sign. I'm out there at Pier 1. He tried, but he's got medical problems.
And when you're getting older, okay, and you're like, what am I'm gonna die homeless, jobless from a pot washer. Kind of, that's all I ever became.
Being that I was a former truck driver and I go into the flying jail lot to get fuel, they all know me in there. So they all made sure I got a shower every day and all that.
Your
and
shower is now
that's basically how I survived out there.
Shower 19.
I'd like the janitor.
A former truck driver and I go into the flying jail lot to get fuel, they all know me in there. So they all made sure I got a shower every day and all that.
Your
and
shower is now
that's
ready.
basically how I survived out there.
Shower 19.
I'd like the janitor work, dishwashing work, restaurants. But I'm retired now.
Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of people struggling in the same struggles that I am, perhaps even harder than I have to struggle because they've lived the homeless lifestyle for quite a long time.
You get the stereotype images of the barrel with the fire, and they're standing around the barrel. Then the brown bag gets passed, and that's obviously it's not all of that.
Well, some people consider you a pain in the neck. I know that. They're not too sympathetic. But you get more respect, I think. People respect, I guess they like dogs better than people.
Well, we're normal, everyday people who've just for some reason or the other made mistakes in our lives that turned out to be more detrimental than we had anticipated.
Everybody's got a different story about why they're homeless, and anything can go wrong and you can become homeless in a heartbeat.
They're trying to get me over at 1 West Penn, but they can't get me in.
Yes, we're on the list for 2 West Penn, but that could take years.
There's a real issue of older folks who are homeless because if you've had a low-paying job, say minimum wage for most of your life, what's ultimately going to happen is you're going to get a minimum Social Security payment. And if they're fortunate enough to get out of the shelter and get public housing, that apartment is going to cost them a third of their income. If their Social Security payment is about $600 a month, well, there's $200 that goes for the rent, which is a great deal. However, that leaves $400 for everything else. And that just doesn't leave a lot for survival.
To get my own place, it took a while for it to sink in, but knowing that I did have my own place with my name on the lease and everything made me feel really good. Like I accomplished something.
Diane Nyland, and it was a bit of a stretch for her because she does kid stuff. She works with school kids and toddlers. She's made really great videos like The Littlest Nomad. Her videos are wonderful, but she came to town one day and made a video for me about elders and elder orphans and people who, when they get older in life, they don't have anybody to lean on. And those stories are really important. The stories of homelessness are important. And I'm going to just keep chatting for a minute about that because I just lost my audio for the upcoming interview. But we are going to be chatting with Dawn Sawyer and Tim Hashko. They are from Bigger Vision Films. They are award-winning filmmakers who are making a film about, a feature-length film, the big stuff, about homelessness and solutions, because we're not out here with all these blankets and in the cold on the longest night of the year to talk about homelessness and not give you any answers, because that's not very fair. We want you to have a way that you can make a difference and that you can help. And so we're going to hear from Dawn and Tim. We're going to hear about their upcoming film. We're going to show you a trailer, which is really great. Are we ready for the trailer now? Okay. I guess we're not ready for the trailer. This is why people make films, because live television and podcasts are nightmares, because when you have a technical difficulty, there's nothing you can do about it. You got to just roll along with it. When I was first running homeless shelters, I was really kind of stunned by, well, two things. There's a lot to learn about the elderly, and there's a lot to learn about chronic homelessness. But if you meet an elder who's living on the street, they haven't been homeless that long. They don't have enough Social Security. When you make $700, $800, $1,000 even in a Social Security payment, you're not living anywhere in the United States. There's nowhere that you can afford the rent on that kind of payment. And then if you're chronically homeless and you've been homeless for a really, really long time, you're not going to get old. You're going to die 30 years sooner than your peers, because being chronically homeless is really, really tough on life. And so what we really want to do, what we're hoping to do, is eliminate that homelessness. And that's why we're talking to Tim and to Dawn, two guys who have been on the road all year. I have very close personal relationships with these guys, and I barely get to see them because they're on the road all the time, doing the hard work, getting the stories. I'm handing over my headphone cable so that I can get plugged in and hear the Zoom. But they're doing the work to get these interviews, and they're going to great big inner cities. They're going to more rural areas, because homelessness is everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. We want to see a trailer for their new film. Are we ready to go with that? All right, super. We're going to watch a trailer for Bigger Vision's new film, and then we'll talk to the creators, Tim Hashko and Dawn Sawyer.
So, we are on the road. Yeah, we've begun our journey to discover the solutions to homelessness.
So your answer is to put these people in temporary spaces, right? That's not a solution. Society thinks shelters are a solution, but the shelters don't think they're the solution, and the people who stay in them actually think that they're the problem.
We're just pouring money into the emergency response, $50,000 per person, and they've got nothing.
Housing not only is the most effective solution to homelessness, it is the most cost-effective solution to homelessness.
Housing First, the motto is housing and services.
No, it's not.
I promise you it is.
No, it's not.
The support services are what make the model successful.
I wouldn't be alive if it weren't Housing First.
What is the dysfunction?
It's just a lack of partnerships, a lack of collaboration.
Everybody can point the finger at one another and nobody takes full responsibility.
You have to have everybody buy in.
You can't just look at people who are on the streets right now. You also have to stop the inflow.
It costs about half to build a building like this.
It's no mistake that almost everybody in our system is Black, experiencing homelessness.
This is actually the systems that founded this country working exactly as they were intended to do, to prioritize wealth and safety and resources for white people while deprioritizing those things for people of color.
Racism ultimately causes homelessness.
There are homeless advocates who are challenging the system.
Housing is a human right.
There are progressive policymakers challenging the system.
I remember what it was like to be cold in that car and to wonder if my kids were going to die in the middle of the night.
And then there's the status quo that says, I ain't trying to see this shit go away.
You get the public on board, we're going to solve it.
The power of film.
Power of film.
I'm so glad I'm not out here no more, man. Gosh, man.
I am Pat LaMarche. I am right here on the nation's capital lawn, the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol. And I'm staring at the beautiful Washington Monument. It's a gorgeous city, designed by the same guy, L'Enfant, that designed Paris. And it's kind of a shame that this city and so many other cities and rural areas in this country have a problem with homelessness. But some guys who have some solutions, who are out there crisscrossing this country to find those solutions, are joining us right now. I'm going to welcome Don Sawyer and Tim Hashko, the creators of it. You just saw their trailer for their new film. Don, Tim, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good to be here.
It's wonderful to have you. I have a little technical difficulty going on where there's a repeat in my headphones, so I'm looking at the camera. I can't look at the Zoom, but I'm going to let you do all the talking. Don, do you want to tell us about this film and how it all started?
Yes, we did a film called Under the Bridge, The Criminalization of Homelessness. And, it did pretty well, and it's still actually doing pretty well. But we kept hearing the comment, thanks for telling us the problem, what's the solution? And we kind of took that to heart, so we decided to look for solutions, and it wasn't long before we came across Housing First. And then the first question, once you hear about Housing First, is, well, why isn't this the primary way that we are addressing homelessness in this country? And then you find out that Housing First has a million different definitions, and really what it just comes down to is housing plus services versus leaving people on the street. If you break it down to that level, then it's a very, very effective solution in all of its forms that keep with that model. So it's been a difficult film to track down because, again, everybody's definition is different. But when you just break it down to that solution, housing people versus sheltering them or leaving them on the street, that is the solution that we've found is the most effective.
So what Housing First says is, if you have a math problem to do, and we're going to make you do it outside. Or you have dinner to make, and we're going to make you do it outside. Or if you have to get to work and get back and get a shower and do everything, but you live in your car, all of your life is more difficult. So if we tackle the housing problem first, then you can do the other things you need to do. You can get to work. You can go to your therapy appointment. Your kids can go to school. So it's an aspect of saying we're not waiting for all those other problems to be fixed first. Is that kind of it?
That's totally it. I mean, and it's kind of more of a base level. You have the security of a roof over your head, and it's unsafe on the street. I remember when I was in LA, I was pursuing music. There was a moment where I had 3 weeks that I had nowhere to stay, and I had a big VW microbus, and I stayed in that. I slept on floors. By the time I got into the place that I had to wait for the first of the month to get, I remember just sitting in the corner, feeling like I just blew in from Vietnam, and I was like, that's like 3 weeks. These folks lived there all their life, you know, for years. You can't expect them to be productive if they don't have the security of a roof over their head.
And yet they are. You know, an awful lot of these guys and gals are still getting stuff done. They're a community. They're taking care of each other. I remember your first film, which was one of the most incredible films I've ever seen about homelessness. One of the things that they did when they destroyed the camp was they destroyed the library. All these people in the community that were living under the bridge, they had books. They had their medicines. They were getting by. They were functioning in a completely dysfunctional system. And then the public works people wrecked it on the order of someone who thought that would be helpful. Tim Hashko, you guys have been crisscrossing the country, and Dom was just talking about how there are 50 different or 500 different definitions. And because of that, you've done a lot of interviews. Can you tell us a little about that?
Yes, we have been on the road for over 12 months, and we just recently finished the bulk of our production. We might still have a few pickups here and there, but now we're going into the very long edit. And we traveled. I don't even know how many states we crisscrossed, but from coast to coast, and in the middle, and the south, and the north. And we filmed interviews with all kinds of people. I think at this point we have exact count 241 interviews.
Wow.
And bulk. I mean, the vast. I would say that maybe close to 100 of them is with folks who, folks with lived experience. Most of them those who have been living inside for a while, or recently, or a while. And, they have transitioned from the life of homelessness. We have had a few who's still living in the street. We talked to a lot of politicians and the business leaders. We talked to, Cori Bush, the representative from Missouri, governors, all kinds of folks, different programs, experts. And so we have a huge, vast library of knowledge that we're now deciphering.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't even imagine cataloging it. So did you find that the interviews with the people who were, I don't know, in power to be more or less of a challenge to the interviews of people who were in abject poverty or newly rehoused? What was the bigger challenge?
Challenge in terms of finding the common language or getting to them?
Yeah, either or both.
Well, in terms of getting to people, this is, I'm behind the scenes, I'm behind the camera, and Don is doing all the work, so he's the one getting to all those people. So I don't really know what the challenge there is. It looks very stressful to me from my perch, but he does all that work.
Yeah, we'll let him answer this question too in a minute.
But as far as finding the language, no, I think that we have been able to find the common. I can only remember one interview out of 241 where we didn't really find the common language with that person, but everybody seems to be, maybe two people.
Are they going to be in the film?
one for sure not. The other one probably.
Yeah.
But you know, we find that a lot of people who are, sorry, my dog is there. A lot of people who are working on this side trying to find solutions. Misha, try to find solutions to the problem. They are fairly awakened and compassionate, and there's not that callousness that, you know, we may have found back during the first film that we did in Indianapolis. You know, we haven't run into that too much.
Yeah.
So no, I don't know if that's answering the question, but
I know it's definitely. It was nice to hear from Mishka too. Now, that first film that's going to be a tall order to improve on that. That was incredible what you were able to capture. And to talk to Dawn about that thing about, like, how do you get a hold of Corey Bush? How do you get these big players with real lived experience and now lots of power? How do you get them to talk to you? But in that first film, Dawn, you had everybody talking to you, and then a few of them kind of are regretting it.
It wasn't my fault. No, I mean, I didn't twist their arm and tell them to say what they said. You know, they got mad after the fact when they lost their jobs and stuff. But
when they realized they shouldn't have told you the truth.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know why they talk to us. I mean, we get into a room with people, and there's these big cameras, and there's Tim back there, and there's me sitting down, and to this day, I don't know why they talk to us, but they do, and they tell us stuff that you know, a lot of times it just feels like they're trying to get it off their chest, or really kind of what it is. I think, now that I'm thinking about it, is nobody's asking them these questions, you know, that we're asking them. Nobody's approaching them with any type of knowledge. It's usually some media person who's flying over the issue and they don't know a thing, and so they can't really express the deeper issues of homelessness. And I think we do ask those questions, and I think that's why they talk to us.
You know, the other reason I think they talk to you is because they don't understand homelessness. In the case of your first film, they don't understand, and so they don't see anything wrong with what they're doing. So when they articulate their flawed policies that they did in that first film, they don't know what it's going to sound like to the average person. And that's where the bite comes.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah,
so how can people watch that film? How can we send people to see the first one, Under the Bridge?
Under the Bridge is available on all the digital platforms: Amazon Prime, Apple TV, Hulu. You know, all of the big ones out there. Under the Bridge, the criminalization of homelessness is the name. And if you don't have Amazon Prime account, I believe that you can still watch it on Amazon. I think they just run ads once in a while. I think that's how it's set up. So anyway, just Under the Bridge, a solution to homelessness. You Google that and it will come up. Okay, great. And what's the upcoming thing now? Lots of editing? You're winning more awards. You've won the biggest award, really, for filmmaking in the homelessness issue. What's next? Yeah, we somehow the Oscars of the homelessness field, the McKinney Award, we were fortunate to receive last month in Washington D.C.
Yeah, congratulations.
But we're beginning the big edit, and the plan with this film, the working title is Beyond the Bridge: A Solution to Homelessness. Once we have it edited, hopefully by the end of next year, the plan is, of course, we want people to see it, as many people as possible, and we're going to follow it up with a massive social impact campaign, where we're going to travel all around the country again, set up screenings with Q&As, panels, entertainment, you know, bring the community stakeholders together to see what can be done in the community, to start the dialogue.
How can those stakeholders reach out to you and become a part of your tour?
A solution to homelessness.com is our website for the film with an A before a solution to homelessness.com. You can find a solution to homelessness on Instagram, a solution to homelessness on TikTok, a bigger vision on Instagram and on Facebook. Sorry, a bigger vision films on Instagram and on Facebook. And you can sign up on a solution to homelessness.com. You can sign up for our mailing list. That's the best way to keep in touch.
Yeah, I mean, I follow you guys on Instagram, Facebook, and all that stuff. And can people send you cash? I mean, if they want to make sure your documentary gets over the finish line, do you guys take contributions?
Yes, a solution to homelessness.com. There's a donate button there. Absolutely. We'll greatly appreciate it.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thanks, Don. Thanks, Tim. I love you guys. I love the work you do. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Can I say one quick thing?
Sure. You're eating up Sam's embarrassed time, but go ahead.
All right. Just homeless advocacy, what you're doing, which is nationwide, is what has to happen. And our impact campaign is going to be designed to give like a town hall type of feel for people like you who are doing stuff like this to coordinate nationwide with everyone, because awesome. That's the only way these things happen. So good for you.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm really glad you guys said we've supported each other through this for years, and let's get this done.
Okay.
All right. All right. We're going to take a minute. We're going to show you some beautiful shots of the blanket, and then we'll be right back.
All right.
All right.
So I wonder if Sam is in here somewhere.
Yeah, he's right.
Oh, there's Sam Timberis. He's sitting there. I wonder if we can interact with him here.
If he
or if we need to be kicked out.
Maybe we need to
go. What?
Overstaying our welcome.
Can I hang out, or do I have to get off?
Oh, let's hang out.
Okay.
Really quickly, if I can just hop in, Mr. McKee, I'm going to move you to a green room.
We start where the audio is coming from?
Way.
So the stream will remain the same, but for you, you'll know
You're also like, I think things are heard about you. I have a big fat head. I was in radio for a decade, and you know, my head was.
Like most people can just stand up. I have to. Alright, cool.
Now, Matthew's in after me, and I am on.
Go. Yep, you're done. Alright, are we ready for Sam? Okay. Sam, Don, I'm gonna have you guys head out.
I'm ready.
So that they can go to the next segment.
You want us to leave?
Yeah, because I don't think they were planning.
I could be. Who's going first? Am I going first?
Yeah, Sam. You guys can stay on and.
We already went.
Yeah.
Oh, you already went?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I missed that. I wanted to hear what you were going to say.
We've got it on tape. I don't think they can hear me.
Direct all of this information.
All right, and go.
All right.
I think we have to leave. All right, I'm going.
I can't hear myself at all.
Oh, ciao.
Are you there, Sam?
Ciao, amigo.
I am.
All right, I can't hear anything.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't hear me. But that's okay, because I can hear you. Yes, I can. Hi, Sam.
Okay, good.
All right, so I'm going to look at the camera and not look at you, but it's like I'm looking at you. I'm here with Sam Timberis. He's a brilliant. Are you a psychologist?
Yeah, I'm a psychologist.
Psychologist who was telling me great stories when we went for Tim and Don's award when they won the McKinney Award for their documentary filmmaking. And I want to get to some of those stories you told, but first I want to say basically you're the creator, father of Housing First.
Right.
Right. So, yeah.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm not sure why. Maybe because you're outside, or maybe try more into the mic.
Yeah, I'll try. Is that better?
It's a little better. Yeah,
I'll also speak up more, maybe. So, when we were walking over after the award ceremony, you were telling me about your first job basically as an outreach person. Before you were the guy who said, gosh, we can't solve any problems if people don't have houses. Housing is the problem first. So tell us about that first job when you took that job and you were doing outreach to people who lived on the street.
Right. You mean how that came about? Is
that
what you're asking?
Yeah. And how and what you felt about it, what it made you feel about what you were being told to do and what people really needed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this was a long time ago, and strangely, the same system for the most part exists today for homeless services. That people are still blamed for the misfortune of being homeless, in the sense that most programs are designed to fix people before they give them housing. Let's treat their addiction. Let's get them a job. Let's make sure they're taking medication so they don't, stabilize their mental illness. And the whole system was predicated, I think, with good intentions to heal people, to make people better, so that somehow they would be ready for housing.
Yeah.
I think people assumed that people became homeless because of these problems, like they drank or they had mental health problems, and so we were going to fix that.
Right.
In hindsight, I have to say, if you sort of step out of this whole homelessness conversation and think about the general population in any country, in the United States, it's like, how many people living in houses are actually completely sober or, follow an abstinence model, or
right.
don't have drinks at work? Or how many people are not seeing a mental health professional and, struggling with mental illness? I mean, many, many, many more people are struggling with those issues, and they manage to remain housed, to hold a job, to be productive members of society while they continue to struggle with it, just like the people with diabetes, and people with heart conditions. These are conditions that are chronic, and we have learned how to manage them and have a full and meaningful life in spite of them.
Right, right.
But somehow that got lost with the people who are homeless. The people who were homeless, somehow they had done something wrong.
Yeah.
They hadn't done anything wrong. They just didn't have a family or a support system like the rest of us do, jobs, income. They were, in addition to struggling with addiction and mental illness, they also happen to be very, very poor, and they end up on the street.
Right.
And so now we're trying to get them into treatment. Now, if you think about these conditions, mental illness, addiction, diabetes, heart disease, all of the obesity, this is not something that you fix overnight. This takes months or years of committed effort and treatment. So that's a long journey. If you got to take care of your addiction and your mental illness before you get housed, you're going to be on the street for a very, very long time.
Right.
And that's what people were facing. And we would try and persuade them and say, hey, look, because that's all we knew. I mean, that was the only system around. So we'd say, look, Ralph, please, let's go get you some treatment. Let's go get you cleaned up. Because it said, but for Ralph would say, I just want a place to live.
Yeah.
That's all I need. I just need a place to live. It's cold out here. Isn't that obvious? That's what I want.
Right.
Nobody would accept them. Nobody would accept people unless they had a history of treatment.
Right. And we have some municipalities now that are saying, if you don't accept our inferior substandard shelter offer, we're gonna lock you up. And that's even going even further away from the correct solution, which is, if you have a low-wage job in the United States right now, you can't afford to live in a single state. There is not one single state where a low-wage job will pay the rent. None of them. And I think we're giving out a flyer here, and there are 8 states with an average one bedroom apartment under $1,000. 8. That means 42 states in the District of Columbia, the average rent for a one bedroom apartment is over $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
Well, nationwide, the minimum wage is still $7.25. So we have people who really, and then they're working with all their other problems as well. We were talking with Don and Tim and saying, if you had math homework to do and you didn't have a roof over your head, it would be harder to get your math homework done, let alone deal with a mental illness or some other issue that's pressing. So it's really frustrating that they don't get to that point where they understand this. One of the things that Don and Tim articulated a few minutes ago was, as they travel the country and they talk housing first with people, it seems as though an awful lot of the people that they interview have a different definition or a different way to make housing first work. And so, seeing as you're the guy who invented it, how is housing first supposed to work?
Supposed to work in a very clear way, that housing is offered to people. It wasn't designed for everybody, by the way. It was designed for people that were struggling with mental health and addiction. But what we learned there, is if we offer that group of people housing, which is what they wanted, they would be more than capable to manage the housing that was offered to them, typically an apartment of their own that's subsidized, like with Section 8. But the other thing that often gets confused or missed about Housing First is because of the way it's labeled, housing. People forget that there's a tremendous support service that goes with the housing. So Housing First is housing, first, but the support services are another part of that component. And that's what makes the program successful. People do need the support services to manage the housing. So, and when you do it that way, there's a lot of research on this now, it's been going on for decades, and there's lots of studies that show you that if you're doing the program properly, 80 or 90% of the people who get housed stay housed.
Yeah.
Now, that's Housing First. But what that also says is that, imagine then how easy it is for people who don't have a mental illness, the people that you were talking about just before. People just need a job. People just need a little extra help with the rent. Like the public housing programs where you get a rent subsidy based on your income is what would solve homelessness in the country for the rest of the population. So the 20% need housing plus services, and the other 80% just need housing, that's subsidized.
Now, I know that you probably don't have any better crystal ball than, you might have a better crystal ball than me, but this new initiative put out by the president this week, $85 billion going into housing. Do you know if they're earmarking that for Housing First?
I think the whole program is going to be driven with a Housing First philosophy, for the people that are with disabilities.
Right.
And so I think that's a tremendous shift from previous administration, where we're back on track. We're using an evidence-based approach to address that. I think one thing I have learned recently, and it's this book called "Homelessness is a Housing Problem" by Greg Colburn.
Yes.
He looked at where people are homeless in the country, and in the United States, most of the people are homeless on the coast, like from Seattle to San Diego, and the majority, but there's people all over the country. But he was trying to see what predicts homelessness, because there's all this debate, what's the root cause of homelessness? Is it poverty, what we're saying, or is it, mental illness or addiction? And they looked at data at the federal and state level. And what they found was mental illness does not predict homelessness. Mm-hmm. Addiction does not predict homelessness. What even poverty doesn't predict homelessness. What predicts homelessness is the affordable housing available in the community.
Right.
And the rent burden that people have in that community.
Right.
So all of these communities on the coasts that are just exploding with economic prosperity, taking out old housing. There's no public housing being built. There's no affordable housing being built. And so people are being displaced into homelessness. And when you look at prosperity and homelessness, they fit hand in glove.
Amazing. Yeah, it's gentrification versus who gets shoved out of the way. Sam, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm a huge fan of yours, so it's always a treat to have you on one of our podcasts. And we'll talk again. So we're sitting right in front of the national lawn for the West Lawn of the U.S. Capitol, the most powerful building in the world. And hopefully they're going to look out and see our giant blanket and say, maybe we'll go take a look at that and see what it's all about and make some changes.
With the recent announcement, and it's always a pleasure talking to you, Pat. Thanks for inviting me.
Okay, great to have you. And we're going to take a quick look. We're going to show you the blanket again, and when we come back, we'll be back with Matthew Best and his guest. We'll be right back.
We just got a Capitol Police traffic advisory. They're closing at 4 o'clock, 1st Street, between Constitution and Independence, Pennsylvania, between 1st and 3rd, Maryland, between 1st and 3rd, 1st between Constitution and Independence, East Capitol, between 1st and 2nd, Maryland, between 1st and Constitution, and tour buses will be rerouted to the 300 block of Maryland Avenue Southwest for loading and unloading. It does not say. And then at 5, the following roads were closed to the public. Independence between Washington and 2nd, Constitution between Louisiana. They're getting ready for Yes. I told Tex to text that to you.
You can let this run for like 3 or 4 minutes because his gas hasn't Zoom yet.
Yes.
But I don't know how long you
Where am I sitting down here?
You're right where Pat was.
Okay,
Matthew,
great.
if you only have one headphone on, you'll be able to hear him, but you'll be able to hear yourself. If you wear the whole headphone set, it muffles you. You can't hear you talk. So put like one on and one behind it. No.
Okay.
Just make sure one of your ears is out. All right.
Do you want your glasses, Pat?
Pat, you've got media. I know you've got to go to the bathroom. You've got media. Guy in the gray beanie and black vest. You're on at 3 to introduce the children in shelters and PA families video. Let's go. Roll it.
How long is this?
You've got 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and I'm on with Kevin McKee, right?
Yes, you're on with Kevin McKee from Pad Mission. Let's hold him for this fire truck.
And do I need to have this?
Eat it and talk loud. Do you need him in? Are you okay? You dropped something.
And Matthew?
Do you need him in for anything? Holding on the blanket. Just keep it on the
You can
blanket.
let this guy do a lot of his own explaining.
Good. I'm just going to be interested and ask questions.
Exactly. All right, you okay?
Yeah.
Let me know when you're settled and ready. And look at the camera, don't look at him. And you can tell him, I'm looking at the camera, I'm not ignoring you, I'm looking at the camera.
He sees this too.
Oh, okay. So he is looking at, okay. Look at the camera, not at your screen.
Great.
You ready?
Okay.
All right, let's go with Q12 in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back. I'm Matthew Best. I'm the pastor, and I'm really excited to be here. And next interview we have is with Kevin McKee, who's the co-founder of Pad Mission. Kevin, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, wonderful. Well, Kevin, welcome. We're glad to have you on board here.
I hope you're staying warm, and I hope everyone who is unhoused right now finds a way to stay warm.
Absolutely. I gotta tell you, we're very fortunate today. The weather is absolutely perfect. We just feel very fortunate with that, and that's not the case with everybody who is unhoused. But we just feel very fortunate and blessed about that. But let's get to Pad Mission. Tell us about it. What is it?
Yeah, so Pad Mission is a web-based software. I'm the co-founder of my other co-founder, Mike Shore. Some people in the homelessness community may know him. He's been operating, administering rental assistance in Maricopa County for about 30 years almost, and did a lot of work on the 100,000 Homes campaign. And he came to me in about 2018 and said, "Hey, I've got all these people. They all have been issued vouchers. They're looking for a place to live. And what I do is I hand them a paper list of here's a dozen or 2 dozen properties we've worked with in the past. Maybe they have availability, maybe they don't, maybe they'll accept your background, maybe they won't. Well, we don't know. Good luck." And then you're asking someone who doesn't have a computer or a living room to go home to search for housing. Maybe they have a cell phone. You're asking them to go find a place to live, and that's a challenge. So he came to me. I'm a software developer, and he said, "Can you help me build a better list?" And what we did is we built a software product that we deliver to continuums of care across the country that they use to then go recruit these property managers, educate them about rental assistance programs, get them to agree to accept people experiencing homelessness into their properties. And then that list or that online app is searchable by the case managers that are supporting these folks, and also searchable if the community chooses to by the housing program participants themselves to find their next place to live.
Wow, that's really incredible. My gosh, how long has the app been in use?
We launched in March of 2019 in Phoenix, where my co-founder operates his rental assistance, and we're now in over 2 dozen communities across the country. We're continuing to grow, and we're getting a lot of folks using the software and supporting those people who need help finding their next place to live.
So you launched right before the pandemic, and I can only imagine the impact that this had when the pandemic struck. I don't know if you can speak to that a little bit, because of just going with the pandemic, everything just went to online. Can you speak a little bit to like the timing that this must have made? What kind of impact did that have?
It was great for the communities that had it. Now in early 2020, we were still a pretty new company, so we weren't in that many communities. But the communities we were in, this really gave people an opportunity to connect with property managers and owners, to find properties, review them. It operates very similar to apartments.com or Zillow or something else. But instead of looking through thousands and thousands of listings, you're only looking through the ones that have been recruited and understand the housing programs and are willing to take them. So it was much easier for these folks to go on here, see that. They can see the pictures without having to visit, because a lot of apartment complexes and property owners just weren't doing in-person showings at the time. It has all the pictures, and again, it looks very similar to all the other apartment search websites you see. And so I think it really did have an impact on allowing people to try to find a place to live online when there were no other options.
Yeah. So how many people, do you have a sense of how many people that have been impacted because of the app?
Yeah, it's hard to say. What we don't track is we don't track who moved into which apartment.
Sure.
That's kind of the continuum of care does that. But The communities we're in, we can see how many people are logging in and searching, how many emails have gone out to property managers. And then we see in the overall statistics of the community of how they're addressing homelessness. But we have thousands of users across the country.
Okay.
Like I said, we're in over 24 communities. We're sending out hundreds of emails per week to different property managers, and we hope and we believe that the software is really helping to reduce and ultimately, hopefully, eliminate homelessness.
Right, and I would imagine you all are looking to try and expand. Is there a certain area that you're looking to try to expand to? Like, are you looking to try to get to larger cities, to medium-sized cities, small towns? What can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, a lot of our existing customers it's typically a bigger type of a city. And when I say bigger, it could be small too. But the thing is, we really believe that landlord engagement should be centralized at the continuum of care level. And so we don't sell our software to just any community that thinks this might help. We only go into communities where the COC or some organization within the COC is doing landlord engagement at the systems level. And it's really beneficial in a lot of ways. It's beneficial because a property manager, before you centralize landlord engagement, you've got a property manager who's talking to case managers from a dozen different communities, trying to recruit them in, and they're confused and they're getting different messaging. You centralize this, and then all of a sudden they just have one person they talk to. So they're getting a consistent message. They're not fielding too many phone calls, getting frustrated. But the key is the software doesn't do the work. The really, really hard work is done by whoever gets staffed as a housing locator, and their job is to go out and talk to these property managers and convince them to accept rental assistance. And so it has to be a big enough community that they have the ability and the funding to hire a dedicated housing locator, if not multiple. Because we want it to succeed. And if you don't have the ability to staff a housing locator, the software by itself won't really help. So it's typically, we do have some balance of state COCs. We have some small communities that have put a lot of emphasis on landlord engagement. So that's really the key, is as long as you're big enough to staff a full-time housing locator, then you're a good fit for Pad Mission.
And really, what you're talking about has to do with that coordination of efforts. That's something that we've been talking about as we've been doing the podcasts, and appropriate funding. And when you're talking about that locator, you're talking about somebody who's literally going around and trying to find actual housing. Is that am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe that this is the solution to solving homelessness. When you look at the numbers, the point in time count just came out from earlier this year, and it's around 600,000 individuals experiencing homelessness. Well, the St. Louis Federal Reserve recently released a report that says there's almost 3 million vacant rental units right now.
Wow.
So the problem is it's hard to find them. And it's hard to get those property managers to understand what a PSH voucher or a rapid voucher looks like and why it would benefit them to lease to someone that has that voucher. And if we can get people to get out there and find these property managers, because a lot of the property managers that will take a voucher, they're probably not a big corporation with all their different rules. It's probably a mom and pop, and they bought a new house and decided to keep their old one and just rent it out. And so you got to find those people, connect with them, get them to understand both the human side of helping someone get housed, and also the financial side of this can be really beneficial to you as a financial proposition. And if we can just connect the 3 million vacant units to the 600,000 people experiencing homelessness, development takes a long time. Building new affordable housing takes a long time. People need homes today, and we really believe this is the solution.
Right. I really appreciate you talking about that idea of, that there's these 3 million vacant properties, because that really is the idea, is that you got to have places for people to go, and it's this connecting of properties with people who need housing, right? And so I mean that's essentially what the app is trying to do. That's just incredible. That's wonderful. As we're wrapping things up here in the next couple of minutes, any type of large type of goals or things that you want to convey to the folks who are listening to the podcast that you want to get across to our folks, things that they can do maybe to help you guys out, maybe to get the app into like the cities that folks are in across the country.
That's a great question. I think the biggest thing is, and you mentioned earlier, you guys are talking about we need to come together, we need to work together to solve homelessness. The biggest challenge we have in getting Pad Mission into a community is there is a tendency for people to hoard their landlords, and they say, well, these are my landlords, and I have a relationship here, and so when I get issued a voucher and I have someone, I can go to him, and I don't want anyone else to know about him because this is my landlord. And so people try to hold on to those relationships, and it maybe does benefit the direct individual that you're helping, but it doesn't benefit the whole community of people who are searching for housing. And when you get on board to share your landlords and everyone else shares their landlords, then you have a much bigger pool. The benefits of centralizing landlord engagement, I think, are really apparent. HUD recommends that all communities do it, and some communities just haven't decided to make that change yet. And once they do decide to make that change, you're going to have more landlords, more opportunities, and we're empowering people, because if your organization just has 3 landlords you work with, what if the person you're helping doesn't want to live in any of those parts of town? They want to live somewhere else. So we want to give people options. These are human beings. They're not just numbers that get slotted into, limited options. So if your community isn't centralizing landlord engagement, I really encourage you to think about it. And once you make that decision, our software is it was specifically built to help you do that once you've made that decision. So just reach out to us, and we would love to share how we can help.
Okay, great. And maybe in 30 seconds or less, that sounds like there might be a fear that people might have. You talked a little bit about that. Is there a way that you might be able to suggest a way for people to overcome that fear of kind of letting go of a landlord, in a simple term? Like, I don't know if you have a nice, easy solution or not, and that's okay too.
I think in short, number one, it's a best practice from HUD. HUD recommends we all do it, and I think they know what they're talking about. Number two, it really is a numbers game. Like we talked about, there's enough units to house every person experiencing homelessness today, but we have to make that connection. And if we're not willing to broaden ourselves and do landlord recruitment and engagement at a community level, even if you think it's working, what's working is you giving your people limited options and not empowering them to find, to review all the places that they may want to live. And so, we really believe this is the best way to get people housed, and appreciate you giving me the chance to talk about it today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate you being on. And we appreciate the work that you're doing through your app, Pad Mission. And we will be back with Pat, who is she's gonna talk about children in shelters, and we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much again, Kevin. And all right, we'll be back.
stuffing in your hand.
I'm not supposed to go anywhere, right?
You're not supposed to go far because the next person after this is Yvonne Dissing with Diane, and then at 3:20 you've got Sarah Dobson. Pick 20.
I'll just stay right here. I don't have nothing in that. Is there another name it can go under?
PA Families?
PA Homeless Families?
Yes, that's it.
Great.
You can go set whenever you want, and whenever you're ready, you can cue that video. Okay. It's 3:03.
Great. How long is it?
4:34.
And then you're interviewing something
Something is still hot because they can't hear me.
If there's anybody watching this, I hope they like this. When I grow up, I want to do my job right because so I can get money. I like going to school.
My favorite thing I would say is math because my mom, she was good with numbers in school, so that passed down to me.
I get to play basketball and gym and other fun things. I like to do numbers and homework and spelling words. My favorite thing about school has to be getting the last class so I can go home.
I'm just scared. I can't explain what's reasoned, but I'm just too scared for anything.
I sleep in a church with a nice air mattress. Because people, one day when I go to sleep, they don't go to sleep. It just makes me just stay up. Oh, well, sometimes we get one mat and sometimes two. One mat's not comfy.
I get up, my back hurts. See, when I get up on my old bed, my back doesn't hurt, but when I get off the floor, it hurts.
A vehicle, food, clothing, and a home. Because I have to wake up really early because I sleep at a church. I don't really want to wake up, but after that, I get my clothes on, get my boots on, then we go outside, and then we go to the center, get our book bag stuff ready, and then we eat a quick breakfast, and then we start walking to school.
I'm scared of people. Like if they ask me to walk me home, and it's hard when you're struggling.
I just tell them that we're staying at a hotel because we're on vacation. I need coloring pencils, 5 books, math books, and reading books so I can read, and some uniform, pants, and sneakers and shirt.
I like them to know that it's not easy being homeless and that many people are, and that we're just looking for an opportunity to have our own place.
I'm kind of bad myself.
I'm Diane Nyland of Hear Us, and I have the pleasure now of speaking to a friend of mine from just about forever, a dinosaur, I call her, and I say that affectionately because I'm a dinosaur too. Yvonne Vissing, are you there? Oh, hey, technology works wonders when it works. So it's a joy to talk to you this afternoon. And where are you? Whereabouts are you right now?
I am in Bath, Maine, just down from the bridge.
Oh, good for you! I'm glad you got up there, and hopefully it's going to be an enjoyable visit. I'm down here sitting in front of the Capitol, and you and I are going to have a few minutes to chat about what, I don't know, maybe what we'd like to tell our members of Congress that they need to do, and kind of talk about what we do and how we know each other and all that. So if someone were to ask you, do you know Diane Nyland and how do you know her? I'm going to let you say that, and I'm going to then do the flip-flop to you.
I heard about Diane Nyland before I ever met her, and she had this reputation of being the cutting edge in education and filming. And I met you at a conference, and we became sisters at that point. And we have been colleagues ever since, trying to fight the good fight to protect children, since we know that housing is one of the most essential things that children need in order to grow up well.
It's been a while. And I remember first reading your book that you wrote in the early 90s about family homelessness. And I was like, who is this woman? And as fate would have it, our paths have crossed. You work as a professor at Salem State University, out there in Massachusetts land. And you have, they handed me your biography and your all the information, and I'm just like, I can't just read that to everybody because nobody would believe that that's all you do. But could you just maybe say the first few things that come to your mind that, when people think about Yvonne Vissing, how they know you professionally?
Yes, thank you for asking. So I am the U.S. Policy Chair for the UN's Convention on the Rights of the Child Policy Center that's out of Cyprus with a group of other scholars around the world. And we're all fighting together to improve children's ability to survive and thrive. And so I started the Center for Childhood and Youth Studies at Salem State. I'm a professor there. I'm a sociologist specializing in pediatrics, families, and community. And community has so much to do with how we all fare. I'm now finishing my 16th book, which is on children's human rights in the USA. So I'm having a very big career dedication to trying to improve human rights especially for the most vulnerable populations who often get overlooked, like homeless children.
Wow, and I'll tell you, that is a population that is overlooked. And I have been honored to work with you and Chris, and worked on a book on family homelessness. And there is no book like it out there. The paradigm, changing the paradigm, excuse me, because I'm tired, so if I screw something up, it's just because my brain is tired. But changing the paradigm of homelessness. And you and I and Chris worked on that, and it's out now. It's being used in more and more colleges and universities. And what I like about it, and I think the selling point is that we really tell the truth about family homelessness. And I say that with a little bit of a snicker in my voice, because there's some things about family homelessness that don't get taught or talked about even, and don't get dealt with in Congress. And so what would you say would be some of the key points that we brought up in our book that people might be interested in? Yvonne, are you there? Did I lose Yvonne? Is my audio still live? So I can talk about what the key points are, because Yvonne, through technology's little glitches. So anyhow, we wrote this book, and one of the main points that we made in our Changing the Paradigm book was the fact that so many families experiencing homelessness are not counted because they don't fall under HUD's very narrow, unrealistic definition of homelessness. So they're not counted, and that's the bottom line. And so in order to if they're not counted, they don't get served, and that's been the problem. So Yvonne, are you back?
I'm back.
Okay.
I haven't moved.
All right. Somehow we lost you, but that's been happening today off and on. So it's no fault of anybody's except the techno gods. So I guess
earlier.
Go ahead.
Earlier you asked about what would I like the Congress people in Washington to know.
Yes.
And that is that homelessness is totally preventable. That every time a community builds a shelter, I think that it means that they gave up on trying to have affordable, available housing for everyone. And it is a real sin, in my opinion, that children need a house. Parents need to have a house. We are able to do our schoolwork there. We are able to go to work. We are able to eat properly. We're able to keep clean. We're able to sleep. We're able to build community and neighbors. And for people to have 4 houses and then when other people have nothing, I don't know how they sleep at night. And I really think that our book on changing the paradigm of homelessness means that we need to stop criminalizing it. We need to stop thinking that somebody else is going to solve it. These are our neighbors. These are our friends that could be. All right, and we need to really step up and take care of this by dedicating ourselves to a human rights perspective. And that's what the book is about.
Absolutely. And I couldn't agree with you more. And I guess I'm sure you were as heartened as I was. Just this past week, both the Connecticut Mirror and the Boston Globe came out with 2 excellent, grueling. I found the stories hard to read with all my knowledge and experience with families. And it's like they really talked about basically the insanity of the narrow definition of homelessness and how these families are agonizing because of technicalities. And that's, I guess, what I'd like to shout over to Congress, that we need to make sure that those who are in homeless situations, lost their housing, stuck in motels and bouncing from friend to couch and everybody, that they are considered homeless And it's something that there's no excuse not to do that, because I don't want to quote the numbers, but this one family went through, I think, $40,000 of their own money trying to keep a roof over their head because they didn't qualify as homeless, and they're just like totally out of money now. And now, okay, now they're going to be really, really super duper homeless, and they're absolutely ravaged, and mentally and physically and financially, and it's going to take so much more to get them back on their feet. And it's like, we could have stopped this from the get-go, and we didn't. And you talk about sin. If we want to talk about pure evil, this is the kind of thing that I just can't take prisoners on it, because it's a matter of, it is so wrong to see these families suffer as much as they do physically and mentally, and then then we leave them on the streets. That's totally insane. Yvonne, are you there? Did I lose Yvonne again? I lost Yvonne again, but it's not because I don't have anything to say here. So, I would just say that the textbook actually will validate these stories that have just recently come out this past week. And when I say I had a hard time reading it, it really made me sad to see what these families were going through because we couldn't find the help for them. And it's to me the kind of thing that, as a citizen of this country, I just find myself saying, this is wrong. This is wrong that we are letting people go through this and watching them fall, watching them stumble, watching their kids suffer, and not doing anything about it because they're not homeless enough. I've talked to way too many families that have gone through that experience of not qualifying for HUD's definition of homelessness. And frankly, it's something I've spent my past 20 or so years working on, and I will continue to do it as long as I can. And Yvonne, thank you wherever you are. You fell off or something happened, but thanks for joining us for this. And hopefully we can just keep up our efforts, because you are just the warrior woman, and we consider you an honorary babe of wrath, and we just want to keep working together on this. Lost both of us? Or?
All right, we are back, and I want to welcome Sarah Dobson from Lutheran Services in America. Welcome, Sarah. Yeah.
I'm inside in the warm, but you're out with the blankets, and that's a kind of a fitting metaphor, I suppose, for the conversation.
Right. You know, I was just commenting. I was just saying maybe we should start grabbing some of the blankets over here to the podcast and start wrapping ourselves in some of the blankets. So, all right. So, tell us who is Lutheran Services in America?
Sure. So, and again, thank you so much for including us and inviting us. Lutheran Services in America is the national network, powerful network of 300 faith-based Lutheran health and human services organizations. And we're one of the largest national nonprofits in the country. And we actually reach 1 in 50 people in America every year through our work in skilled nursing, in children, youth, and family services, and then, of course, why we're here today, in housing services. And we were actually founded in 1997 by a nationwide network of those Lutheran health and human services providers, together with the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, known as ELCA, and the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, LCMS.
Okay, so you're ecumenical in that sense.
Yes,
that's great. Wonderful. Great. And tell us, what is your role? What is the Senior Director of Public Policy and Advocacy? Tell us what that means in layman's terms.
Well, I get to do things like this, which is great, but I've been with the organization for about 5 years, and in my role, I represent our network and Lutheran Services in America with Congress, with lawmakers and their staff, with the administration, with regulatory agencies and national organizations and coalitions, bringing our faith-based voice and message of working with our neighbors forward. And really our goal, my goal and my role, is to ensure sound public policies that improve the health and well-being of all people in America and strengthen the nonprofit sector, and especially addressing the needs of faith-based health and human services nonprofits.
I can't imagine that keeps you very busy, huh?
No, it's an easy job, and I in fact probably close up shop and go home.
Yeah, right. Right. So tell us a little bit about what the scope of the network's work on homelessness issues are.
Well, our network really spans the country, from California to New York, and although we have 300 member organizations. Not all of them work on housing, but of those that do, we have about 26 different organizations that operate in 140 plus locations around the country. And that represents 122 cities and 14 states. So they're doing work in all types of areas: urban, suburban, small, rural, large cities, and really finding a lot of unique ways to meet people where they are and help them on these issues and try to get at the roots of the problem and not only provide services and work with them.
Okay, great. So you've kind of given us a great overview. I'm wondering, maybe can you give us some examples of, like, more specific examples of what that might mean in a more specific location?
Yeah, so I'd like to share kind of a few examples, showcase a few of our members who are really working in different ways to address the different phases of homelessness. And I think that's an interesting way to think about this, that there's kind of some traditional things that people think of that I might have thought of before I started working with our members of, you operate a shelter and you help people, and that's what we're doing about this problem. And sure, that yes, and there's a lot of other ways that some of our members are approaching these issues. And so just to start, so Lutheran Social Services of Northern California is really focused on supportive housing and helping individuals and families rebuild their lives after they've been through an experience of homelessness. And their real blueprint and North Star is using stable housing and offering compassionate, individualized, non-judgmental guidance to each person to give them the support that they need. And I thought this was an interesting way that they framed it for me as we were talking, as I was preparing for today. They've got nearly 4,000 individuals of all ages from birth to 102 years old who are in safe, stable housing and receiving care and support through their programs in 7 counties in Northern California.
Wow.
And yeah, and they've got a couple of unique programs that I'd love to share, and one that we hope might get some traction and maybe be replicated around the country. Any of these programs that we'll talk about, but first, LSS in Northern California is partnering with CalAIM, and that's California's Medicaid program.
Okay.
This is a new special program that they're trying out that helps them address social determinants of health for people through enhanced case management and community services and supports. So what that means is they're helping individual people one-on-one with what they need specifically. So it's not a one-size-fits-all program, and it's really, even though it's through Medicaid, which we think of as a health program, and it is, there's a growing understanding that a lot of these social determinants of health are what allows someone to become and live a healthy way. So if someone doesn't have housing, it's really hard to stay healthy, to eat right, to maintain your sobriety, to see a doctor. And so they're working on these kinds of things and wrapping it into Medicaid services. And it's really already achieving success. So we're hopeful that this is something that other states might choose to replicate to build on these kinds of ideas. Strong focus on working with youth, especially people who are transitioning out of foster care. So they use evidence-based practices and frameworks to run their youth education and employment initiative. And this is something that a lot of people maybe don't focus on, the idea that kids, youth that are considered legally adults as they age out of the foster care program really kind of age out, and that might be it. They might not have other supports in place. And so they were housed and fed and cared for until they turned 18, and then they need some help and support and guidance to get on their feet, as we all do, but they don't have necessarily their family of origin behind them, or even a foster family that's able to take them past that age of 18. And so they're really at risk of experiencing homelessness when they're just kind of turned out and need to find their own way. So programs like this place a really big emphasis on services, increase educational attainment and completion. So getting a credential, whether that be high school diploma, GED, or some other training program that allows them to get living wage employment and really leading to lifetime self-sufficiency. And again, this is another program that tries to address the social determinants of health. So recognizing that all of these pieces surrounding someone are really what helps him or her increase resilience, develop the kind of connections to caring adults that might be needed to support them going forward and help them build their success. Addressing mental health challenges, job training, and really doing a lot of work with these folks to help them get into supportive housing programs. And, I think we still have time. I'd love to share. So there's some other people around the country. That was California.
Yeah.
If we move over to the Northeast, one of our members, Centria Care Alliance, is based around New England, but they really have a phenomenal program in Massachusetts working with another different phase of homelessness, low-income single teenage mothers and their small children. And so their young parent living program works with young women who might otherwise be homeless or living in unsafe situations or in substandard housing, and gives them support, counseling, training, advocacy and transitional housing in 2 facilities, the Florence House in Worcester and the Ruth House in Brockton. And really, this provides them with wraparound services for themselves, for their kids, in safe, therapeutic residential environments, and really is inclusive of cultural norms, so that it's recognizing differences among people, and allowing them help in obtaining services. So they've had so far 22 families that have been impacted by the program that have received housing and case management. And all of these young women, and it is primarily women, young parents are required to work for a high school diploma or GED. And then what's really remarkable is with all of these supports, 80% of the young women who have been discharged from the program have made progress, which is going to allow them to have sustained independence, free from a return to being unhoused. So the proof is really in the pudding, and I think it's something that we don't always think of, or at least I wouldn't have, I don't think. When we think of homelessness, we don't necessarily think of people who are in maybe unstable settings, but they have a home, but they're at risk of losing that if just one thing goes wrong.
If we could transition to some key policy issues, because some of what we've been talking about throughout the day has been about, we're here in Washington D.C. We're at the base of the U.S. Capitol, with hopefully with lawmakers looking on, although they're a little occupied today, I think, with President Zelensky coming into town. But homelessness has been on the agenda, thanks to the administration and their recent push about homelessness. So I'm wondering if you might be able to talk about some of the key policy issues that you'll be focused on, especially with the new Congress that's going to be coming in the next few weeks, honestly, and how it relates to housing.
Sure. So a couple of things that we're focused on and have been on our mind. So kind of starting from the bottom, but not least important by any means, is the idea of what we call decriminalizing homelessness. And that relates to ensuring that things like sleeping overnight in public is not viewed as a criminal offense and does not become a criminal record for someone that has had that. Things that are only crimes because the person is homeless that's doing them, so, or things that are circumstantial by virtue of not having a home, that would otherwise, you would not be committing that act. And so that's something, dealing with someone who is experiencing homelessness and helping address that situation. And then kind of moving upward, shelters an intermediate solution to a broader housing problem, but really the number one challenge that is faced and that our members that work in the space tell us is the lack of affordable housing.
Right.
You can provide all the wonderful services in the world, but if there aren't places for people to go and live that they can sustainably afford going forward, it's not going to work. And so we're focused on increasing investment in and access to affordable housing stock. And that's something one of our members, Lutheran Metropolitan Ministry in Ohio, has been increasingly focused on, and addressing the idea that the lack of affordable housing is going to continue to cause homelessness, because there just aren't places for people that are affordable and sustainable. And so housing is really the ultimate solution. And in fact, that member of our network, Lutheran Metropolitan Ministry, raised for me, and it's something that we're going to be including in our policy focus, is the idea of more low barrier housing being needed. And that's what I mean by that is trying to take away restrictions on units that would be affordable for someone coming out of homelessness, but there's some other barrier put in place that prevents them from applying or successfully renting that unit. For example, in their program, new housing for families coming out of homelessness does not screen or even ask about criminal record or eviction history or source of income. So things that that more communities and landlords really need to do to enable people to come in, because they may be able to afford the place, but they can't get their foot in the door. And we're also hoping to support wraparound services, things like I shared from California, building on existing successes where housing is viewed as a wraparound service necessary to achieve health and well-being. And so it's something that you need in order to be healthy, to live your best life. It's not, obviously we all want everyone to be housed, but it's not only housing for its own sake. It's the whole person's health and success, and ensuring that providers that are doing that work can be reimbursed so that they can continue to do that work and help people, and really targeting resources and coordinating efforts. So focusing on the ending veterans homelessness was a good example of this in the administration. So, and then finally, just kind of underpinning or overlaying, whichever way you want to look at it, all of this is approaching our advocacy work through a race equity lens to identify public policy changes that need to be made to address racial inequities. Too many of the policies that have caused systemic homelessness have problems and have created, inequities, racial inequities that we hope we can begin to address to kind of bring some equity to these issues.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Sarah. I wanted to ask, how do people, maybe a website or something, where would people go to find out more information about Lutheran services?
Sure. And I'm double checking because I go to it so frequently that I want to make sure. It's like asking for your own phone number.
No, I was just going to say that. I'm like, if you asked me my own phone number, I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. So we are lutheranservices.org. And we've actually just recently redone our whole website, so it's bright and shiny and new.
Great.
And you can see our work, about us, and then all of our member network maps and the work that they do around the country. And we've got a lot of really great highlights of things that our network members are doing in all of the states.
Perfect. Well, again, thank you so much, Sarah. You've been so very educational for us, and we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us. And now we're going to transition, and we're going to go over to, I think Diane is going to jump on board here with our next our next interview. So thank you very much. All right. Thanks, Sarah. Bye.
Well, good afternoon again. I'm here this afternoon at the Memorial Blanket Project with Kim Johnson from the National Low Income Housing Coalition, a group that I have to say that over the years I've absolutely loved your work. I love your reports, the Out of Reach report being one really very useful one for me in all the years. And so Kim, thanks for coming out, shivering a little bit here on this December 21st afternoon. And we're here at the site of the Memorial Blanket Project, and we're doing this because it is the longest night of the year, Homeless Persons Memorial Day. And we'd like to talk this afternoon a little bit about housing and what's going on in our country. We just had a new budget that's getting passed, and some good things are happening, and some not good things are not happening, or happening because they're not happening. But anyhow, all that being said, can you just, because I don't have my notes, I don't have anything here, and I'm going to just give you a chance to talk about what you do at the coalition.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me. It's really an honor to be here, especially for this Homeless Persons Memorial Day. What an incredible and moving event to be part of. I'm Kim Johnson, the Senior Policy Analyst with the National Low Income Housing Coalition, where I handle the coalition's work related to appropriations as well as implementing the protections in the Violence Against Women Act, eviction protections, and housing for people exiting incarceration and those with a conviction history.
Oh, those are all topics that we could sit here for hours and freeze to death talking about them, but those are all so vital to understand and to get Congress to understand. And I guess because I'm fortunate in Illinois, Congressman Foster is my congressman, and he is just tremendous on the issue of homelessness and all of the related topics. He gets it. A lot of members don't get it, and I know you get to talk to them because that's what you do as a senior policy analyst. But what does Congress do well when it comes to homelessness?
Oh, what a question. So I think that there are certain things to really pay attention to. So first, let's maybe start with the federal budget. I think that we can think about a budget as a moral document, right? The budget outlines what we as a country prioritize and what we as a country choose to ignore. And so the Congress just introduced their final budget for the new fiscal year, and we saw some increases in funding for services for people experiencing homelessness, including $3.6 billion for HUD's Homeless Assistance Grants account, and of that, I think $17 million for the acquisition and development of new housing, permanent supportive housing for people experiencing homelessness. And so, those are all absolutely welcome funding increases and absolutely needed funding increases. There was also an expansion of housing vouchers to an additional 12,000 households, and for people at risk of or experiencing homelessness, vouchers can really be helpful in helping find a place to live that will provide them with the stability needed to thrive. Unfortunately, what we see time and again is the chronic underfunding of these vital programs. As much as certain members of Congress really care about this issue, like you said, Representative Foster has been a really reliable champion on affordable housing and homelessness issues. There are also members who don't see the necessity of that funding, or who think that, homelessness is in some way an individual choice or an individual, quote unquote failure, as opposed to something that is systemic and something that we as policymakers can address through policy. And so we really think about homelessness as a policy choice, and one that we need to make different decisions around in order to make sure everyone has a safe place to call home.
Yeah, let me talk about a different decision that I'd like to see made, and that is I deal with so many families who are not homeless enough by HUD's definition. And it is the kind of thing that when I sit and have a conversation like this and I interview a family because I'm making a film, and you sit there and you just agonize because this family isn't homeless enough by HUD's definition, which I can't say this is why you can't get help, because it doesn't make any sense to me at all, because I see it from their side. You know, and then I have policy people say, well, you know, we don't want to open a floodgate, we don't have enough resources, this and that. My point that I've said from the very get-go, when this whole definition issue came up, probably close to 20 years ago, so I've been fighting this. So I'm like, Congress doesn't know that we have all these families, so they can't make a decision for these families if they don't know it, because we're not counting them. And so it's like, until we get to count and say, look, we have 7 million kids and their parents that are homeless, or whatever the huge number is. It's not, you know, 550,000. It's millions and millions. So until we can tell Congress, hey, look, millions, we got to do more. And I know no administration is going to want to say, well, you know, in our administration, we went from having 550 million to 7 million, or whatever number we're going to come up with. So, but we need to make that hard decision. And I'm just like waiting and waiting for people to hear these families. My organization is called Hear Us. I want them to be heard, and I want them to be helped.
Yeah.
And so what can we do to help bring that about?
Yeah, and you bring up a really important point, right? And undercounting the number of people experiencing homelessness and families experiencing homelessness doesn't do anything to help those families. So in refusing to change the definition of homelessness, and in refusing to help a broader swath of families who are at immediate risk of homelessness, we're also really kind of cutting off those resources from people who need it the most. And so it's a great question as to what can we do in order to make sure that, you know, how we're counting people experiencing homelessness actually reflects the numbers. And we've been having, you know, discussions at the federal level for what changes need to be made in order to more accurately count those families. And so, yeah, I wish I had a solid, like a real answer of, yeah, we're talking to, you know, Congress, and they're listening, and they're gonna hear us finally.
I'd be so happy.
Me too. But, you know, this is a fight that we are going to continue to have, and one that I think is absolutely necessary in order to really start understanding the broad swath of the problem, and in order to really start funding solutions at the level needed. Because, you know, if we're only funding for the 550,000 people who are officially counted as part of the point in time count, we're not counting so many families that need help. And we're also forcing them into more desperate situations.
Absolutely.
So there absolutely needs to be changes made to how we define homelessness and how we respond to it as a country.
Yeah, I would urge people to read the both Connecticut Mirror and the Boston Globe this week had articles about families that were not homeless enough. And
I think I read the Boston Globe article.
yeah. Oh my gosh, it was hard for me to read. I mean, it's just like, it's just so frustrating. So I will do anything I can do as a one-person organization. I'd be happy to help in any way I can to get that to happen. I've got so many stories, films, and all. So it's a matter of, if you need some evidence, I've got plenty of it. So,
yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
And we'll be happy to take you up on that.
Okay. Well, Kim, we're sitting out here shivering, and at this point, I will just say that you coming out here really means a lot to us.
Oh, of course.
And I hope you get a chance to look at these blankets, because just seeing them will warm your heart, and I think you'll see how much love there is in our country. And so I want to just thank you and the coalition for all that you all do, and anything I can do to be a part of that, I'll be happy to.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for all the incredible work that you're doing too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cut the blanket.
Cut the blanket. Okay, there. Hi, it's Diane Nyland from Hear Us and the Memorial Blanket Project again. And I'm here to first of all introduce the video that we're going to see, and it's Parking Lot Survival. I'm the one that made the film. I had a family in Oregon that was willing to let me be the follow them around for a day, and they're living in a car. It was a mom and a son and a dog and a cat. And I'll tell you, the video itself, you just feel what it's like to be them, and it's not a pretty picture, but it's a picture that we need to see because there's so many families in this and worse situations. So I think we're going to cut to video now. Is that like me talk? You want me to talk more? Yeah, okay. I can. So the mom and their son would actually find room to park somewhere safely every night, someplace different every night. And then they had a little routine where they would find a bathroom, and they would, it's just like you see what they do to survive. That it's just the normal stuff that all of us do, but they just don't have a home. So I'm going to take a few minutes and watch that film right now.
You want to go out, Blake? Blake, come on out. Go. Go. Okay, we're going to have to sell for the church. Everything just gets ripped off the wedding. There's the shoes right there. My favorite color? Nice, honey. Nice, nice. I don't want a 2-car garage. Yeah, I don't want the white picket fence life. I just want the simple life. Okay, here. Get some clothes on so you're not freezing your little butt off. Okay.
I don't pee.
Where's your flip-flops?
There's just one.
There's just one flip-flop.
What
the hell? During school days, I will typically park by the school, put his clothes on in the car. Then we'll walk into the school and we'll brush our teeth, wipe him down, do all that. We need to go get your soccer uniform. Okay?
Didn't do
Alright, you get your uniform on. I left home because I got into an altercation with family, and so I don't talk to my family no more. Car started having issues, and I'd rather stay in an area where I know it's not too cold and has a lot of food resources. There is a meal every day here. A lot of the churches usually have really good meals. Here, carry this. Here, I got you Pop-Tarts, snack. There's really not much snack. I really do just try to live the simple life. I found that the less you care in life, like what others think, the happier you'll be. So I don't really think it bothers him too much moving. He's never really said, hey, I don't like this. And his behavior doesn't really show that it's a problem. I'm winning. How's it cheating?
No! Why you the dory?
I have heard him say that he misses our camper because that's like the last place where we were happy and stable. We had a like 30-foot camper, and we had a chicken. We had our dogs. He had the top bunk where he laid, and the bottom bunk was his playroom. Then me and my husband at the time had our bedroom. We had the DVDs. If he has his toys and he has a DVD player, he'll be happy.
So no, Carter, we're gonna go wait tonight. So go get something.
You did really good. This is either cleared or stuff. He's here when I'm driving, obviously. He and the dog, and then he sleeps here. And then I just lay here. I recline the seat. I drive here and I lay there. Well, I'm silly. Hold on, Mom. You gotta get your soccer stuff back in your soccer book bag. Yeah, and then we got little flashcards. That's what he's doing right now. Bedtime. Okay, come on, dog. Figure out what we're doing. And then here's your monster pajamas. What Spider-Man book? This one. We're reading Spider-Man tonight. Here, get in the sleeping bag. Let me get the sleeping bag up.
Oh, I'm falling.
Lay your head down. What do you think? Good? Mm-hmm. Yeah? You all comfy?
Hey, it's Diane Nyland here again at the Memorial Blanket Project. I had the honor a few years ago of hanging out with a family in Oregon that was living in their car. And the film that we're going to see now is going to give you a chance to be with the family for just a little bit and see what they go through. This is a family that is homeless. They've been homeless and they were out on the coast of Oregon. Just trying to survive, and survival is nothing simple when you're with a little child and no resources. So the film Parking Lot Survival is the one that we'll watch now, and we will talk about that and kids that are experiencing homelessness in schools after the film.
You wanna go out, Blake? Go, Blake, come on out. Go. Go. Okay, we're gonna have to sell for the church. Everything just gets ripped off the way. There's the shoes right there. My favorite color? Nice, honey. Nice. I don't want a 2-car garage. Yeah, I don't want the white picket fence life. I just want the simple life. Okay, here. Get some clothes on so you're not freezing your little butt off. Okay.
I don't pee.
Where's your flip-flops?
There's just one.
There's just one flip-flop.
What the
hell? During school days, I will typically park by the school, put his clothes on in the car. Then we'll walk into the school and we'll brush our teeth, wipe him down, do all that. We need to go get your soccer uniform. Okay? Alright, get your uniform on. I left home because I got into an altercation with family, and so I don't talk to my family no more. Car started having issues, and I'd rather stay in an area where I know it's not too cold and has a lot of food resources. There is a meal every day here. A lot of the churches usually have really good meals. Here, carry this. Here, I got you Pop-Tarts, snack. There's really not much snacks. I really do just try to live a simple life. I found that the less you care in life, like what others think, the happier you'll be. So I don't really think it bothers him too much. Moving, he's never really said, hey, I don't like this. And his behavior doesn't really show that it's a problem. I'm winning! Calvin's cheating!
No! Why you the joy?
I have heard him say that he misses our camper because that's like the last place where we were happy and stable. We had a like 30-foot camper, and we had a chicken, we had our dogs. He had the top bunk where he laid, and the bottom bunk was his playroom. Then me and my husband at the time had our bedroom. We had the DVDs. If he has his toys and he has a DVD player, he'll be happy.
So, no, Carter, we're going to go tonight, so go get cooking.
You did really good. This is either cleared or stuff. He's here when I'm driving, obviously. He and the dog, and then he sleeps here, and then I just lay here. I recline the seat. I drive here and I lay there.
Well, I'm silly.
Hold up, let me go get your soccer stuff back in your soccer book bag. Yeah, and then we got little flashcards. That's what he's doing right now. Bedtime. Okay, come on, dog. Let's figure out what we're doing. And then here's your monster pajamas. What Spider-Man book?
This one.
We're reading Spider-Man tonight. Here, get in the sleeping bag. Let me get the sleeping bag up.
Oh, I'm falling.
Lay your head down. What do you think? Good? Mm-hmm. Yeah? You all comfy?
Good afternoon again. It's Diane Nyland here at Memorial Blanket Project, and I'm here this afternoon to talk to a longtime friend of mine, John McLaughlin, who's at the Department of Education. He oversees the McKinney-Vento program for homeless students, and John and I have known each other and worked hard together, and thanks for coming out, John, and shivering here instead of being in your office where it's nice and warm.
My pleasure. Yes, it's great to see you again, although in chillier circumstances than the summer, right?
Yeah. You know, so we're here to talk about the issue of, McKinney-Vento, which you and I know what McKinney-Vento is, but a lot of people are like, huh, who, what? And so let me just throw that at you. You can describe McKinney-Vento and what it is with regard to students in school. school that are in homeless situations?
Sure. I mean, specifically, our piece is the Education for Homeless Children and Youth program in the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. And, when people hear homelessness, they think the biggest need is housing. But when you look at it from the perspective of a child, we would say children need stability in many areas, including their caregivers and their peers, to really support their own development. That's the most rapid period of development in their lives. And there may be all sorts of residential instability and family stress. I think it's a great support to parents when they know their children are cared for by really loving, known caregivers.
Absolutely. And the stability thing is something that some people don't think about. First of all, they don't think about the fact that we have millions of kids experiencing homelessness. And in the schools, you can kind of talk a little bit about the numbers there in the schools and kind of what some of the trends are there.
Yeah, so it's been over 1 million students. We're at 1.1 million for the latest publicly available data, which is the 2021 school year, the full year of the pandemic. And we peaked at over 1.5 million in 2017-18. And data are just coming in today and tomorrow from states for the 21-22 school year, and indications are it's going back up. And we're not surprised, because after virtual instruction ended in so many districts and states, more and more staff were able to do that kind of outreach to families and to students, get them identified, enrolled, connected, and so of course numbers are going up. Mind you, so is the cost of housing and a bunch of other things, so that's impacting it too.
Oh, it's certainly, and it's horrifying to think that. To me, I describe it as a perfect storm now. Like after the pandemic and the evictions and all the economic turmoil that we're in, the families that have no ability to hang on now are really falling through like in just a horrific way. So
yes.
I'm not surprised your numbers will be going up. I'm saddened about it because we haven't quite gotten the folks over in Capitol to come up with the money needed both for the education programs and for housing options. So it's a scary time because you just read and hear the stories of families and how they're suffering. So, but you're right, school stability is important. And
yeah, I wanted to say, well, first of all, I'm pleased to hear that there are proposed increases for our program and many other homeless assistance programs. It may never be enough. The needs are huge, and we're aware. And one thing that people who aren't, don't have a lot of exposure to children and families experiencing homelessness think, well, moving is moving, middle-class families move, lots of Americans move, and they don't see that when the family's already under duress and there's instability everywhere, changing schools, the adults in their lives, the academic impact is way worse, first of all for students in poverty, but even more so for students who are homeless. When we look at the data each year on reading and math proficiency, graduation rate, chronic absenteeism, you name it, homeless students are always about 10 percentage points worse than students who are in poverty, who are economically disadvantaged. So clearly there's a big impact. And that's, not every student, that's the majority, like 3/4 of them. You do have homeless to Harvard and straight A students who experience homelessness too, and they need supports as well. But we want to really focus on the overall needs of the population.
Yeah, and the stability thing, again, people who don't understand it, they don't get how important it is. And the fact that trauma is something that is so present in the lives of the kids and their parents. And, just doing without and not knowing where you're going to stay and if you're going to be able to stay in the motel one more night because we don't have enough money and, all of the things that the families just experience. The kids experience adult problems.
Yes.
And it's something that's just really devastating for them. And,
yes.
The families that I interview, I mean, it's almost like there's a script and there is no script, but they say the same things, and it's so heartbreaking because we don't see the families.
And no one wants to wear a badge of homelessness, so, students and their parents are going to probably keep it under wraps unless they know that there's some support they can get if they identify. There are risks to, being identified in a way. And same thing, district staff may not know because families aren't necessarily in shelters or cars. They could be doubling up with other family, relatives or friends. And that seems like a roof over your head, but it could be overcrowded, it could be violent or unsafe, it can be stressful in many ways. And so teachers and staff really need to be sensitive about how they go about asking, about a student's situation at home.
And the one of the many good things about McKinney-Vento is the fact that each school district has a homeless liaison designated. That's an official part of the law.
Right.
Now, we know that it's a good part of the law, but it's also something that hasn't really always worked in some places, that they just, staff is overwhelmed or any number of reasons, and they just don't quite get the trained staff.
We recognize the challenge because, mind you, even in a large district, for example, there could be dozens of schools, right? And you have one liaison for the district for hundreds or thousands of students. And only a quarter of our districts are getting homeless education grant funding, right? So then the other 3/4 don't really. Now, with the American Rescue Plan, we had that infusion of $800 million, and this year in particular, it's going to about half of school districts, really supporting the staff who can do the outreach and connection to services. So
that was just an amazing thing to see happen, and to know that, because I've been in different districts across the country, and I see when the money comes through what happens, and it's life is not perfect, but it certainly helps the liaisons do their jobs, the districts do their jobs, helps the families, and it just needs to happen more.
Yes, and we're seeing a lot of innovation, a lot of creativity. School districts are coordinating more with community-based organizations who focus on marginalized or historically underserved populations, and that's a stretch for them. It's a growth, but we're really pleased to hear that that's going on in states around the country.
So what can you say about the little ones? The kids aren't in school yet, they're babies, they're toddlers, and they're with families that don't have a place to live.
Yeah, so I said we have over 1 million students just in kindergarten through 12th grade, but there's probably an equal number that's, kind of infant, toddler, preschool age from birth to age 5. We don't have a lot of data on this population because, as you know, many school districts don't have public preschool in many states, and our subgrants are going to a quarter of school districts. So it's very unlikely that a young child is going to be served by our subgrant. But when they are, and there's roughly 50,000 of them, they tend to be concentrated in family shelters, and we do early childhood education, often after school while their older siblings are getting tutored and supported in their homework. Definitely pre-screening for developmental delays and disabilities because of the child find requirements, under the IDA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I think there's close coordination there. And there was a time when many more were served, roughly 75,000 when we were at our peak. And what we really would like to see is good coordination in communities between Head Start, child care block grant vouchers, for families who are homeless, and of course public school districts to ensure that all these families the children are getting quality early childhood education and other supports.
We would certainly be a lot better off for that. So we just have a few seconds left here. So what would you say that you'd like the public to know about students experiencing homelessness in our country, and just take a stab at that?
Yeah, sure. I had mentioned already the issue of visibility, right? And why, families may not make themselves known and staff may not know, but it's really important to keep getting the word out. It's in a sense not your fault, right? It's a systemic issue, and there are supports. You do have rights, particularly your children have the right to a free, appropriate public education, to be transported, to get extra tutoring and counseling, and there's a lot of resources for that right now due to the American Rescue Plan. It is traumatic, and we think that district staff have to be fully aware of trauma and all the intersectional issues, right, for racial ethnic minorities, LGBTQ students. Many of them are more vulnerable to experiencing homelessness. So a lot of training and professional development needs to happen. And most of our students are not in shelters or encampments. They are mostly doubled up, and that's not always safe. And I think we just have to find ways to connect with kids where they trust caring adults in the district, and as their situation keeps changing, their family situation keeps changing, the district and community can support them.
we need something for them because there's so many kids, and it's such a resource that we're missing out on in our country if we let these kids just, slide. And so
we're mortgaging our future if we don't.
are,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, well, John, I think our time is up. Sad
Yeah.
to say, but we're both shivering here.
Yes, right. My fingers feel it.
I know. So thank you very much for coming out and sharing a little bit about the great program that you are, McKinney-Vento, the education for homeless children and youth. It's been something that has done amazing things over the years, and we've got more to do. So
Yeah, my pleasure. And this is really a great display to help us remember how many children are homeless,
Yes.
even in the winter nights.
Yes. Yeah. All right. And we're back. Diane's just doing some amazing work. I had a little time to go to one of the lunch wagons. 2 of the lunch wagons on the mall are operated by people experiencing homelessness.
I love that.
Right? It's like these people work in your neighborhood. They are your neighbors, and they don't have stable housing. And so we are here with a person who deals with stable housing for possibly the most sympathetic group out there, the United States veteran, right? So Susan Fulton, you are the Assistant Secretary of the VA for Public Relations?
Affairs.
Public Affairs. Oh, yeah.
Same. Sure.
Yeah. These are my titles. So it's great to talk to you. I got to talk to you earlier this week when we kind of went over what this was going to be like.
Sure.
And I just thought all I have to do is just sit down next to her and let her talk.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Well,
so tell us first of all, give us a little bit about the VA's got a lot of stuff on its plate. Tell us what their direction is going for veterans.
So the President Biden often says we have a lot of obligations as a nation, but only really one sacred obligation, and that is to equip and protect the troops we send into harm's way, and to take care of them and their families when they come home.
Yeah.
And that's what VA is all about. And certainly having a stable home is a very important part of that. VA's been working in this area for a very long time. And it's interesting. You talk about the homeless. You say they're your friends, they're your neighbors. For many of us at VA who are veterans, I myself am an Army veteran. They're our brothers, they're our sisters, they're our family. When we look at other vets, that's who we see, our friends, and more than that. And it's we take this obligation so seriously to make sure that our family is taken care of. So I think that the nation sees that in the same way. And I will just add one more thing. My boss, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough, is actually the current chair of the Interagency Council for Homelessness. He took that position. He agreed to take that position because this is an absolutely critical issue for us at VA.
Women veterans who are experiencing homelessness, I don't think people think that much about them, but in my time running shelters, I had this one veteran. She had, I know she had 2 daughters that were home and one that was about 19. She really didn't experience homelessness till she had been out for 3 or 4 years. But her kids were young. She had trouble getting daycare. She just couldn't do everything. And this was before the VA really revamped about 8 years ago and really focused on veterans. And now a veteran ends up in homelessness and we can get them out pretty quickly. Probably the fastest of the populations, right? And that's because America has prioritized its veterans as it should. It'll be really prioritized when they don't become homeless at all. But I remember when we got her into housing and how her life became stable. And you see that for lots of people, but I mean, she had been in Iraq. She had weathered things I can't even imagine, which I think is also true, especially for our veterans at wartime. And it was really good to see that there was a focus on getting our women veterans out of homelessness as well.
Yeah, the fastest growing cohort of veterans is women. And a lot of times, women veterans don't really think of themselves as veterans. This has been a real eye-opener for VA over the past 10 years, I would say, is they either say, oh, well, I didn't serve in combat, or I didn't deploy, or this or that, but they just don't, or I only served for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
I used to say that. I would say, well, I'm not exactly a veteran. Well, I graduated West Point and served for 5 years after graduation, but I didn't serve during wartime because this was in the 80s. And I had to have somebody basically sit me down and say, you have a DD-214, you're a veteran,
Right.
you served.
Right.
But what we've learned is to ask women, have you served? And I would say if you're supporting the homeless population, you're supporting people who are in danger of homelessness, especially women, always ask them, have you served? Have you served? Because VA we talk about, I know everyone who's in this field understands now the housing first model of care, that you get them in housing and then you surround them with the other care you need. Well, the great thing about VA is we can help them get housing. We have a wide variety of programs I can talk about. We can get them into housing, but then we can also provide them health care. We can provide them job training, education assistance, legal assistance, all within the VA.
Yeah.
We can connect the dots. I'll tell you about, I know I'm rambling a little bit, it's okay?
No, it's great.
I'm going to talk to you about connecting the dots. We just got a story reported out today from the Benefits Administration that there was a homeless Army veteran who had lost their wallet and then had a problem with identity theft. And their VA check was actually diverted to someone else. So they reached out to the VA. And they reached out to that one touch point to say, I didn't get my check. They figured out that it had been fraudulently diverted. They fixed the veteran's bank account, put a block on it. They contacted another department, got a same-day payment to that veteran, and then went the extra step and reached out to the regional office where that veteran was. I'm not going to say where, but they reached out where they were, and the regional office contacted the veteran, and that veteran today is in housing.
Wow, that's fantastic. That is the thing that I think if we could get all of the other agencies, and there are so many agencies that deal with housing the homeless, the VA, but HUD, FEMA, nobody thinks of FEMA, but FEMA's job is go there because 28,000 people just became homeless this weekend, right? The Department of Education and, Health and Human Services, right? So we've got all these agencies, but from my time working in shelters, nobody does it as well as the VA. So, and I do think that Americans have allowed us to prioritize veterans, But if we could get all these other agencies to just study what you said, that wraparound opportunity to take really good care of a person. When I would get someone that presented in my shelter as a veteran, I could get somebody from the VA or supportive services for veterans families on the horn, and I could say and I'd have someone there in 48 hours. They might not get him out in, I had one guy who wouldn't come out of he was living in a feral existence, and he wouldn't come out of it because he loved his pet. And someone from the VA, local VA in Pennsylvania, brought him to me and then drove him back and forth to visit his pet so that he could leave the pet at this not a place fit for human habitation. He was willing to get safe then, get showered, get cleaned up, because he was choosing his family, right? So if we could get every other agency to do what the VA does, to have that sort of camaraderie and family.
Well, and I think that's key, right? This is a mission for us, but we also work jointly. We work with HUD, we work with the other departments. It has to be a community. We work with faith-based organizations and veteran service organizations. And that's why, since 2010 to now, we've seen a 55% decline in veteran homelessness. Our point in time count from January 2022, now the previous one was 2020, so that's 2 years, we saw an 11% decline. That's not enough for us because one homeless veteran is one too many, but it does help that we have these wraparound services. Now there are, I think this is where we're going with homelessness across the board, is figuring out how do we get the wraparound services. You've got to have everybody at the table, all the services at the table, to help the homeless person, because they need all of those pieces together, but housing first. Right.
Well, I think I mentioned this to you the other day, which was, it really kind of broke my heart, which is a weird thing to say because I'm always grateful when anybody gets housing, but it kind of, I felt loss when I'd get veterans and then they would get rehoused so much more quickly because they were the heroes of the shelter, right? We'd get veterans in our shelters and they would see a woman who had never experienced homelessness before with her little kids, looking really vulnerable because it's a vulnerable thing. And he or she give up their lunch, say, here, come, you can sit by me. One time there was a tornado that hit the town, and after it calmed down, I walked to work, and I couldn't find a single person in the shelter. And every single one of them was crammed in this tiny veterans room because he was protecting everyone. And he didn't have any power over tornadoes. He just had the power to say, I'm here to protect you, and get people to believe him. And I really just love our veterans inside the homeless community because they're the leaders there just like they are in other places.
We like to remind people, that veterans may need a hand. They may need help. But on the whole, veterans are remarkable citizens. They're remarkable leaders. They're always going to want to help. And they're always, we hire a lot of veterans because they love the mission. Veteran, I feel that way. I want to know that I'm making a difference, that I'm doing things that matter. And I think you'll always find that with veterans.
Well, we're going to have to wrap this up soon because we've got the next guest that just crept in your shadow. Poor soul. But I do want to point out, we're going to take a look at the blanket real quick, but I do want to point out the far corner, when you get a minute, is all blankets for veterans. And they had this lovely ceremony for us at Indiantown Gap Federal Cemetery before we left Pennsylvania. And they gave us blankets that we promised to care for, put in this. We're going to bring them back to Pennsylvania so they can be distributed to homeless veterans in PA by the VA up there. And so, thank you.
I'm going to give you a number.
Okay.
If you are a veteran who's homeless or imminent risk of homelessness, or you're helping a veteran at risk of homelessness, the National Call Center for Homeless Veterans, 877-424-3838. 877-424-3838, and we will help your veteran.
Wonderful. And your whole family. If you're a veteran.
And your family.
Your whole family.
Yes.
Right. Wonderful. Thanks so much, Susan.
Thank you, Pat. This has
here.
been such an honor.
Great. All right. We're going to be back. Welcome back. We're back with Congressman Cleaver of the 5th District of Missouri. I think I'm correct on that.
Yes.
You have long been a housing advocate. I was reading your bio and information. I'm originally from New England and now live in Pennsylvania, so I had to do a little research on you. But you've done great work. And I was just curious how much you think that might come from the fact that as a child, you lived in public housing.
Well, I think that is the motivating factor for me. Before I lived in public housing, I lived in something that today most people would view as housing for some animals. I did not live in a house with a bathroom or any kind of water distribution inside the facility. We had a hydrant outside, and we lived in 2 rooms, 6 people, my mother, father, and my 3 sisters and me. And we had a tin roof. We had no windows, and it was an alley. It was a shack in an alley, and my father paid $5 a month for us to live in it, and it wasn't worth $5 a month. Today, most people would not allow their German shepherds to live in a facility like that. So that inspired me to want to deal with this issue and to prevent other young people from having to go through what my family went through. It's horrible, and the reason it was so horrible is I could walk about 25 yards, or maybe a little further, to a street called Kaufman, and I had these huge 2- and 3-story, almost mansion-like homes, and so it was you juxtapose where we lived to where people live just a short distance away, and it told the tale of 2 Americas. And there was a 2 fish swimming around, and this older fish saw them swimming and said, "You guys must be enjoying the water." And they said, "What is water?" They had no idea what it was. It was natural. It was what they were supposed to be, and nobody should have to say, "What is house?"
Yeah.
What is house?
Yeah.
It is essential to the human creature, and just like fish function in water, we function in homes and facilities and places where we can have a decent experience. Just nothing exorbitant, but just decent.
Right. So you have worked pretty hard to. One of the things I noted, by the way, about when you were young was your dad worked 3 jobs.
Yes.
There's an enormous amount of the working poor population of the United States to this day that can't make enough money for adequate housing. 2, 3 jobs, and they still can't pay the rent. And you focused, I noticed, a lot on rural housing, which is important to us as well, because urban centers get a lot of attention about homelessness, but people don't really understand that there's an enormous population of rural poverty that are struggling for housing. And when you were young, you were in Texas. Now it's Missouri where you focus on this rural housing. You want to tell us a little about that?
Yes. One of the things that I don't believe most Americans realize is that there is a great deal of poverty in rural America. And in some ways, the people in rural America, not with any intentionality, have little understanding of the efforts to deal with poverty and houselessness in the urban centers. And so in many cases, they will oppose those efforts. And if you want to find a place where housing is needed, go into rural America. And in some of the districts I used to represent, there had not been a new house built in almost 2 decades in some of those communities. And so we don't realize it, but urban and rural America are inseparably connected because they are experiencing the same thing. We had more schools on the federal lunch program in rural areas than in the urban areas. And nobody would have thought about it. I just thought I would check one day. And what that means is that the level of poverty or the level of acknowledged poverty is higher in the rural areas than it is in the urban areas. Nobody ever, I mean, few of us even think about that. And so we need to attack the houselessness all over. And we've got to get, I think, rural folk involved because they too are victims of a nation that is enormously wealthy, ignoring the fact that millions of their citizens on this very day are not in a house that could provide just the basics for them. And some of that is even public housing. I lived in my family lived in public housing for 7 years. My father worked 3 jobs, saving money and lying to the public housing authority about having another job, because had he told them that he was working on other jobs, the rent would have increased.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad's just turned 100 in July. He'd probably still be living there.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's not. He's in a home that he saved his money for and he purchased. Yeah. You know, that happens now still. I have a woman that I advocated for who is now in housing, and she has a 16-year-old son, and he would like to get a job. But they are in public housing. If he gets a job, that's counted against his mother's rent.
That's right.
So we're teaching this 16-year-old boy not to go to work when he wants to go to work. He wants nicer sneakers. He wants to be, you know, he's on the basketball team at the school. He wants to fit in, and they live in such poverty. He can't even get a job without really messing with his mom's situation. One of the statistics I read on your website that I was stunned by, and I've been doing this work for a long time, was if people are in different minority classes, they are twice as likely to suffer from homelessness as cancer.
Yes. I mean, first of all, in some of the shacks, the likelihood of somebody, a kid eating some paint is extremely high. And you know, you start eating paint as a little kid, you're gonna, when you grow up, you got to deal with issues of cancer, as well as cerebral problems. So it is a dreadful circumstance right now, where that allows that people are living in decrepit housing. It is shameful that it is happening in the world's richest country, and it's exacerbated by the fact that millions of Americans have not been able to understand that nobody wants to live like that. You know, certainly, I mean, you know, there may be people who are having some psychological issues, and so they live on the streets. But for the most part, you know, I lived in public housing, and I never ever had a friend that come up to me and say, "Boy, we just can't wait until we can move into public housing. My God, we're doing everything we can to get into public." Nobody. And yet there are people who, and I, you know, up here, I think most of my colleagues know, when you start talking about housing, you better tiptoe, because if you say something around me that would give me the feeling that, you know, that you're saying the people who live in public housing or people who live in you know, rundown housing, or are just having a great ball of joy, I'm going to go off on them. Or if they say that persons are lazy, as you and I talked about it, my dad worked 3 jobs. He worked at the Wichita Club. He's a maitre d', and on Saturdays he cleaned up the T.A. Litikens and Sons building, and then he served parties. So I don't even know how my father survived. I mean, he's 100 years old in good health, but I mean, the way he worked all of his life, and I was telling somebody earlier today, I don't ever remember him taking off for being sick. And I thought I'm going to ask him when I see him Sunday, if he ever missed a day.
Yeah.
And so there are hundreds of thousands of people like my dad all over the country who are trying desperately to get into some decent, affordable housing.
Right. So what can we do to help? We've got thousands of people across the country who've been hand making blankets, who've been donating materials for other people to make the blankets, to make this giant art spectacle so that we can call attention to the problem. But once we call attention to the problem, we need action steps, right? What do you want people to do to help you push back on that notion that it's a good time to live in public housing, or
Right.
People don't want to work, or that people want to be homeless? What
Right.
can we do to help you?
Well, you've heard all of these same things over the years, I'm sure. But I tell you, we almost had the most remarkable amount of money that our nation has ever even attempted to approve to deal with homelessness and houselessness, and also indecent and unaffordable housing. We tried to pass something called Build Back Better. We lost by 2 votes over in the Senate. However, we're going to try to do it again.
Good.
And we would certainly need the support from organizations like yours to speak out, to provide testimony from individuals, sending letters, giving us the stories of real people, because I'll stand right on the floor and talk about that with letters in hand, because I think that's much more powerful than having us stand on the floor and debate ideologically. I think having real live stories about human beings is what moves things.
Wonderful. We can get you letters from the districts of the people who might be a little recalcitrant in your offices, and we can get people from their districts to tell their stories. I'd be happy to get you those letters.
That would be powerful.
Well, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to join us. We're really grateful for the work that you're doing, and for the fact that you took a minute to let folks know that you care about them and what we're doing.
Well, when you asked me to talk about housing, you put me in the bra patch. Yeah, I could do it all day and all night. So
Well,
thank you for
again.
inviting me.
My pleasure. All right. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thanks.
How do you like that? This is Pat LaMarche. We are at the U.S. Capitol, which I've noticed. We're here for the Homeless Remembrance Blanket Project. We've had, now the count is about almost close to 1,200, 1,179, I think. And then I realized, oh, I lost my mic. Okay, so I'll start that again. I'm Pat LaMarche. We're at the Capitol West Lawn with the Blanket Project, the Homeless Remembrance Blanket Project. And the count's about 1,179 from what we can count. Full-size blankets for families, individuals, babies, of course, because babies are homeless. I personally was at the birth of 3 homeless people because their moms went into labor in my shelter when I was working at. But, and then I looked at the Capitol and I thought, wow, the Capitol's got a blanket on. How fitting. Right now we're going to talk with Jeff Olivet. This is one of the most important jobs in Washington if you're in the homeless biz. This is how I feel about it. With the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, just to get that all in the right order. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for being here.
It's good to be with you, Pat.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, these mics are a little funny. Yours is quite high, so also project if you can.
Do my best.
Yeah. We just had Susan Fulton here, and she said she'd just redline the needle if necessary because she could. She's yelling from the West Point Parade Ground. I'm really curious because we don't have a lot of details yet, but it's hard not to be excited about $85 billion for homelessness and a new plan from the White House. Do you have any insight on that? Have you gotten a...
What I can tell you what I have insight on and what I don't have insight
Okay.
on. What I have insight on is the plan we just put out earlier this week and the goals that we've set and some of the resources we've already put behind that. What I don't have insight into is the conversations that are going on in that building over in the Capitol right now around the budget and where it will finally land. But we're very excited about the directions of the plan and the commitment of this administration to focus on homelessness with real urgency.
Yeah, that is the old saying, the president can't write a check that Congress doesn't
That's exactly
sign, right?
Yep.
So, all right, and they are asking you to yell a little right now when you're talking, speak up a little. So I'm not begrudging the military a dime, except for when I am, but I'm not. And so $585 billion was just agreed upon in Congress, $45 billion more than the president asked for. Is there a chance that this $85 billion is going to fall on the other side of that, where Congress is going to say, we know you want $85 billion, we're going to make it 40?
I truly don't have any insight into those conversations right now. What I know is what the president has asked for in his budget and then what we're beginning to see out of the omnibus package for the last couple of days.
Wouldn't it nice if they gave them $45 billion for housing? Also too much. Yeah.
We know that transitioning service members is a huge segment of the homeless population potentially. Right. The risk of homelessness among veterans who have served their time in the military, they've served this nation, and then they come back and end up on the streets or in the shelters. It's unconscionable. We've got to do more on that. Now we're doing a lot already. We've seen a 55% reduction in veteran homelessness in the last 10 years and 11% in the last 2 years, and that's no accident. When we resource housing and services for people, we see progress in that area.
I was running a shelter at the time that they changed the rules, and that's a really powerful thing, the rule changing. And the biggest rule that was changed in the time that I was working there was when I first started working with veterans experiencing homelessness, you could only help honorably discharged. Then the rule was changed to other than honorably as well, which it just seemed right. One of the things the military does is they say, when we have to approach a problem, and many times we're just going to break everything. We're going to drop bombs, we're going to do this stuff. And then sometimes some of the veterans, they get out, they get to shelters like mine, and they break things to solve problems. And that's the other than honorably discharged ones, that or substance abuse. And to think that, gee, maybe they picked up some of those habits in the military and now that's stopping them from getting homeless assistance. It was a great change when they changed that regulation. The other thing that they did for veterans was they increased the number of vouchers that veterans had enormously. So we can learn from the veterans that if we did the same things for families, if we did the same things for individuals, especially with really high, the old vulnerability quotient question where a person has so many contributing factors to their homelessness. So we put this blanket out here. We got 1,000+ people to make blankets and spend hundreds of thousands of hours. These are people who are willing to do something. So if we're going to ask them, call your congressman, what are we going to ask them to do?
I would say keep doing the things that are working and then apply those lessons to other groups. So you gave the example of veterans. You talked about two things. First of all, I totally agree with you on the question of other than honorable discharges, because we know those other than honorable discharges disproportionately impact veterans of color. Mm-hmm. They disproportionately impact veterans with undiagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder, with substance use issues. And so when we change a policy like that, we're able to serve people much more holistically. The other thing that you talked about that we really learned from the veterans' homelessness efforts over the last 10 years is that it's a combination of housing and wraparound supports that works for people. That's going to work for families differently than it might work for a single adult who's a veteran, but the combination of factors is the same. true for youth aging out of foster care, true for individual adults who are not veterans. So if we can apply that lesson of getting people as quickly as possible into housing and then pairing that with wraparound supports, with access to health care, that stuff works. We need to keep doing it.
So I was reading your bio a couple of days ago, and you have grassroots history. Like you didn't start out, you didn't change from being the CEO of a telecom to come over here and run another agency because you have management experience necessarily. You sort of came from the bottom up, from I work with people and now I want to help administer how other people work with people. Has that benefited you in this job, do you think?
Oh, immeasurably. I mean, I'm a street outreach worker at heart. It's still what I think about every day when I'm walking around Washington, D.C. or Los Angeles or Seattle. I in a lot of ways see homelessness through the eyes of a street outreach worker because I've been one. I've also done community coalition building where you're having to get people across the political spectrum to talk to each other, faith community, business community, nonprofits, and certainly, most importantly, people who have been homeless, and getting all those folks at the table to try to come up with solutions. So I bring that, but I've also been a CEO and a manager and run companies, and so what I'm trying to do is bring all of those dimensions of what it takes to get this work done to the job that I have now. But I'm new to government in the last year. I joined the Biden-Harris administration right at the end of January, and so I'm still, I think I've got a learning curve going around what's possible in government.
It seems as though this is not a political statement, it's just a fact that there's been such a roller coaster in government for the last 5 or 6 years right now that we're, all of us, even consumers of government, people who administer the grants the government puts out there, we're all still trying to get used to the fact that we have new things, especially with COVID. But it is really tough. I worked with a lot of people who were trying to get the rent relief during the COVID epidemic. And prior years, the employment level had just been shredded. There were no case managers to move the paperwork through the process. It was really tough. So rebuilding the government almost seems to be a task now that's at hand.
Well, and I think one thing that I'm really struck by is just what a divisive moment we live in, where people who believe differently on things can't even be in the same room talking to each other. And I fundamentally believe that homelessness is not a partisan issue.
Yeah.
And that if all we do is sit there and point fingers at each other, we're never going to solve this. And so I think if we can find common ground across the political spectrum, I think that's hard to do now, but I believe it's possible. And if we can do that not just around government at the federal level, but the state, county, and city level as well, and alignment with corporate interests and neighborhoods and the faith community, with people with lived experience in all those conversations, sharing power at all those tables, that's a powerful combination to get stuff done. And I think if you look at the success around veteran homelessness, that's the case. To some extent, the successes we've seen around family homelessness are grounded in real cooperation and collaboration. So I remain hopeful about those things.
I do too. I think the big problem with family homelessness is that we don't understand how big it is.
That's right.
And until we get our handle on the correct amount, we can't quantifiably reduce it. But I will tell you one piece of hope from this blanket. I will bet my lunch money that 70% of the people that made blankets are politically completely opposite me. We had bread and butter, old school, old-fashioned folks, some of them in their 80s and 90s, making blankets, who I'm pretty sure didn't vote the way I did recently, but they could make a blanket, and they could make a difference, and they could act on it. And 99% of those people I'd never seen before in my life. So if we can get everyone to realize that they can make a difference, and I realize I'm Pollyanna right now, but you know how you eat an elephant one bite at a time, and every bite that one of these blankets took off was an opportunity to get people to think, I can impact homelessness.
I can be part of the solution here and not just throw my hands up and wish it was different. First of all, it's gorgeous to see this laid out on the Capitol lawn. I pulled my phone out and shot a picture of it with the Capitol Dome in the background. It's such a powerful thing you all are doing. And to all of your supporters out there who have made these blankets with their hands, I imagine the people that will be kept warm by these
Yeah.
blankets. And my hope for them is that all of the love that was put into making these travels with them as people exit homelessness and
Right.
find stability again in community.
Me too. Your lips to God's ears, as they say. Well, thank you, Jeff Olivet. It's been great having you on the show.
Pat, it's been great to be with you. Thank you for everything you're doing out here in the cold, in front of the Capitol on a very busy day here
pleasure.
in Washington. Thank you.
Yeah. And we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Hey there, I got my baby right here, Diane Nyland, my traveling partner. Hey, we're gonna show my favorite Diane Nyland video about homelessness. It's your first, and it's not that the others aren't great, and it's different, so the others are great in different ways, some of them. But I love this movie. Every time I see it, I love it again, right? So tell us about it.
Well, Back in 2005, when I first started Hear Us, my idea was to go around and video kids experiencing homelessness and asking them about school and what homelessness is like. Now take it, I had no video experience at all. I didn't really know what I was doing. I hopped in an RV, sold my townhouse, hopped in an RV, and started doing this. So I was on the road like 25 states or something and interviewed 75 kids. And, you know, the technology that I used was just not the best. But the kids, their stories were just incredible.
Well, you know, there are a couple of moments when maybe if you were a broadcaster or a filmmaker, you might say, oh, there might be a jump edit or some other little thinger that they say. But if you're just watching that show and you can notice that, then you're heartless and you don't deserve to be watching the film, because there are no adults in it. All the entire film is what it's like to be a kid experiencing homelessness from the kid's point of view.
And totally unrehearsed. I mean, I literally sat down like you and I sat down here and I said, you know, talk to me, tell me what it was like. And those stories just came out. And I just remember sitting there thinking, oh crap, I don't know what I'm doing, except I know I'm getting this beautiful story that is just really heartfelt and heartbreaking in most cases, and important. I mean, these kids needed to be heard, and it's just all kids.
Yeah, they really do need to be heard. And so we're going to take a moment. We're going to show this film, My Own Four Walls by Diane Nyland. You had a little trouble getting it edited because you took off to do this and then didn't think, well, who am I going to get to edit it? Tell us real quickly that little story about how you got rescued by an editor.
Little trouble. I came back and I was broke, and I found out to get it edited it was going to cost me $10,000.
May as well have been a million.
Yeah, right. So a friend of mine connected me with Professor Laura Vasquez at Northern Illinois University. And I called her and she said, you know, show me what you got. I brought out a box of tapes and she looked at some of them. She's like, yeah, I'll work on it, and I'll do it under your supervision. I'll get some students to do it, and it all just came together. And truly, it's just been a classic film that's still relevant now.
I think Vladimir Zelensky is going to go by in a minute here.
Vladimir
yes. Zelensky.
All right.
I would give $30 or more, or a car that I just destroyed when I hit a deer, so it's been totaled. But I would give a lot of things to be able to just see that, man. I feel like it's seeing Franklin Roosevelt. You know, it'd be a moment where a man had more courage than anything.
Absolutely. He stands so tall in such a bad situation. Right. And you know, I can't imagine what he's got, the load he's carrying.
And to know that you're here in the most powerful nation in the world, and we're begging for the homeless.
Yeah.
So that's going to be kind of trippy. All right, so we're going to show My Own Four Walls, and we will be right back.
Okay,
All
good.
Right.
Thank you.
My mom told me, she's like, well, I can't afford this house no more. Your grandma's not paying nothing, and I don't have the money for it, and I'm not working right now since I just had a baby, so it's hard and like that. And then she's like, we might have to go to a homeless shelter, and I didn't want to go. But then like 2 weeks after, we had to move out.
I don't know. We're losing our house, and I'm like, why? And she said, I can't explain it to you right now. I can explain it to you when you get more grown up. And it's kind of heartbreaking because you lived there a long time, and it's kind of hard. You're not gonna know nobody there. It's kind of scary.
We weren't exactly poor. We just didn't have a home to live in.
I think about 3 years ago, and we've been moving in and out with this guy that we know. He's a friend of my mom's. And so far, I was supposed to go down to the chillers, and my mom didn't show up, and a cop found me and brought me back here.
I was coming home from school, and there was 2 cops on our porch. It was like, is there a way that we can get inside your house? I was like, yeah. I was like, I don't know. I turned the knob and I opened the door and they went in. And then my mom came home and was like, what is going on? And then they said that the house wasn't good enough for us to live in, especially because my mom has 8 kids, and we shouldn't be living in a kind of house like that anyway because the roof wasn't fixed right.
We've been in here for almost a year now, and we got here because of Ivan. We had too much mold in the apartment we were living in, and we just couldn't live in there anymore, and our landlord or something like that wouldn't fix it, so we had to move out.
When I was 12 years old, maybe 11, I was taken away from my mom, and before that age, I was being abused every single day of my life.
Yeah, I thought this was gonna happen because my mom hated me at maybe when I just turned 12. She started hating me because I'm a bad kid, I guess.
My dad, the great guy that he is, got into some kind of drugs and I guess somehow had a meth lab in his house. And my uncle called me and told me to come to his house because he lives right up the road. I passed my driveway and there's cop cars and all kinds of undercover cars there in my driveway up out my house. I said, what's going on here, you know? And I got up to my uncle's house and he told me about it. And I was so mad that I didn't even care that he was in jail. I was kind of happy that he was, that he needed to, be there. He'd been doing all this kind of stuff to me, and, you get to the point where you think, I don't care if he's alive.
The pasture that's right up there caught on fire and hit our house and everything. And my mom was over here with the horses. I couldn't find my mom. I was really scared because I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea. And when we were in Burkett, when we went back out there, my mom was just sitting there crying, and she said the house is gone. And I just cried, and I cried. It was awful.
I was 15 years old. I was living with my mom, and it was me and my older brother, had a little sister, a little brother, and my mother decided that she was just not going to be a parent anymore, and just straight simple, she ditched us. She didn't pay the bills for about 2 months, and then just one day she went to her boyfriend's house and didn't come back for about a month or 2.
I don't like
like living in it because it's not that fun living in a church.
I don't like it here. It's just not cozy over here. There's too much strangers.
And then sometimes I can't find my homework or my shoes or my clothes or my backpack.
People be stealing in your room, and they come in your room when they're not there, and they steal your toys.
It was all crowded, it was small. There was only one bed.
One bed, and how many people?
And 3 or 4. We lived in a motel, and we didn't get no breakfast or nothing. We go to the family food center sometimes when we don't have food.
I'm not really used to staying in places that I'm not gonna be in so long, so I was like, okay, what am I supposed to do here? Like, when the lady that was in charge from the shelter came in, she was like, okay, here are the rules. You can't hang anything up in the walls. You have to be inside of your house at a certain time.
You have to tell them when you're gonna get a snack.
We always got complained on, but it wasn't our fault because we were upstairs and we didn't like it because we can't really run and have some fun if we're upstairs because it's like that and it sounds like a hammer to other people.
That like if you like leave your stuff at the church, you can't go back and get it because when the doors are locked, then they're locked. And like in case you leave your backpack there with all your homework in it. Yeah.
And if you're upset, you can't take your emotions out on yourself. You got everyone surrounding you, it feels like. And it's better to have your own 4 walls.
I just basically have jeans and shirts. That's what I take with me most of the places where I stay during the week.
I don't really have a place I can call my own.
Other kids have all the things that they need, and you have to have it right then, but you don't have it. You have to wait to get it.
I'm a fortunate person to be able to have all these houses to stay at and not be sleeping in my car or underneath the bridge or something.
Sometimes you can't eat for a couple of days. Sometimes you just have to walk around the streets because it's raining out or something. You can't find nowhere to go.
If there's going to be food, just things you don't think a child would actually think about at such a young age. Things you think that people in their mid-20s, early 30s would think about, like, God, am I going to have somewhere to live next month?
School right now, it means a lot to me. It's a lot. It's like the purpose why I'm here. I need to go to school to better my situation.
School is everything to me because I understand in this day and age, education, it helps you excel in life. In the long run, when you start forming a family and stuff like that, it's gonna affect you. So school to me is important, so I'm just trying to move on.
It's really important to me to get my education, so I do it anyway.
I just really thought I wasn't going to make it throughout my senior year because I really was going to drop out of high school. I really was. Because, you know, people make fun of me every day, you know, because I go to school and, you know, I wear almost the same clothes.
Actually, this is a trick that I learned. I put my clothes, I fold it up and put it under my pillow. And I sleep on my pillow, so when I wake up, my clothes are pressed. They look like they were ironed. So I have them folded up. I have my stuff in my book bag. I put it all on,
and I go up to the hill or to the crown, and I brush my teeth, and then I take the bus because I could use my school pass to get on the bus. I take the bus up to the school, and I go to school.
It's hard for kids to go from one school to the next, one school to the next, one school to the next, because they have to make new friends. They have to get adjusted to the school, and then after if they get adjusted and everything, they make new friends. Then they have to move again.
It was about like moving a lot, and mostly I'm not very smart in school because I have a disability.
I mean, when it was your new school, you're new there and brand new, and then you're scared and afraid to be new, and then you don't know no teachers' names, and then it wasn't last year, nobody's gonna know you yet.
I have to make new friends.
I know more people here, and I don't want to like change going to different schools and like meeting new people, because then they're gonna ask where did you used to live and all that stuff.
Being at the school with all my friends is really important because they're just someone I can talk to, and whenever I'm having a hard times, they're there to comfort me.
To basketball during school, I look forward to it, so that keeps me going because I love to play the sport. And if I were to have to give up basketball, I would really look forward to going to school or anything.
The hardest thing was like moving schools and losing all my friends at that school, and like we would go and then we would do like different subjects, and so I wasn't all caught up. So it was kind of hard to move to the next grade.
The school is a lot harder out there for me, and I had to make a whole bunch of new friends, and so I'm like, dang.
School means to me, well, it's basically like a home, because I love school, of course. Not very many people say that, but I do.
Well, when I lived in the shelter, before I lived in the shelter, I had a lot of friends. But then, some of them, since we couldn't have that many people in the shelter, our friends would be like, hey, could we come over to your house at this time, at this time? I'm like, sorry, part of the rules, can't do that.
Yeah, we had to give away our dog. His name was Baby Bear.
And these new managers moved in and told us we'd have to get rid of Keach. We said if the cat has to go, we go with it. Because it's our cat and I'm not about to give her up.
Can you not tell nobody I'm homeless?
When they touch someone, it hurts, and I feel sad, and I feel mad about it because I don't want nobody to hear my face. And when I feel bad about it, it breaks my heart.
Well, I was real stressed out about almost anything. I mean, I still get stressed out, but
I was very close and very ashamed about that.
People would be like, oh, where do you live? And I'd be ashamed, Not really ashamed, but I really wouldn't want people to know about my situation like my friends.
People asked me. They knew I was homeless. They asked me, where do you go? I said, I'm downtown somewhere. I didn't make it that specific.
I was down and out like that. Just somebody to be there. Even a teacher. I mean, just somebody to sit there and talk to you. That's what I always wanted.
I guess it hurts because it's kind of like who I was. I'm homeless. It's who I am, And it just hurts to, I don't know. I guess I have to realize that it's not who I am, it's what happened to me,
But now that I moved out of the shelter, I get more things done because we just moved to this brand new apartment. Well, not brand new, but this new apartment. As soon as you walk in through that door, you feel like if you just won lottery.
I would
want to be the first woman president.
I want to be a lawyer.
I want to be a train driver.
I want to be a lawyer. So I can buy my mama a house.
Don't let your dream down just because of what you're going through. I've always had a dream to go to college, and I still have that dream to go to college.
I wanna go to Harvard Law School.
After I graduated, I came downtown with my diploma. We sat here like this, with my diploma. This was where I was.
I want to be able to go to college and graduate and be able to do what I want to do.
I want to be able to support my family if I have one, you know. I want to be able to get my little brothers what they need, my sister, my mom, you know. I want to be able to take care of my family. I want to be successful.
I want to go to college and I'm going to do whatever I have to.
Oh, and being a cardiologist.
Just because I've had a hard time with my life, I'm not going to let people, think of me as that person. I'm not going to let it get in the way of my education, get in the way of what I want to do.
Material things, when it comes down to it, really doesn't matter. It's always family, because family isn't replaceable and material things are.
Stop judging children because they might be going through something.
Know that there's just homeless people out there. You have to believe.
They look at kids my age, they don't have a stable home to go home to their problem children. I'm not lowering myself down to that. I'm going to keep myself up there. Society's just getting harder on people, and they're not not taking responsibility for the fact that this is everybody's problem, not just theirs.
Oh my God, they're homeless. I better treat them really nice and stuff. And they act like it's a disease that they'll catch. When we're no different from them. We're all human. The only thing is that they have a home that they can call their own and we don't.
Oh my God!
Every time you see it,
yeah,
it's a gut punch.
This is a thing that a 35-year-old should have to worry about.
Yeah.
Not a kid.
Yeah.
35-year-olds shouldn't have to worry about it either, kid, but yeah, where am I gonna live tonight? Where am I gonna sleep tonight?
Oh,
Children.
those kids, and I think now those kids are 18 years older than they were when I met them, and I wonder what's happening to them because, the thing is, kids when they go through that, it's not their first bad experience in life,
right?
And they have a lot of things that they're dealing with, and now as adults, I really worry about what they're dealing with because all the families that I've interviewed, the hundreds of families I've interviewed in the past 18 years, they're all going through basically the same stuff because of their experience of homelessness. And it's just, it breaks my heart.
Does me too. I love the title, My Own Four Walls. And that one kid who says, you just want your own four walls, she's heard that colloquialism before and it applies to her. And some of your other films. So hearus.us, all your films now are on there free, right? So people can just go download. If you're a teacher and you want content for a civics class or empathy class or something, you can go there and you can see incredible films. But another one I really loved is the Worn Out Welcome Mat from Texas.
Oh,
with that whole 3 generations living in I ain't got words for it.
Yeah.
that mobile home.
Yeah, the mobile home. It was mom and 7 kids had to move in with her parents in a camper. We're talking a camper, and they had to make it work for months and months. And
it didn't work.
It didn't.
It didn't work, but they were still good to each other.
Yeah, and they were actually really good to let me just hang with them and film and.
You don't have to be good to let you hang. You're pretty nice.
Yeah, but it's an invasion of privacy,
right?
And but they really got it. That's all the families that I've done. They really get why I'm doing it, and it's
and they want this not to happen to other families.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, hear us. That's why I picked the name Hear Us, because I want them to be heard. I'm just the instrument, so it's just the kind of thing that I've just been so fortunate to have so many families willing to share their gut-busting stories of homelessness.
So I want to talk about one other thing about this whole blanket project.
Yeah.
And that's how stinking cold it is out right now.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
And we'll survive.
We will.
It's only going to be 4 more hours or so. Then my husband said, well, you'll have plenty of blankets.
Yeah, yeah, we do.
Yeah. But they're on the ground to make a point.
Yeah.
But we're going to go inside.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to have a hot shower. I remember when I did this last year and we slept out with the blankets.
Oh.
I just went home and got in the shower and I just stayed there, right?
Yeah.
And even to face this sort of discomfort for a little bit, we all need to do that.
We do, because we really take for granted all the creature comforts we have. And we forget that there's literally millions of people in our country that are doing without any kind of creature comforts, and they're also without security. So I know that my little camper van's going to be there, or it should be anyhow, and if not, I've got options.
Right.
And people don't have options, and they're desperate. And I've just interviewed a family this past week in Chattanooga, and just the dire situation that they were in through no fault of their own. Their district attorney and that county kicked everybody out of a whole hotel.
Yeah.
800 people. And we couldn't get any news coverage other than the locals. And it's like, this is an atrocity. It's a humanitarian disaster. I mean, if the buildings burn down, we maybe get a little news, maybe.
Yeah.
But the family is talking about, the little 10-year-old boy is like, his birthday was last Wednesday, and he's like, are we going to have a place to stay for my birthday? And you just, like, how do you tell a kid? And so that little video is now up on my...
All right, so people got to go and they got to check out your videos. The other thing people have to do is they have to call their local school department and ask for the McKinney-Vento homeless liaison. If they don't know who it is, tell them to find out, because it's a federally mandated position. Then you give your name and your phone number to the McKinney-Vento liaison and you say, if a kid needs something, you let me know. If they need boots, if they're going to school in August in boots, then they need sneakers. Whatever they need, you let me know, because I want to help these kids in homelessness. And if we all do that, eventually we're going to have an idea of the scope of the problem.
The scope is so much bigger than anybody can imagine. The thing that you can get online is the Charlie book, 60 Ways to Help Homeless Kids. It's now available on Amazon as a Kindle book, and it's really 60 ways to help homeless kids.
Or just get down here to this freezing west lawn of the U.S. Capitol and we'll give you a free copy.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break because we're coming back with Reverend Green, who I love.
Oh, good.
We'll be right back with Reverend Green after we take a quick look at the blanket. The candles are glowing.
Yes, so good.
Thanks, Diane. And we're back. I'm Pat LaMarche, staring at the Washington Monument. It's getting dark. The candles we have electric candles on our blankets. They're starting to really glow and show. The Christmas tree is lit in front of the U.S. Capitol. It's absolutely gorgeous here, but it's awful cold. I certainly wouldn't want to be sleeping out in it at night. And if I was sleeping out in it at night, I'd want to know who's got my back. And so that's why we're going to talk to Reverend Green right now from Indianapolis, Indiana, because he's got their back. He cares about people on a level I just don't. I mean, there's an awful lot of wonderful people here, and I love working with people from all across the country that really love folks who are in dire distress. But nobody surpasses Reverend Green. Welcome to the show, Reverend. Can you hear us? We got a problem with him hearing me? We got a technical difficulty, I think. Reverend Green, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I was just talking about how wonderful you are, and you missed every word of it. Let me see if I can reconstruct it, okay? I was saying about how cold it is out here on the west lawn of the Capitol right now. It's about to get bitter, nasty weather, too, tomorrow. And it's beautiful. The Christmas trees are lit. It's gorgeous down here. But there's nothing pretty enough to make being out in the cold with nowhere to live tolerable or pretty. And when you want to know who's got your back, even though, Reverend Green, you can't fix all the problems that are plaguing the people in Indianapolis when it comes to homelessness, but you care more than anybody I've ever seen.
I'm definitely committed. I'm 100%. I grew up in poverty, so I understand it, and I'm committed to representing those who are disenfranchised in our community.
So give us a little background. I noticed when I was looking at your more recent bio that you're the head of the 2022 task force out there. What's the title of what you're doing with homelessness?
Well, I'm the chair of the Blueprint Council, which is the leadership portion of the COC for Indianapolis. We've got a ton of work to do, but I'm excited about trying to make a difference and save the lives of our homeless brothers and sisters.
Now, we've had a lot of interviews today, but what we didn't really talk about much is how expensive perpetuating homelessness is, how expensive it is in the healthcare system, how expensive it is in the prison system, in law enforcement. Can you go over a little bit about the wasted money we have by keeping people unhoused?
Well, I think it seems like people are interested in exploiting the poor. So then the systems that you just mentioned, whether it's the criminal justice system, even in terms of affordable housing, it pushes poor people where they're basically a pawn on the board. They're used on the board or exploited by others who want to make a profit. So what we have oftentimes in many of our cities and across the country is profit trumps people. Mm-hmm. So that if we can exploit the people to make a profit, there are those who are more than willing to do so, whether that's through ankle bracelets, the criminal justice system, or many of the other systems that we face, even in terms of the healthcare system as well. So many times it's the poor people that are tested on. It's those people that's often exploited and don't receive quality health care. They're treated less than and sent on their way.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that's happened way too often in Indianapolis, but all across the country, is the destruction of the camps, where they go into the camps and they basically treat everything the people in the camps own as though it were trash, even though it might be their insulin, even though it might be their other prescriptions, even though it's books and mementos and their grandmother's blanket, things that are the last shreds of the human decency you had when you became homeless, and it's just destroyed. And I gotta believe that's because we've been able to do this otherism thing, right, where those people get homeless. The people who get homeless are people who can't afford a home. That's how I think it's that simple. Do you agree?
Oh, I definitely agree, because it could be any of us who ends up in a homeless type of situation, whether it's a loss of job, whether it's some major crisis that happened in your life. Any of us could end up there. And so often those people get ignored, and they're treated less than. And that's why we have to be passionate about and be committed to making a difference, because it's not right. God wants us to, all people are people, and we're all human. So we need to treat everybody the same way. And rather than promote suffering, we ought to be trying to eliminate and reduce the suffering of other humans, and not just minimize their pain or try to, many times, label, categorize, explain away as though they're bad people, or they weren't smart, or some other reason why, versus seeing them as humans that, and this could have happened to any of us, any of our loved ones, and we need to see it from a different perspective. And I think that's where the push needs to be again, is because I think we've lost sight of, it's us and them, and it shouldn't be us and them. It should be we,
Yeah.
and we should all be together. And that's the way we need to see each other.
Right, right. And I think when you've worked inside homeless communities for a while, that's what it is, right? It's a community. It's folks who experience homelessness, they help each other. If someone's lucky enough to still have a vehicle, they end up giving everybody a ride by the end of the week. If there's a situation where someone's got some food and the other one doesn't, then people share. It's neighborly, but without the neighborhood. And that's also tough, because a lot of times people think, well, we'll just take that old man on the street and we'll put him all by himself in some senior living center, and he's going to be grateful for that when he's just lost every person that was in his life for 18 months. So there's just this lack of understanding of the actual realities, I think. What do you want? Like, we've had, I think it's about 1179 or something for our blankets today, 1179 blankets or something, made by people who, most of them I've never met before. People, I think, who never thought I'll take homelessness into my own hands before. They thought I can make a blanket, and then in the journey they realized that they were going to make someone feel loved. What do you think that person who's new to the struggle of helping other people, what do you think they need to take away from this? What's their next step?
Their next step is just to continue in that journey, to continue to make a difference one by one. I think we're all, if we'll do our steps in the journey, we end up helping people that definitely we don't know. You may not even meet again, but remember that they're humans, and one day somebody might have to help you, whether you're in a nursing home, a hospital that you don't know, but you're going to be grateful and thankful that they're there to take care of you. And I think we do that when we invest in all humans and see mankind through a lens that says we're all human. We all going to have some struggles. We all need to be there for each other and bring down the wall of us versus them. As long as we see people in an us versus them, we never see the we. And so we will get out of the journey. Right. We'll feel like, okay, as long as our group is doing well, then I don't need to worry about the them. Well, the reality is there's blessings and there's so much positive when we're all in it together. And this other person's success is my success, right, or your success. Right. We're winning together.
Right. Well, I feel like I won when I got to know you and the good work that you're doing. And I'll be out to Indianapolis before too long. Maybe we can get together with some of the other good folks out there that fight the fight. And I just appreciate you taking the time. And how do folks get a hold of you if they want to learn more about your ministry and what you're doing in Indianapolis?
purposeoflifeministries.com. That's purposeoflifeministries.com. We want people to find their purpose, live their purpose, and share their purpose because we see everybody as a part of the journey.
Right. And when you stop having to wonder where you're going to sleep tonight, you get a little closer to finding your real purpose. Because your real purpose isn't isn't searching for a safe spot. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to leave now. We're going to take a shot of the blankets to take a look at. Thank you, Pastor Green. Have a Merry Christmas. Yep. And we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Good evening, Diane Nyland bundled up here on the Memorial Blanket Project evening. I'm 72 years old. I'm cold. I'm sitting out here doing this because there are a lot of people my age, maybe some younger, some older, that are outside in weather like this. Sirens going by here. And they don't have the option like I do of getting out of the cold eventually tonight. That they're outside without a place to live. And it's a thing that I think if we think about it, we think about the seniors that are without a place to live, I think it should make us uncomfortable. A few years back, I made a film in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, talking to seniors about homelessness that they were experiencing. And it's that film that we're going to see now. And I think the stories that you hear are going to be the stories that you would hear anywhere in this country if you really listened to the people who are without homes. So watch the film, think about your pillow, think about what you can do to help.
Rain. Wind. Yeah. Wind is horrible, especially when it's cold and the wind blows, but rain's pretty bad too because you're walking around with wet feet.
The dampness in your bones.
Oh yeah, and get to our age, we feel every little ache.
I was staying under a bridge. And that's when I got up the next morning, I felt the pain in my foot. They had a nurse there, and he said, "You got frostbite." So they took me to the Good Samaritan. That's where they amputated him.
My wife and I separated, and I went to living in my car in a truck stop.
I'm guilty of having the same idea of what homeless people were like as probably most people do who are not. It seems that a lot of younger people don't think it's ever going to happen. I don't think I ever thought that I would be in this situation. When we lay down for the night, we sleep on mats on the floor of a church.
When you get to our age, sleeping on a concrete floor, it's not comfortable.
I think it bothers me the most like in the middle of the night when I get up. Sometimes, I mean, it's excruciating to me.
Well, I can't live like this the rest of my life. I'm gonna have to get in someplace. I can do it about 5 nights and I'll start to mine it in my shoulder. So I stay in a motel down there.
Many of them work as hard as they can, using their strengths to just get by day after day.
Right now, I'm flying a sign. I'm out there at Pier 1. He tried, but he's got medical problems.
And when you're getting older, okay, and you're like, what am I'm gonna die homeless, jobless from a pot washer. Kind of, that's all I ever became.
Being that I was a former truck driver and I go into the flying jail a lot to get fuel, they all know me in there. So they all made sure I got a shower every day and all that.
Your
and
shower is now
that's
ready.
basically how I survived out there.
Shower 19.
I'd like the janitor work, dishwashing work, restaurants. But I'm retired now.
Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of people struggling in the same struggles that I am, perhaps even harder than I have to struggle because they've lived the homeless lifestyle for quite a long time.
You get the stereotype images of the barrel with the fire, and they're standing around the barrel. Then the brown bag gets passed, and that's obviously it's not all of that.
Well, some people consider you a pain in the neck. I know that. They're not too sympathetic. But you get more respect, I think. People respect. I guess they like dogs better than people.
Well, we're normal, everyday people who've just for some reason or the other made mistakes in our lives that turned out to be more detrimental than we had anticipated.
Everybody's got a different story about why they're homeless, and anything can go wrong and you can become homeless in a heartbeat.
They're trying to get me over at 1 West Penn, but they can't get me in.
Yes, we're on the list for 2 West Penn, but that could take years.
There's a real issue of older folks who are homeless because if you've had a low-paying job, say minimum wage for most of your life, what's ultimately going to happen is you're going to get a minimum Social Security payment. And if they're fortunate enough to get out of the shelter and get public housing, that apartment is going to cost them a third of their income. If their Social Security payment is about $600 a month, well, there's $200 that goes for the rent, which is a great deal. However, that leaves $400 for everything else. And that just doesn't leave a lot for survival.
To get my own place, it took a while for it to sink in, but knowing that I did have my own place with my name on the lease and everything made me feel really good. Like I accomplished something.
Are you ready? All right, we're back. And this is Pastor Matthew Best, and we are alive. We're live streaming into York, Pennsylvania. I'm trying to see here on the screen, and I'm trying to see who are we talking with in York.
I'm with the York County Coalition on Homelessness. It's really hard to hear you guys, so I'll do my best.
All right, how's that, Kelly? Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Thank you.
All right. Hi, Kelly. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. We're getting all set up here. We're scheduled to start about 6:30.
Okay. Well, tell us what's going on in York. What are you doing?
So we're just having a short vigil tonight. You'll see we have a couple of blankets behind me. We are doing a short vigil just to talk a little bit about homelessness in York County. We're talking a little bit about those that have passed away over the last year in York County and just honoring their memory, taking a moment to think about all those that are outside tonight and even through this weekend when the weather gets good.
Okay, great. And you mentioned you have a couple of blankets, and so that's the kind of the tie-in to what we're doing here in Washington, D.C. But I know that you all were looking to do some other specific things. So why don't you tell us a little bit about the things that you're doing in York?
Sure. Instead of blankets, we decided to do a little bit more of a hygiene-focused collection. So we do have a little table over here. I'm going to move a little bit for you. Little table over here, collecting a few items, things that we know everyone will be able to use: toothbrushes, toothpaste, underwear, women's hygiene products, incontinence products, the types of things that we know we hand a lot of out. So those are the kind of things that we're collecting tonight.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's great. And that really kind of speaks to the whole idea. We talked a little bit about this during an earlier interview, which was the whole idea that, you know, in different locations that people need different things. And I think that's really important, that in some places blankets are needed, in other places hygiene products are needed. And, you know, it's really important to take a look at that and to listen to what people need, because everybody has different needs. And so, right. And so who are the different partners there in York that are participating?
So we are kind of in front of, you can see right here, Union Lutheran Church. So they are our host for the event tonight. We have Friends and Neighbors of Pennsylvania, who does our coordinated street outreach in York County. We also have Covenant House of Pennsylvania. They are one of our youth shelter partners. We have Valley Youth House here. They also serve youth populations experiencing homelessness. We have Community Progress Council here. They are our community action agency in York County. Of course, the Coalition on Homelessness is here, and we're hoping to get a few more people as we get closer to our start time.
Oh, that's wonderful. Great. And you said you're just getting ready to get started tonight, right? Okay, great. And what are some of the things that you're going to be doing tonight?
We are going to be introducing some of the partners so that those from the public that are here understand what we all do. We are going to talk a little bit about the numbers and what homelessness looks like in York County and the challenges we've seen with increasing numbers over the last 18 months or so. We are doing our collection, and we are going to do a few words around those that have passed away. So we recognize it's cold, but we're going to have a few words for about a half an hour. We also have some soup to keep everyone warm. And yeah, we're going to have a little discussion here tonight. We are also going to follow up this event with an event in February.
Oh, great.
Just talking about ways to help. You know, you said about some people needing blankets and some people don't need blankets. We have a lot of folks in our community that mean well and want to do good, but the ways that they try to help end up causing some challenges for the community. So we're going to do a little bit of a follow-up education session in early February about really great ways to make sure that the things you want to do to help get to the people that need them.
Oh, that's really awesome. Oh my gosh, that's really awesome. I'm so proud of you guys.
Thank you.
This is one of those things where each community can do just incredible things to build community, which is really what you're doing, right? I mean, you're building community, right? That's ultimately what it's about. It's about building community with neighbors, both neighbors that are housed, neighbors that are unhoused, getting to know your neighbors, getting to know what the needs are, getting to know what the strengths and the assets of the people in the community are, and just building those relationships. I mean, that's just really huge. I'm just so proud of you all. That's so awesome.
Thank you very much. We always want to build new community. We want to bring new people into our community. We want people to understand the challenges and the benefits and the kindness in the community. So we're working to bring all of that together.
So what I'm going to ask you this question. What would you say to York is a pretty good size, and I'm going to wait until the fire truck goes by so you can hear me. This is what happens when you have President Zelensky, I guess, coming into town. You guys don't have a foreign dignitary coming into town into York, do you? Anyway, sorry. What would you say? York is a nice sized community, nice sized city. And I know a lot of folks feel like, homelessness is a big challenge. And, right, it feels like this huge, huge challenge for folks. What would you say some things are that folks might be able to do in their communities?
I think the key is making sure that you're working with someone who's experienced in helping those that are having housing challenges, whatever that level of housing challenge might be. They might be on the street, they might be in shelter, they might be in housing, but it's not stable or safe. I think there's value in understanding what the organizations in your community have learned about helping people and working with them and alongside of them instead of trying to go along on your own and kind of create your own thing. Learn from those around you Learn where the gaps are, learn where you can fit in with your passions and your expertise. And more than anything, I would say be willing to work together, whether that's you and a friend that both want to do something, whether it's you and an organization, but be willing to band together and to make sure that you're meeting the need, but you're not creating a need that you think is out there that maybe isn't exactly what is necessary right now. So be willing to learn and to be willing to use the expertise of others that do this work to help fuel what you're going to decide to do.
You know, I think you really raised something that's really important, which you just said, which is be willing to see what's actually there. So often, right? I mean, so often we're like, oh yeah, we want to do something, and then we dive right in without knowing what's actually the challenge. And so we have to ask questions. We have to be willing to listen. We have to go right and talk with people and find out what those challenges are and what people actually want and what those needs are. And that's part of the idea of dignity of people and respect and those type of things.
We're not deciding what people need.
Yeah.
We're actually doing what they say they need.
Right. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. So maybe you could tell us a little bit for those who are listening in other parts of the country. York, tell us a little bit about what homelessness in York looks like, because we've talked a little bit about, finding out what the needs are in different areas. Maybe you could share a little bit about what does homelessness in York look like, and maybe, it doesn't look like one way in York, because York's a decent sized city. So maybe you could share a little bit, what does it look like in different parts of York?
Well, I think it's important to note kind of our size. So we are in York City, but we cover York County. York County is about 420,000 people, give or take, for total population. A lot of our folks experiencing homelessness are in York City or near York City or our other kind of major metropolitan area, which is Hanover. And the biggest reason for that is that's where services are. That's where you can get meals. That's where you can connect with case managers. You can connect with shelter and housing programs. So people typically will go to those areas in order to make sure they're connected. In York, everyone talks about the point in time from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We're about 350 people on any given day. We had our lowest year in 2019. We've been seeing steady increases on that number ever since. Across a year, we might see between 2,100 and 2,300 people unduplicated that we know are going through our homeless programs, that are seeking services. So we have a lot of people in shelter. Right now we have an awful lot of people who are outdoors, people in cars. As we've seen rents increase in the community, it's been harder and harder to find an affordable place to live. And so we have a lot of people right now that are very new to being homeless. They've never experienced this before. And so trying to make sure they're connected and understand what their resources are and kind of how to navigate those resources is really important.
Right.
We have a lot of families. We do have individuals for sure, everyone does. But we do have a lot of families with children as well, and that's really a challenge for us. We have a small number of family beds in York County, so finding places to keep people safe when there are multiple people in the household is a pretty big challenge.
Right. Well, Kelly, thank you very much. I appreciate you giving us an update from York, where you are live and having a simultaneous event while we're having an event here in Washington, D.C. And we wish you all of the best, and we hope you have a great turnout. We hope that you have a lot of folks that show up. We hope that it's not too cold, and we hope that lots of folks come out who are going to offer a lot of support, give you a lot of the supplies that you need, make a lot of great connections, and we just hope that it's just a great evening for you.
Thank you so much, and same to you guys in Washington, same to all the other communities doing these events this evening. We wish you all the best.
All right, thanks, and we'll be back. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Hey, we're back. We're unmuting you, so watch yourself, was what I just heard. This is Pat LaMarche. We are at the Capitol, the U.S. Capitol West Lawn. I'm staring at the beautiful Washington Monument. The Washington Monument was built over a really long period of time because they had to stop building it because of the Civil War. And I just can't stop thinking about that with Volodymyr Zelensky here and his war-torn nation right now, how the destruction is so incredible. And, it's been so long since the United States has had that on their own, obviously 9/11 and other things, but the sort of broad scale, every major city feeling the effects. And so my heart goes out to President Zelensky and his country, and my heart goes out to my country and the people who languish in our streets, who live here in the street and die here in the streets. And I got to tell you one more thing that's wrong with this country, and then I'm going to go to talk to my dear, dear friend Sandy Jeffers. What's wrong with this country is LED lighting. Prior to LED lighting, I would sit under a great big light and it would be warm. But now we have LED lighting and there is no heat. And I understand that heat is resistance and therefore a waste of energy every day, but when it's really cold out like today. So that's my rant for today, is LED lighting. Curse you. All right, Sandy Jeffers, the talented, wonderful, decades-long director of an agency that ends homelessness by helping people to confront the issues that plague them. And they do it with love and compassion. They have a multi-step program. I'm probably not going to tell it all right, so I'm just going to ask Sandy Jeffers how she's doing. How you doing, Sandy?
I'm great. Great to see you.
You look great. I can see you over there on the little computer they have for me here.
Yes.
You don't have many clothes on, though. Isn't it cold where you are?
I'm not where I'm supposed to be. In Florida.
Oh, God love you. Well, good for you for being warm. That's
Right.
nice.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Are you on vacation?
Sure.
So, Sandy, tell us about Pathways. It's a fantastic program. You house more than 100 people, right? How many people are housed at Pathways?
94. So Pathway to Recovery provides transitional and permanent housing to formerly homeless individuals to help them overcome substance use disorder and mental health barriers. What we try to do is help people to get, we're abstinence-based program, recovery first, mental health stability, self-sufficiency through employment, and we move people through the phases till they end up in their own apartment where they can stay for however long years to come. And the one unique piece is that we have our graduates living in our apartments come back and help the new guy walking through the door.
So the person who's giving you the hand knows where you've been.
And they know what you...
The person who's helping, they know where you've been. So I'm sure that allows a person to empathize, but does it sometimes, do you ever run into a case where someone's just a little harder on other people than they would be if they hadn't lived through it themselves?
Well, we kind of pride ourselves on, compassion first and kind of, but for the grace of God, go I.
Yeah.
And if somebody, and we are all about stop the stigma, whether it's addiction, homelessness, mental health, stop the stigma. And if everybody, including myself, are in recovery from drugs or alcohol, and our peer support volunteers, we kind of go through a lot of training and opportunity to let them know we're not here as Department of Correction officers. We're here to lift you up. Life has done that enough, and that's not our role. So we really try real hard to not be about that.
Right. So
You're
you're
because
there because
there are plenty of people to kick them if they're going to get kicked.
there needs to be somebody in their lives that ain't going to kick them.
Exactly. And we, you know what, with homelessness and drugs and alcohol and mental health, there's so much shame and stigma. I mean, we do that to ourselves for years. The last thing we need when we've kind of have a little bit of hope that maybe we can make some changes. The last thing we need is to feel judged by anybody.
So your program's been going on for decades, right? Pathways is
yeah,
good.
So I've been with Pathway 28 years. Pathway has been in existence 31 years. We started with a single 24-bed program for guys and gals diagnosed with substance use disorders and mental health. And since that time, we've since added 6 programs, creating 3 phases, and we have 3 permanent housing programs based on income, abstinence-based.
Could you try again?
I'm so sorry. Alexa is interfering with this. I had no idea that would happen.
She is rather snooty. Artificial intelligence. She thinks she knows better.
Right. So, but yeah, and Pathway, we've got some real unique things going on as far as 80% of our programs are financially self-sufficient based on the residents that live there. It's not subsidized. They're employed, they're clean and sober, and they're all about paying it forward to the next guy.
Right, you charge people basically a percentage of their income. They're doing their thing. They're working. They're living in their apartments. They're taking care of themselves, as all of us hope to do. And that even though you charge them a percentage of their income, and even though you don't have these giant government subsidies, you're still making enough money to make it for the people who don't have much money to pay. And they could, it's really a cooperative system.
It's all based on income. And, and if for the guy and gal that walks through the door, everybody that shows up, they don't have anything. And we're not pushing them to get a job. And, it's first things first. And we let them know this is a family, this is a community, you're a part of it, we need you, let's figure out a way that you can contribute and have a purpose.
We've been talking about community a lot today because I think when I go out and talk to people who don't know much about homelessness, one of the things they don't realize is that living in homelessness is also a community. That when you're down and out, you know who the other down and out people are in town, and you help a lot, for the most part, help each other. Now, I've also had heroin addicts steal each other's phones, right? I mean, there are problems that happen that are external, but for the most part, first of all, that ain't personal. They didn't do that for any other reason but their fix, right? They're not trying to harm each other. They're trying to survive in this really broken way that they're living in, this really broken system that the country has created. Sam Simbera said it's created it by having a whole pile of haves and trying to coexist in a place with a whole pile of have-nots, right? And so the fact that you can recognize community and realize that the communities are there for each other and that you can reinforce that same message. And I think that's what all the little old ladies and 5th graders and geometry classes and everybody are trying to do too that made these blankets, right? They said, okay, we didn't think we were in your community, but now we know we are. Now we know you need a blanket for your tent or you need a blanket for your new apartment, and we want to be in your community. And they put in hundreds of thousands of hours making these blankets. This is amazing. This is mind-blowing.
It's all about connection, Pat. You said it. It's all about connection. If you could take someone out of their community, whether it's whatever, toxic, destructive, if you put them alone by themselves, they're going to go right back.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Still talking.
I thought I unplugged her.
Oh, she doesn't care. She'll still talk to you.
Yes. So,
So I know you're jealous. I'm waving my fingerless mitten at you because I didn't put my fingers in the little parts of the glove because my hands are too cold. I know you're jealous that you're not sitting here with us freezing your tuchus off and you're down there in Florida, but we're glad you're there and we love you, and I really appreciate you being on the show tonight.
You always being a voice for everybody that doesn't have a voice. I'm terrified tonight because of the weather in Indiana and the next few days. I'm terrified. My first thought is we're going to lose people.
Yeah, right.
The reason I'm doing this is purely selfish. I want to be able to enjoy a snowstorm, but as long as somebody's going to be living out in that snowstorm, I can't enjoy it. So we gotta do this. We gotta do this.
I agree.
Thank you, Sandy. Love you, darling.
Marilyn.
Pat.
Yeah. See you later. All right.
Look at there's a crazy, pretty Christmas tree here, and then we'll be right back. And we're back. Happy winter solstice night. We are out here on the Capitol lawn at the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol because it is Homeless Remembrance Night. The night we not only remember those who live on the street but die here as well, which sadly happens all too often. I know there was a vigil in D.C. last night.
And today.
And today, yeah. And there were many names on that list. I was stunned.
72, if I remember correctly, 72 names on the list.
And they're probably not everyone because people don't all get counted that way. And Aliva, you are the new director of the National Institute for, help me there.
I'm the new CEO of the National Alliance to End Homelessness.
National Alliance to End Homelessness, yes. You know, I'm not always great with names like that. And then on a day where you had to remember 25 of them.
Right.
It really got kind of crazy. Yeah.
Happy
and there's no teleprompter in this kind of world.
There is not.
So I'm really excited to talk to absolutely every guest that came on today about the same thing, and that's a proposed $85 billion by the White House to really inject some funding into real teeth for ending homelessness, or at least mitigating some of the suffering. Do you have any crystal ball? Do you have any inside scoop to share with us about what the president's plan looks like, and then maybe whether or not those guys in Congress are gonna, fund it?
Yeah. Well, I would say we have a lot of work to do in that area. We saw the omnibus come out yesterday from Congress. It was bipartisan, bicameral, which means both parties and both houses of Congress agreed on the budget. And while it had some really strong things in it, I personally think that it didn't have enough housing in it. So even though the administration is proposing strong budgets on affordable housing in particular, they are not making it into the kinds of packages that we really want to see that would help us move the needle in really significant ways on homelessness.
I was vice president of a shelter when the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act happened back in 2009. People called it like Obama stimulus plan or something, I think,
That's
but
right.
that was the real
I was
name
at HUD. I administered the HUD portion of that money.
Well, I'll tell you something. It was amazing because we went from 107 people and families out of our shelter and into housing the year before it to more than 600 individuals and families. This literally is the problem you can throw money at. You know, you can pay down people's old electric bills so that it's not a barrier to new housing. You can, I mean, once you've not been able to pay your electric bill, and literally 75% of the people watching know what it's like to worry about paying your heating bills.
Yeah.
And then you get a few bills behind. That's a cause for eviction. It's a cause for bad credit, and it's a barrier to getting housed. So that money, especially the homeless prevention money, was incredible.
Yeah, it was the first time. So I was a career federal employee. I ran that program.
Wow.
I was the director of the Office of Special Needs Assistance Programs at the time.
Wow.
Designed and ran that program. It was a game changer for us.
Yeah.
We were able to do homelessness prevention in a real way that we had never done before. We were able to pay down people's back rent. We were able to pay down electric and other utility bills that helped keep people in their housing. If I remember correctly, you know, you're asking me to reach back into my memory bank a little bit, but we served well over 1 million people with that $1.5 billion, and it made a huge difference during the Great Recession.
Now, I remember that there were quite a few complaints. So I was on the ground, right?
Yeah.
And I'm hearing quite a few complaints from the ether about it not having enough earmarks when it came out. And what I thought was, it got to my community, and we all got together, our continuum of care got together and said, what do we need to do first?
Yeah.
And we made the decisions because we weren't being told what to do first. And it really worked. It really worked. So that you say is 1.5 billion. They're talking about 85 billion.
Yeah.
That's game rebuilder,
That's
right?
right. I mean, it would be a foundational investment, and it would allow us to change our systems in a way that would be, like you said, game changing for communities, for people who are experiencing housing instability and homelessness, and you know, would love to see an investment like that.
So what can people do? And like, so there are a million topics we could talk about. We could talk about, you know, everything from babies to 80-year-olds, right?
Sure.
Elder orphans that, you know, were never homeless until they got on Social Security and couldn't afford their home anymore. But right now it seems like if we're going to do a call to action, it's to support this investment. What do you want people to do? Like, if we're going to go back and talk to the 1,000 moms and grandmoms and
Sure.
brothers who made blankets, we did tell them to call their congresspeople and tell them about the blankets. What do we tell them to call their congressman to do now, or is that the next step?
So I think that that's a really important step. I'm from the National Alliance to End Homelessness now, and on our website we have a really good guide to how to do effective advocacy with your members of Congress. I know other folks do as well. The National Coalition for the Homeless has one. The National Low Income Housing Coalition has one. I know you talked to Sarah Sadian, my colleague, earlier today. So I would suggest that folks sort of get educated on really what their member of Congress or members of Congress are interested in. Try and get to see them in person if you can, because that makes a real difference. Bring people who are impacted by the problem that we're trying to solve. That also makes a really big difference with members of Congress. So all of those things can make a difference, and we can, if we band together and have some sort of common goals, I think that we can make a dent in the places that we need to make a dent.
Wonderful. So I'm going to ask you the question that other reporters have been asking me all day.
Okay.
What did I not ask you about that you really want people to know?
So one of the things that we've been thinking a lot about at the Alliance over the last, I've been there for 6 months, so
congratulations.
For me, thank you.
Yeah.
Over the last 6 months is this sort of increasing push to criminalize people who are experiencing homelessness in communities around the country. We also need to band together and do some advocacy to really educate folks about why that is a terrible, terrible practice and policy at the local, state, and national level. And we need to be loud about it, because it is really harming people. It's harming people who are already marginalized, including people of color, including people who are exiting institutions, including people with disabilities, and LGBTQ people. So we actually need to do quite a bit more education for our local electeds and our national electeds on that issue.
And if you're a fiscally responsible voter or participant, it's too expensive. Criminalizing homelessness, on top of the fact that it's cruel and not productive and harming to all these groups, It's expensive.
It is absolutely expensive.
Yeah.
It actually doesn't make logical sense
Right.
when you play it out. In terms of, why would you find somebody that doesn't have enough money to find a place to live? You know they don't actually have the money to pay the fine. And then there's a number of things around police, court costs, all of those things are incurred by the community, when the outcome really is that you want to get somebody into housing and off the street. So it just doesn't actually add up.
Yeah, I heard someone say it's not about getting people into housing, it's about cleaning the streets. And that was such a hurtful thing to hear.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Well, Anne, congratulations on your job.
Thank you
it's
so
great
much.
to meet you. I've heard a lot about you in my travels, and I'm excited to, at any time, if we can do some zany lunatic thing to help get the word out, I hope you remembered who to call.
I really appreciate it, and I really am grateful that you all did this event, especially on a night where there's like an unexpected set of security issues around Washington, D.C.
Right.
And that you're bringing, your voice to this important work. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's we're actually picking up early because of all the rerouting of traffic. But what I have to say is, both times we've done it now on a small local level and now here in D.C., I never knew how many blankets I'd have because it was so organic.
Yeah.
And last year I could have had 15, but I had 219, and this year we hoped for 500, and we had 1,179.
It's amazing.
So yeah,
thank you so much for
people
doing
do
it.
care.
Yeah,
they really do.
They do.
All right. Thanks for being with us.
All right. Take care.
Welcome back. We're winding up our evening. We're actually going to be pulling stakes on the podcast an hour early. We're going to shut the podcast down at 8 because of Volodymyr Zelensky's visit to D.C. and the rerouting of traffic. So we have to pack up a little early. It's been an interesting day to be here. When we first planned all this, the Senate and the House were not supposed to be in session, and they are here. Of course, now being addressed, 7:30 being addressed by Vladimir Zelensky. You know, you shouldn't worship people because then you can't pronounce their name. I've just really realized that. But I just love the guy, and I admire his courage. No matter how you feel about any issue, courage is always a daunting quality that I wish I had more of some days. But I wish him the best, and I wish his country the best. But because of that, we're going to pull out a little early. We're going to show a wonderful film at 8 o'clock. My own Four Walls. We already showed that one. I Will Be Your Voice, which is the dramatization of real words spoken by kids experiencing homelessness, and a play written by Chris Kapp, who is just a genius. So just that's that. But right now we're going to talk to one of the biggest, most important agencies when we discuss homelessness, and Derek Harkins. Did I get that right? Derek Harkins from Housing and Urban Development. Forgive me, Undersecretary Harkins, is that the correct title? I've interviewed about 35 people tonight, and I don't know my name anymore.
It's simply Director.
Oh, Director. Okay, Director Harkins. Thank you.
And you do Community Outreach and Service Department of HUD, or?
I serve as the director for the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, which partners with faith and community organizations across the country.
That's fantastic. And a lot of good work is being done around the country by faith-based organizations. Nonprofit arts agency that supports justice issues, so that's why we made this giant art exhibit of the blankets. But one of our biggest supporters is the Lutheran Council of America, the Evangelical Lutheran Council of America. And gosh, you know, at so many churches, First United Church of Christ, the Unitarian Universalists, there have just been faith-based agencies from all across the country that have reached out and helped us. And you get to work with these organizations every day.
Every day. And it's amazing the innovativeness and the commitment and resolve that really across the spectrum in terms of faith organizations, individual faith communities, we are able to do work on both. I call it sort of the large meta scale, but also very importantly, and especially in light of what you all are speaking about tonight, very much on a human scale as well. I'm never so moved by when I'm able to talk about the fact that work that we do specifically affects people's lives, families' lives, and especially in regard to ending the crisis of homelessness.
Now, Director Harkins, it's not often that you hear about a government agency that has a faith-based component. Is that unique to HUD?
No, it's not unique to HUD. There are now across the agencies, in a number of agencies, Health and Human Services, Education, Veterans Affairs, FEMA, Agriculture. We're about to have one in the Department of Transportation. And the reason is because so often when you think about it, the federal government, in terms of really being effective, is effective when it's in partnership with organizations, with entities. And when it relates to housing, that partnership is so incredibly important when it comes to faith communities. When you think about your local senior citizens 202 federally subsidized housing, so often that's supported by a church or synagogue or a mosque. It is oftentimes that faith community that really is our link to the larger community. So that relationship is important. The faith offices really began way back in the Bush administration. Then they were sustained in the Clinton administration, the Obama administration, certainly the W. Bush administration, and then, of course, the Obama administration. And in the space of these last roughly now 24 months, we've been able to kind of revitalize those relationships across a number of the government agencies, including HUD.
Oh, so if someone is out there and they think, I'm cynical or I'm skeptical about government intervention or involvement, but they have a faith-based organization that's working with HUD. I guess I'm asking that backwards. How can people find out which faith-based organizations are working with HUD so that maybe they can understand a little better? I mean, I personally was the vice president of a shelter and the operations manager of a different shelter. One was completely secular, no religious component at all. And the second one was just all of our sheltering was done in church basements. And while certainly the attempt to mitigate homelessness on the federal level has moved away from shelters, there are emergency solution grants and other funding that do help. And so in that second case, I saw equal or better at times care given to the shelter residents in the faith-based organization as I did in the secular one. So how can folks find out which churches in their area they can go to and how they can maybe partner with some of the government agencies?
Sure. Well, surprise, surprise. One of the easiest things for them to do is to reach out to our office, the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships at HUD.gov. And in terms of your particular locality, we're more than happy to link people with agencies and organizations that are doing work on the ground or that have partnered with us. And you can imagine in some places the list is really extensive, and in other places it may not be as extensive, but it's still it's still very much vital. One of the things that we really find as an important part of what we do is to build capacity for these organizations so that the work that they are doing is effective, and if they are engaging with government funding, to make sure that they so that's really a lot of the work that we do close in with faith organizations and faith entities.
I remember it was a number of years ago, and maybe as many as 10, I can't remember it that well, but I remember when a large investment was made in mitigating homelessness in Utah, and the Mormon Church partnered to really amplify the impact that had. And it was keep using this word, but it was a game changer at that time to have that partnership. So you can see modeling of where it's really successful, and I mean, a quick Google search can just turn up how well that works when everybody works together for the same initiative and the same objective. Thank you for being here. My last question is the question for everybody tonight, which is I think we're freezing or something. The White House has made a commitment to cutting, the numbers are anybody's guess at times, but to cutting the numbers as they see them by 25% in 2025. How do you feel about what is that going to be doable?
Well, it's an ambitious goal. And I think the way you begin ambitious goals is to really commit to them. And that's where the administration stands at this point, 25% reduction in the course of these next several years. And then at the same time, making sure we make use of the strategies that we've been hearing from the ground. One of the things that's happened with this all-in strategy is that we've understood what people who are experiencing homelessness think are effective measures and strategies. We've been listening to agencies and individuals and organizations who've told us what works on their part. And that may sound a little strange to some people to think that the federal government is actually listening to people for input and insight, but that's exactly where we are, because we're not going to address this and we're not going to be effective in remediating it unless we do understand what works from people on the ground, both the people who are service providers, but people, as importantly, who are experiencing homelessness as well. And we have been listening. We've done over 1,000 listening sessions in the space with the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness to make sure that we understand what the priorities, what the concerns are. And hopefully that's what's going to be brought to bear in this initiative.
Yeah, the people with lived experience are really the people who should be building the movement forward. Thank you, Director, so much for your time. We're just grateful to have you at the program. Have a wonderful evening. We'll send you some pictures of the blanket.
Thank you so much. All the best to all of you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to be right back.
I'm ready. All right. We are back. This is Pastor Matthew Best. And we just had the motorcade from President Zelensky go by. So we're really excited that we had international attention. I'm just saying that they had they had lights and sirens for our blanket project. I'm just going to say that. Anyway, if you can't have fun when you're out in the cold, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, or maybe it's actually for our next guest. That's what we're going to say, right? So we have with us now, all the way from Colorado, we have Peter, and I can't, like Pat, I'm having trouble keeping straight my own name. So help me with your last name.
Yes, it's Severson.
Peter Severson. With thank you very much. You are with the Lutheran Advocacy in Colorado.
That is correct.
Right. So why don't you tell folks a little bit about what Lutheran Advocacy of Colorado is all about?
I'd be very glad to. Thanks so much, Pastor Matthew. I'm Peter Severson out here in Colorado, Director of Lutheran Advocacy. I work for the Rocky Mountain Synod of the ELCA, and the Synod is kind of our word for like a territory in the church, which covers this whole Rocky Mountain region: Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, New Mexico, and El Paso. My role for the last 8.5 years has been the director of our advocacy work. So I am at the state capitol in Denver here, which is the area I live in, directing our legislative efforts, our lobbying efforts, convening members of congregations and ministries to advocate on the policies that reflect basically what the church believes in. And our main focus is addressing poverty, hunger, housing issues, homelessness, health, criminal justice, and the like. So what's happening there together at the U.S. Capitol is very congruent with what is in our policy agenda and what's happening tonight at the Denver Capitol. We're having our longest night remembrance tonight with our partners at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, and just like there, perhaps the temperatures are rapidly dropping here. Yes, so it is going to be a cold night, but perhaps appropriately so, focusing our attention on the needs of people who spend a lot of time on the streets and are in that cold a lot more than many of us. So I think it'll be really important to be reminded in sort of visceral way with the remembrance that's why we're there.
Yeah, so maybe you can just tell us real brief, because we only got a couple of minutes. What are some of the goals that you have for the remembrance that's going on out there?
Yes, absolutely. We've got I'd say 2 or 3 kind of main hopes for the gathering. One is really just a service of remembrance for many of the folks that we are remembering, and we are remembering people who have died in unhoused situations. We are recognizing that for many of these folks, this may be the only memorial service that they receive. And so this is really important and really impactful to the community. It's not necessarily that, folks might have family members present, but certainly the community relationships that they found, in and amongst their life experience, like those folks are going to be the ones who are present, folks who have worked with them as well, us in advocacy organizations and things. We want to remember people's lives and remember that those lives have value and dignity, and that they deserved more dignity perhaps than they received in this life. We are also trying to remember that there are policy aims that can help address the needs of those folks, that we are gathering also as it's not sort of like the central piece of what we're doing, but it's the central focus for the long term. Our legislative session starts in a couple weeks, and so we are ready to, right at the jump, start advocating on the needs of the unhoused and homeless in our communities. We've got a couple specific policy goals that we're going to be working on. And the last thing is really just to kind of support one another in community, and to remember that we are all a part of this community, regardless of our housing status, regardless of our professional status, regardless of, race, gender, all of those other things. Like, we are one community, and we are all standing together in the cold, in the snow, remembering the lives of people who are our neighbors. And for us, from the church perspective, I mean, that is certainly how we would describe it, as, we are here to love our neighbors as ourselves, and to remember that these folks are our neighbors.
Awesome. Great. Thank you very much for that update, Peter. And we're out here in the cold with you, out here in Washington, D.C. Well,
I'm there myself very shortly.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the update, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
All right. We're off to look at the tree a little bit more.
If there's anybody watching this, I hope they like this. When I grow up, I want to do my job right so I can get money. I like going to school.
My favorite thing I would say is math, because my mom, she was good with numbers in school, so that passed down to me.
I get to play basketball and gym and other fun things. I like to do numbers and homework and spelling words. My favorite thing about school has to be getting the last class so I can go home.
I'm just scared. I can't explain, but it's reasoned, but I'm just too scared for anything.
I sleep in the church with a nice air mattress. Because people, one day when I go to sleep, they don't go to sleep. It just makes me to stay up. Oh, well, sometimes we get one mat and sometimes two. One mat's not comfy.
I get up, my back hurts. See, when I get up on my old bed, my back doesn't hurt, but when I get off the floor, it hurts.
A vehicle, food, clothing, and a home. Because I have to wake up really early because I sleep at a church. I don't really want to wake up, but after that, I get my clothes on, get my boots on, then we go outside, and then we go to the center, get our book bag stuff ready, and then we eat a quick breakfast, and then we start walking to school.
I'm scared of people. Like if they ask me to walk me home, and it's hard when you're struggling.
I just tell them that we're staying at a hotel because we're on vacation. I need coloring pencils, 5 books, math books, and reading books so I can read, and some uniform, pants, and sneakers and shirt.
I like them to know that it's not easy being homeless and that many people are. and that we're just looking for an opportunity to have our own place.
I'm kind of proud of myself.
Hi, I'm Diane Nyland here at the Memorial Blanket Project. We're wrapping up our interviews tonight, but I understand that I'm going to be talking to one of the nicest people, if not in Pennsylvania, in the country, Emily, and I want to just welcome you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So, you are the 211 gal, so to speak, right?
I am for Pennsylvania.
For Pennsylvania. Okay. So I'll tell you, I travel a lot, and I talk to a lot of families all over the country and about their homelessness and all. And really, nobody talks too much about 211. So, can you give me and our audience a little lesson on what 211 does and how that works, and if it works, or what you need to tell me?
I can. So 211 exists across the nation. About 96% of the United States has access to 211 services via their state. 211 is kind of like a one-stop shop for health and human services. I sometimes like to refer to it as the Uber Google, because individuals who are experiencing any type of resource need can call 211, and we can help them connect to resources in their community that can help them meet that need. So, for example, utility bills. Maybe an individual is having difficulty paying their electric bill, their water bill, internet, cell phone. They can call 211. We have in Pennsylvania a resource database of over 10,000 agencies, 36,000 programs, and 72,000 services across Pennsylvania. So we are able to do some triage with the customer, try to determine what exactly their need is, look through our resources, look at eligibility, and find the best fit for them. We're able to provide them those resources, and they take those steps to contact the resources we provided and get on their journey to getting help with meeting some of their needs.
Okay. And I certainly am not going to mean any disrespect in any way here, but I've been in the homelessness social service world for 35 years, and I know that a lot of times there's the theoretical, there's help out there, all you need to do is this, that, and the other thing. And then I know the reality is the help is not adequate, the resources are not adequate, the qualifications sometimes just, it's like crawling through the eye of a needle. So what would you say to me on that? Because, it's almost sounds too good to be true in my ears.
Well, you're right. We are able to connect to the resources and help people navigate what might be eligibility or other requirements. But you are absolutely correct that the need often exceeds what the resource is capable of providing or adequately outfitted to provide. We run into that all the time. This year, alone, we had, let's see our numbers, over 250,000 requests for help.
Whoa.
We provided 323 referrals to resources and people in communities. But let me talk specifically about housing. This year alone in Pennsylvania, 96,623 individuals who were experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness called 211 for help. We were able.
Say that number.
We had 98,623 unique contacts. So these were individuals who called 211 in order to find help with finding a shelter, finding rent assistance, mortgage assistance. Maybe they were having landlord or tenant issues. They called 211. We were able to connect them with resources in their community. Of those 5,546 we had to list as unmet, meaning the resource didn't exist. The eligibility requirements were not conducive to the person's participation or some other reason. But generally, it had to do with eligibility, and it had to do with the resource not existing in their community.
And with those communities where the resources don't exist, would it be safe to say that most of those are non-urban?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because, in this country, we seem to just think there's just urban issues. And I travel and have traveled, I'm going to say 400,000 or more miles over the past 18 years, mostly in non-urban areas. And I'm just appalled by the lack of resources in the non-urban areas. And then the people in the urban areas get their shorts in a knot when the people from outside their areas come to get help in some way. And it's like, well, what would you do? I mean, just stay out in your little town and freeze or die or whatever. And it's just, so the resources don't really exist to any adequate.
Some counties in Pennsylvania that do not have any shelter resources, and extremely limited, rural counties, extremely limited resources to help people with rent or even being able to stay in their home. But it's most critical when someone calls us and says, I've not had anywhere to go for the past 3 nights. And we don't have a resource to provide them in their community. And you're exactly right. It often means we can look at a resource outside of your area, but that resource may not be available to you because it's full. You may not have the transportation to get to that area, or they already have a list of individuals who are waiting, and it is a problem. It is a serious problem.
And because we have to wrap up, I want to say, because I ran a shelter and we weren't open for a while. We weren't open in the summers, and we'd get calls from, a mom with a baby in a car, and we'd have to say our shelter's not open. God, that was just like somebody pulled my fingernails out every time I had to do that. So that's got to be a really, really tough thing for your 211 staff.
It's incredibly difficult. The stories and the experiences they hear from individuals, and to have no resource to provide. I mean, often they can think creatively, but as you said earlier, it's sometimes those resources just aren't there. And what we try to do is collect that data so decision makers, policy makers, community leaders can advocate for the provision of those resources. Because if you don't know the need is out there, or you're ignoring that need is there, we are at least able to collect that kind of data and take it back to those communities and say, this is real. It's real. Wow. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, I'm really glad to know that you're out there doing the job that you're doing, and I certainly appreciate that you came here tonight to share with us a little bit of the information honestly, and you weren't giving me any little bureaucratic BS. So that I definitely appreciate that, and thanks for the work you do.
Sure, and thank you.
Okay.
For what-
All right. Take care. All right. And that'll wrap up the session.
All right, we're back. And I think I'm alive. All right, good. This is Pastor Matthew Best. All right. I'm cold, but I'm alive. I'm having a good time. Anyway, I am excited to have our next guest, Scott Schwoll, who is with us all the way from back in Carlisle. I came to Washington D.C. to interview somebody back in Carlisle, and Scott is with us with the magic of the internet, of course. And Scott, you're with Safe Harbor, of course. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what Safe Harbor is for all those other folks who are watching from wherever they are watching from?
So Safe Harbor is based in Carlisle. We serve all of Cumberland County. We provide housing and supportive services for homeless and nearly homeless individuals and families in our communities. We have several programs. We have short-term emergency shelter, long-term emergency shelter, permanent supportive housing, also rapid rehousing, and of course we accept HUD Section 8, and we have low-income housing as well. And we are in the process of getting ready to build 40 new units of affordable housing, and we are looking forward to breaking ground in the spring.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about those 40 units of affordable housing. Like, what do those look like? Tell us a little bit something about those.
So we received approval for a low-income housing tax credit project through the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. And so these 40 new units will be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, both townhouses and apartments. There'll be 4 one-bedroom, 22 bedroom, and 16 three-bedroom. And they will be for folks who are 60% of the area median income and below. So a majority of the units, 19 are for 60% of the area median income, 14 of them for 50%, 5 for 30%, and 2 for very low income or 20% of the area median income. We also will, as we do with other housing that we own, we also will encourage and accept HUD Section 8 housing vouchers as well. So we are purchasing 5 acres out of a 63 plus acre development in South Middleton Township, which is just over the line from Carlisle Borough. And on that 5 acres, we're going to be building 6 residential units and 1 community center.
Wow, that's really exciting. And are these going to be permanent housing? Is it going to be just like for short term, or what is it going to be?
No, it's definitely permanent housing.
Oh, that's great.
Affordable housing.
That's really awesome. That's really awesome. And maybe you can tell the folks who are listening to give them a sense if they don't have this idea. Like Cumberland County is one of the fastest growing counties. It's the fastest growing county in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes, Cumberland County, based on census data between 2010 and 2020 in the last census report, they were the only county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to grow by double digits. They grew 10.3%. Fastest growing county in the Commonwealth, also among those counties that have the lowest unemployment rate. So when you have increase in population and a low unemployment rate, therefore you have many people who are seeking housing. And when you have people who can afford to pay significant sums for that housing, it puts pressure on the low-income housing. And so there is little to no low-income affordable housing now in Cumberland County because of that. To give you an example, statistics from the Greater Harrisburg Area Realtors Association for the month of November, there were 258 housing units sold in Cumberland County in the month of November. The average sale price was over $340,000.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a significant amount of money. And when you are at 60% of the area and median income and just barely making 200% of the poverty level, you're not affording a $340,000 house.
Right.
Now, the other that's scary is that, the National Low Income Housing Coalition puts out, it's called Out of Reach. And it is a survey of what it costs to be able to afford housing and how much you have to be making to afford that housing. And it's an annual report. So it comes out in July. And the report for July for Pennsylvania, for the state of Pennsylvania, you and I have talked about this. I know you know this as well as I do. You should be spending no more than 30% of your income on your housing.
Right.
If you're spending more than that, you're considered to be house burdened. If you're spending more than 50, you're considered to be severely house burdened.
Right.
So in Pennsylvania, if you want to maintain a 2-bedroom place, you need to be making $20.90 an hour.
Okay.
And for Harrisburg, Carlisle metro area, it's $20.65 an hour.
Okay.
To maintain a 2-bedroom residence. That's a significant amount of money even in these days.
Right.
Even though wages have gone up significantly, even at Sheets or Rudders, if you're not in management, you're only making 16 or 17 an hour.
Right. Wow. So one of the questions that we've been asking throughout the night is, tell us something that, this is a question a lot of times reporters like to ask. So I'm going to put a reporter hat on, if I can. Tell us something that people don't usually know. Tell us something that you would, if we could have this kind of magic wand moment, tell us something that if you could share something that the average person out there doesn't know about the housing situation and about homelessness, what what would it be with what you encounter on a daily basis? What would it be?
Wow, there's a couple of things that jump to mind. The first is a significant number of our folks, probably about 20 to 30% of our folks, are actually employed. They're working. They're not just coming here to exist. They are trying to make things better, but they're either underemployed, they're not employed full time, or they're some of them are actually making less than what would be what I call the Wendy's, Walmart, Target minimum wage of about $17, $18 an hour. So when you are making maybe only $11 an hour right now, well, that's higher than the legal minimum wage in Pennsylvania, but it's still nowhere near what you need to have a living wage and be able to exist.
Right.
The next thing is, I mean, I've been with Safe Harbor now almost 11 years, and unfortunately, there's still some folks in society and in our community who have the old stereotype of what a homeless person is.
Right.
That it's somebody who is lazy, who wants just a handout, who wants nothing more than somebody to give them whatever they need and to be left alone. And that's just not the folks that we serve on a day-to-day basis. Many individuals, one of the primary factors of homelessness is mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
Many folks have mental health issues which prevent them from being able to maintain an appropriate household. It's not their fault, but that's what they have. What makes it worse is trying to get them the treatment they need. There's not a lot of psychologists, and sometimes it can take up to 6 months to see a psychologist.
Right.
So, and then, the folks who are with us, they'd much rather be on their own. They'd much rather have their own place. They'd much rather be fully employed and taking care of themselves and not turning to someone else to help them. But we're here to help them get to that place, to get to that point where they can be self-sufficient, where they can have their own place, where they can maintain a household, and they can be like everyone else. Tough. I mean, we have a family now. We have a mother and 3 small children. 2 of them are elementary school age. One's younger. She's had a HUD Section 8 voucher not once, but twice. But she's been unable to each time to find an appropriate living arrangement that would accept that HUD Section 8 voucher. So that's the other thing. There aren't enough places who take vouchers, who take the kinds of tools that we use to help people. We need more landlords who will accept Section 8, who will take in rapid rehousing, who will take in permanent supportive housing. These are stepping stones to those individuals becoming self-sufficient and becoming wonderful members of society again.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to turn to some of the solutions. You just started to talk a little bit about the issue of just the lack of housing, which is something that we've been talking about throughout the podcast. Is just this whole, when you're talking about in Cumberland County specifically, there's plenty of housing to go around, but you're going to pay a whole lot for it. Or in the case of what you just talked about, it's a lot of times it's who as far as landlords. You got to know the right people, because it's a matter of landlords that don't want to work with certain groups of people or anything of that nature. So I'm just wondering, maybe you can talk a little bit about what are some of the things that might there's systemic solutions, and then there's individual type of things. I don't know if you want to tackle one or the other or both, but what are some of the things that some of the things that you would say are ways that we can tackle this challenge of homelessness?
Well, the first thing is it's rather simplistic, but it's the bottom line. The solution to homelessness is having a home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we need to find ways to have homes for the people who need them. So what are the tools? What are the methods? How can we go about that? I want to give credit to the Cumberland County Housing Authority. They've been working diligently with local landlords to encourage them to accept HUD Section 8, to accept rapid rehousing, to provide affordable housing. And they're trying to do things such as incentive programs and holding meetings and explaining to landlords that your what you think about HUD Section 8 housing is not true. You need to understand this about HUD Section 8 because there are some people who have some very outdated thoughts about what HUD Section 8 housing is. So, but landlord engagement at any level is very, very important. Where it becomes difficult is where a lot of these landlord engagement efforts work with the smaller landlords, the mom and pops, those who have 10, 15, 20, 25 years. Especially here in Cumberland County and elsewhere, really, you have a lot of those investor-owned units. There are probably 4, maybe 5 large landlords in Cumberland County who have a significant number of rental housing units. And the incentives that it might interest the smaller landlords are not going to interest them. They have the housing stock, they have the cash flow. So how do you get them to come to the table is the biggest challenge of all because they have market share. They have more units than anybody else.
Right.
So that's very difficult. The other thing is somehow being able to provide, my phrase would be aftercare. Somebody does use that HUD Section 8 voucher and gets into permanent housing, but it might be the first time they've ever been in permanent housing.
Right.
And they're not quite sure how to keep a house.
Yeah.
Not quite sure how to make sure the house stays neat, how to make sure that they stock up on what they need, the essentials, what happens when there's a repair needs to be made, how do you contact the landlord, all of those things that many of us learn because we've had rental properties or we've had a house and they've never had that. So giving them continued support for 6 months or a year after they move into that housing would be helpful because a lot of times they've not had that housing previously.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Scott, because I know for a lot of the folks that I've worked with, it's people have said, well, gee, if why aren't people doing this, that, and the other thing? And eventually I just ended up saying, well, you're making a lot of assumptions about people. You're just assuming that they know. And why are we assuming that people know if they've never encountered this, if they've never been taught it, if they've never experienced this? And I think that there's I think there's this assumption that just because we've gone through something that means that everybody else has. And this is something I think you're like one of the few other people that has mentioned this. How did you refer to this? Continued care. And I'm just wondering, have you found that there are other agencies? Is that a common type of is that common, or is that something that you when you talk with other partners that's not really a common thing?
It's not common at all, and I would liken it to, so for folks who are in our emergency shelter, we offer life skills training classes while they're here. So one class for men, one class for women, and then we have a parenting class. And again, it's the same principle. We are working with them to provide them with information and teach them things that either they've never learned or that they may have learned, but because they're in crisis, they don't remember. So, and simple things, again, that you and I would take for granted. How to have a checking account, what you do in a situation when you need to resolve a conflict, how to how to go to the grocery store, how to cook a healthy meal on a low budget. When should you go to the doctor? When maybe you don't need to go to the doctor? Those kinds of things. It's all things that you and I learned either through our experiences in life or, taught as we were growing up in school or by our parents or whatever. And a lot of times, again, they've never learned it, or because they're in crisis, they just can't make the connection. So now expand that out to, they've maybe had those classes, but now, hey, you got a voucher. Hey, we found a place for you to live. Now you move into a 2-bedroom apartment. Maybe it's the first time you've ever had your own place, or you haven't had your own place in a decade or more. And you don't know, well, where's the grocery store? How do I get there? What things do I need to stock up on? What things should I not buy until I need them? Again, how do I contact my landlord when the toilet's broken? Or, paying my utility bills. How do I contact the company to say, hey, I'm going to be late, and they will work with me instead of just not paying it?
Right.
All those things. And there's not a lot of that, as I said, aftercare when they leave. So it's some of them succeed and some of them don't. Need to think more about how we help them succeed after they leave.
And I think that might be an opportunity for folks to really kind of, that's really an opportunity for folks to be engaged with different organizations, with different agencies, to offer, to build relationships with folks, to teach folks. I know of, I've worked with an individual who, they retired recently. And so what they had done was they were like really big into doing a lot of finances with the corporation that they worked with. And this was like somebody who did a lot of like high finance type of things. And talking with them about homelessness really intrigued them and got them very interested. And one of the things they started asking was, well, what can I do? And so I just started saying, hey, you have this background in finance, and we're not looking for you to do like huge like spreadsheets of, huge financial type of things, but can you work with somebody on basic budgeting? And they said, well, yeah, I mean, don't people like know how to do that? I said, no, they don't know how to do that. And so he said, well, yeah, I could do that with people. That's easy for me to do. And if I can teach people how to do that, great, I'd be happy to do that. And so I was able to then connect him with an organization that would be, teaching. They had classes and they were looking for a teacher of how to do that. And so, there are some opportunities of how to do that. So, yeah. So anyway, I'm really glad you brought that up. Getting back to Safe Harbor, I want to get back to Safe Harbor, which is why we brought you in. Are there opportunities for folks to support Safe Harbor, to engage with what Safe Harbor is doing and support what you're doing? And how do people do that?
We have lots of opportunities. We certainly need volunteers to do various things. One of the main needs is when we're transitioning a room, somebody has thankfully moved on to permanent housing or moved on to a different situation. The room needs to be prepped, it needs to be cleaned, and then we need probably to do some maintenance. So we need folks who can clean, who like cleaning, and will come in and clean. We always have a need for folks to do, community donation drives. We have a constant need for linens, sheets, towels, blankets, pillows, pillowcases, all of those things that people use. We have a need for personal care items, soap, shampoo, conditioner, shaving needs, diapers for kids, all of those things. And then we do keep a small food bank in our building, so non-perishable food items as well we can use. So those are the kind of things they could do as well. And then certainly someone who is good at finance, who wants to help people with budgeting, we can use that. We can use people who like to provide childcare. So because sometimes parents need to run errands and do things, and they need somebody, just need an hour so they can go get something done, and somebody can sit with the kids, read to them, play with them, those kind of things. So we have lots of opportunities.
Perfect. And Scott,
Real quick, as we're wrapping up here, what's the easiest way for someone to find information about Safe Harbor?
So the first is our website. So it's safeharbor.org. And somebody did this long ago, not me. Safe Harbor has a U in it. So it's SAFEHARBOUR. So that's our website. We're also on Facebook and on Twitter. So you can find all the information on our website, on Facebook, and reach out to us from there. Our emails are on our website. You can email anybody and say, hey, I'd like to volunteer, and we'll be back in touch.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and the conversation. And yeah, we will. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks. All right, we're back. This is Pastor Matthew Best again, and I am super excited. We have with us now Mayor Trombley. Are you there?
Are you there?
Are you there? I'm wondering if she can hear me. Oh, can you unmute yourself? Can you unmute yourself? Oh, she's working on it. Yep. All right. Now I can hear you. All right. Wonderful. All right. Well, welcome.
Welcome.
Now she's working on it. Yep. All right. Now wonderful. All right. Well, welcome. Can you hear me now?
Hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Okay, sorry. There's a little bit of a delay there. All right. So you are one of our special teachers, and you...
Second, let me just see if I can fix that. Give me 1 sec. I'm so sorry.
Sure. So we're having a little bit of technical issues, and that's all right. Well, you know, what's a podcast without technical issues, right? I mean, not the first, not the last. That's what Diane is saying while she's sitting here, right? In the meantime, you get to see some of the blurred vision of the Capitol in the background. Maybe we can tell you a little bit about what's going on. We'll do that. So just so people can get a sense of what's going on, the blankets have been picked up from the lawn, and so now what's going on is all of them have been brought over to the sidewalk over here. And what we're doing is we've got volunteers who have folded them all up, and now they're in the process of loading them onto the bus so that we're going to be taking them over to some of the different locations to take them. All right. So are you back, Mayor? All right. Wonderful. Good. Wonderful. Good. Hopefully the delay situation is taken care of. Oh, good. Wonderful. Good. All right. So you're a teacher in Maine, right?
Yep.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
And you did something very special, correct? You did something, very special with blankets, didn't you? Please tell us all about it.
Okay. So last year I was teaching 5th grade in Scarborough, Maine. And as a 5th grade teacher, a lot of our content had a pretty great overlap with the goals of this program, of this project. And I was going to make a blanket anyways. Some of my colleagues are some of the volunteers who helped drive the blankets down yesterday from Maine and had told me about the project. And I like to craft and quilt and make things. So I was like, yeah, I'll do a blanket. And then I was thinking it would be much more fun to do it at school and bring in things to involve the students. So I decided to schlep my sewing machine to school and teach what turned out to be 54 10-year-olds how to quilt. So
that's awesome.
We really backed it up and learned about the math of quilting, the history of quilting, and then the social thinking, social justice issues around homelessness, and brought why we are doing this project to the attention of the students. Scarborough's pretty lucky to be a pretty privileged community. And a significant portion of the students really have never been experienced or exposed to the fact that not everybody has what they need. And at that same time, we're not that far from Portland, which is Maine's largest city, and you can see evidence of homelessness just driving through it. So we have that juxtaposition in the students' minds of there's these people, these people who are standing there and asking for money, and how isn't that weird? And when we kind of just inventoried the group of like, what do you think about this? We did to have those stereotypes come up of, well, those people, maybe they're just not trying hard enough. Maybe they're lazy, maybe they're crazy, and
we
were like, well, let's talk about that. Let's address who and how and why, and that you can have somebody who's working and they're still homeless. You can have somebody who's trying and they're still homeless. You can have somebody who has enough of a lot of things and passes as doing quite well at school, and your friend could be homeless. You shouldn't assume these things about people. So we had good talks, we had good discussions, but we also got to the math of the quilting, and it was a great project all around. The kids that year do a big unit on argument and advocacy and learning how to be persuasive writers and researchers about issues that matter to them. So they were ready for it. They wanted to know more. They are curious and they want to be helpful. And as soon as they hear something, they feel quite personally offended, which is great. You want to tap into that sense of let's do something was big. So they made 2 quilts at the end of it. Every student designed, cut, sewed, learned how to quilt their own quilt square. And we made 2 quilts with 54 student participants and 3 classroom teachers and an ed tech. So it wasn't just me. I brought the idea to my team and they were like, yeah, sure, whatever. kind of just did it. And it was fantastic.
Yeah. And
I will say that I saw those quilts. I saw them last week when we brought those to the National Cathedral. And so we made sure to see those because it's a lot easier to find 2 quilts out of 95 quilts than it is when there's 1,100 quilts out on the lawn. So and Pat pointed those out. So they were gorgeous. They were beautiful quilts. So that's really incredible. And secondly, they were 5th graders, right? Is that what? That's really awesome. I just want to ask this is what was the biggest takeaway for the kids?
That they could do something, that they didn't just learn about it. They didn't just hear about it. They didn't just read an article or do a math problem, that they could create a product that would go to a human that would show them that they cared. So they weren't just learning, they were acting on their learning. And that as a teacher is what your goal is always to give them purpose, to give them a sense of accomplishment and something to apply themselves to. Because it's one thing to hear it from me, it's another thing to write it on paper, but it's an extra thing to create something of their own as the end product.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And I just got to ask this, and I know this is usually the teacher doesn't get asked this, but what's your biggest takeaway?
I mean, same. Honestly, like my biggest takeaway is realizing how much these children can do and how much they care, and helping to channel their honesty, their enthusiasm, their forthrightness. You know, they hear about something like this and they're like, that's not okay. That has to be stopped. We have to do things. And they have a simplistic understanding, but they also have a true understanding. And they're not bogged down by the bureaucracy and the rules and the but we have to's, you know. They just see it as a direct, like, people need things, we should get them, and we need to help, you know. So that's always been inspiring to me about the age group that I work with, but it's always been also like so relieving. You know, I said to the reporters along the way, like, these are the next generation of voters. They're 8 years away. They're 2 cycles away from voting for our leaders, right? And and I want this to stick with them. I want them to think on this level, like, we shouldn't be debating whether or not we help people have homes, you know. We shouldn't be debating whether it's worth spending money on humans, you know. And that's a nonpartisan issue, you know, and children see that, so why can't the adults?
Well, thank you so much. It's really to have the kids do that, to have you leading that is really an inspiration. I want to thank you on behalf of Pat, on behalf of everybody who's been involved with this, that, you know, to have those 2 blankets especially were really just awesome. So thank you so much for doing that. That was just really awesome. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. We'll be right back. You get the warmed up chair.
Thanks.
I warmed it up.
Thank you.
No, this is sitting for Diane with Sonia. Sonia's 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
5. We're going to go a little past 8.
All right.
That's because things went over.
Yeah, because you had to go to the bathroom.
And bring Pat back with you.
Hey. Trying to get my hood back on so my head doesn't freeze. God. Yeah, it's getting to be a little chilly out here. All right, I know how to do this. Yeah, we could get really silly at this point. So, all right. Yeah. Well, I have no brain cells left, but I was thinking about something. So, are we ready to? My one ear on. At the Memorial Blanket Project, my name is Diane Nyland, and I'm here with an old friend, Sonia Pizzi. And Sonia is one of my favorite human beings in the world. She does a lot of work with students experiencing homelessness in Pennsylvania, and I'll let her tell you her official thing. But I just want to say, Sonia, your way of working with kids is just amazing. And you're just little brief renditions of what you do when you post it on Facebook. And I'm just going like, oh God, that is just like, it just melts my heart. So welcome tonight. Thanks for joining us. You're lucky you're not here because you'd be freezing. So
a little cold. Thank you for having me on here. I do wish I was with you all, but today just a lot of running around to help the kiddos around here, and did a lot of pickups and deliveries, and got to do some wrapping fun. So yes.
Well, you do a lot, and I guess what I'd like you to do is can you just sort of capsulize what you do?
Well, in a nutshell. So
the nut part, yes.
Exactly. This is why we do well. So in Pennsylvania, we have the McKinney-Vento program split up into 8 regions so that the program can cover every single school district in Pennsylvania, where every district has a liaison that's connected with a regional coordinator. So I am the Region 3 coordinator for, here's the fun part, the Education for Children and Youth Experiencing Homelessness program. And in Region 3, we call it Heck Yeah.
Heck yeah.
You're going to remember it, right?
Yeah.
So part of Heck yeah, you are. So part of that, being a regional coordinator, is not only working with all of our school district liaisons, but also making sure that we're working with our community partners and anybody who wants to know about the issue of homelessness, and bring awareness to what the definition of homeless is under McKinney-Vento, which we all agree should be the definition, not this just the HUD definition, because the McKinney-Vento definition truly encompasses what homelessness looks like right now. And because we can identify those students through McKinney-Vento with education, we can make sure that they're hooked up with resources through schools, which is why schools are so very, very important. And with Christmas break coming up, there's a lot of things that schools are responsible for in the day-to-day that I've been running around. And I do things a little differently in my region than other regions, but we run around and try and, figure out how they're going to have food for the rest of the week and, all that other stuff. So that's in a nutshell of what I do.
Nutshell. And I'll tell you, I know it goes way, way beyond that. I guess what would be the one thing, because we got to wrap up. We're getting done here, hopefully soon, before we all just. I feel bad rushing you, but I know you can take the rest of the night off too. What is maybe one thing that you would really like people to understand about the students? And let's talk about the youth that you work with. And what they're going through and what they need and what we can do for them, any of that?
Well, the biggest thing that I think people have to stop doing is judging what you think homelessness should look like, what it looks like, what it is, etc. At any given point, we can become homeless. We're a disaster away from it: hurricanes, floods, fires, etc. A disease away from it with medical bills. Some people are paycheck to paycheck. If we go by stereotypes, you look like you're experiencing homelessness. You're out
pretty close.
But so we're just doing that. But also, one of the things that we have, an unaccompanied youth in McKinney-Vento, it can be any age, but an unaccompanied teenager, which is the population that I do outreaches to, which is very unique to my region. What folks tend to judge or make opinions on are that these unaccompanied teenagers are just these entitled kids who could live at home if they followed the rules. Well, some of the rules are, you don't know, first of all, you don't know what's going on in the house. There's a DV, a domestic violence slogan that goes around that's called Street Angel, House Tyrant. And the parents could come across great on the outside, but you don't know what's going on in the inside. The other thing too is we've had students who are like, well, I'm not allowed to be gay, or I'm not allowed to talk back to my mother or father's boyfriend or girlfriend, or I'm not allowed to say no to certain things, just things we don't need to know. All we need to know is the definition, and all we need to know is that we need to educate these students. That's all we need to know. It doesn't matter the other stuff. We need to educate them, and we need to keep them in school because that's the safest place for them to be and where they can get resources to be whatever. And the unaccompanied teenagers that I work with, every single one of them, and I have 32 right now that I do outreaches to, every single one of them has a job. And that's from 14 to 17.
All right. Well, there blows another stereotype, and we also blow the time that we have here. But it was well spent because you did, you just popped those little myths all to heck. So it's good to be with you, at least online here, and I hope to see you sometime soon. And may your holidays give you a little time off.
Well, I hope you have a good holiday and safe travels, my friend.
Okay, take care, and I'm wrapping up for me here tonight. I got a quarter every interview, so I got $1.50 now, so I'm good. All right. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Wow.
an understatement.
Wow. Ow. Yeah. Ow. Ow is a much better word. Hey, first thing, I'm Pat LaMarche. This is Matthew Best. That's Diane Nyland. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for knitting, crocheting, quilting, weaving, tying, sending money, sending well wishes, sending us out of town. We are at the West Lawn of the U.S. Capitol. It's been fantastic. There are so many people here with us to thank.
Gosh.
We have a busload of them that we are going to drive back up to Carlisle with. And I just going to call it the snoring bus, I think. Some pretty tired people. But we're just overwhelmed and grateful. And Diane?
I'm going to say something about the behind the scenes crew here, the camera crew, the tech board thing, and Chris over there keeping us honest.
Well, that failed.
Well, it was, so we couldn't have done this podcast without them. So I'm going to just thank them because I know what it's like to be behind the camera, and sometimes you don't just get the thank you. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being behind the camera, Diane, because your films are so important. Matthew, what do you think?
And of course, I want to thank all my church folks who are just incredible colleagues of mine that I am grateful to have as not just colleagues, but as friends, who are crazy enough to come out into the cold this close to some of the busiest days of the church year.
Yeah.
So last year I was the crazy one, and now I recruited other church people to come out into the cold in the craziness and travel as well.
You're still the crazy one.
I'm still the crazy one. That's right.
That's why we
It's
love
contagious.
you.
It's contagious.
So last year, Matthew and I picked up all the blankets alone ourselves. And there were only a sixth of as many blankets as there were here tonight. But it was hard work.
It
and
was.
to have that whole crew. And
Oh
you're
my
lucky,
gosh.
the lovely Lutherans. And I have never, if anyone told me a bishop worked that hard, I would have said, no, you don't know bishops.
Yeah.
But you don't know Bishop Dunlop.
Right.
Because, oh my God, and Mrs. Bishop Dunlop.
Right.
Oh my God, those people were just hard.
They were out here,
workers.
and I will tell you, I don't know if he wants this to be known, they were out here scoping the land early
and
this
cleaning,
morning.
Yeah, cleaning the grass.
Getting sticks and all sorts of stuff before the bus arrived.
Yeah,
I mean,
amazing.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I'm way impressed.
Yeah, so thank you. We love you. We love each other. We love our fellow humans walking this earth, and
That's why we do
we're
this.
here.
That's
So
right.
thank you for doing that. And we have a small tradition that is actually no kind of a tradition because we do it differently every year. But every year, Chris Kapp reads a poem that is just so beautiful, and we always find a way to sneak it in. And so we're sneaking you in, Chris. Come on.
Come on.
We'll back up and let you have the mic.
Thanks.
You gotta get right here, right? in front of me.
I'm getting here. I'm finally in front of the camera. They got me. You got me. You got me.
Yeah.
Well, we have been out here a long time. We've been out here a long time, and we lost darkness. We lost light a long time ago, and that's because tonight is the winter solstice. 15 hours and 42 minutes of darkness. It is the longest night of the year. And on this, the darkest of nights, we remember those who have no homes. The majority of us will never know what it's like to not have a safe, secure place to call our own. Unfortunately, though, for too many individuals and families, homelessness is their everyday reality. Tonight, we light candles for the households who have been identified as literally homeless in our nation, as well as countless others who are doubled up with other families, who are couch surfing, who are sleeping in dismal, rundown motels. We light candles for those who file into church basements and who claim their thin rubber mats and curl up on the hard, cold floors to sleep. We light candles for unaccompanied youth living in campgrounds and abandoned buildings, existing in the shadows while trying to navigate the world alone. We light candles for veterans who have served so bravely and are once again sleeping in tents outdoors, not on a battlefield, but in our own backyards. We sit here just a few days before Christmas, illuminated by the twinkling holiday lights that remind us, even though the darkness is long, the light will return. May we be that light in the lives of those experiencing homelessness on this, the longest night, and every night of the year. Good night, friends. Happy holidays, and may next year everyone find a home.
Yay!